Hey guys, my name's Hassie, and today is not the greatest day for me to be doing this. I have a bit of a cough, but it is a matter of urgency. So if you've been reading some of the media in Australia, you would have heard about the Combating Mis and Disinformation Bill, which is being set to Parliament. So it was tabled a few weeks ago by my own local Minister for Parliament, Michelle Rowland, and what it basically does is it gives the government more permissions and control to censor our speech. So this is going to be a very kind of hacky reading of the bill, but I thought this was very important to do because if we don't go ahead and read this bill, then fundamentally what's going to happen, you'll always receive the criticism that you haven't read the bill in properly and we've misunderstood its intent. So the goal of my session today is to actually go ahead and read through this bill with you. So hopefully my streaming is doing okay. I do apologize if I cough during the next few hours or however long it takes to read this bill. I am struggling with a little bit of sickness, but as I said, this is incredibly important for us to do. I'm currently coming to you from a hotel out of Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. So I think everything is struggling right now, everything from the video to my internet connection. But we're going to try our best and get through today. So if you haven't had a chance to look at the links in the description, I would highly recommend going to the very link right at the bottom, which will take you to where you can actually submit your own submission. You can make your own submission to the bill. And basically that whole process allows you to let the government know what you actually think about this legislation and whether it should pass through the Senate. So before it kind of goes through the second round of checks, so it's gone through the lower house before the Senate passes it and approves this bill and makes it law in Australia, they are going through a 1 week period of time where we as Australian citizens can comment on the bill that we're going to be discussing today, which is the Mis and Disinformation Act. Mis and Disinformation Bill. So please go ahead and upload your submissions. That is due by the 30th of September. So the Labor government did not give us a lot of time to be able to go and do this. They've basically told us that you've got a 1 week period to go and get feedback from the community before we close this off in Senate. So it is going to be a very rushed process, and I hope that everyone who is listening to this and you go through and make a submission, because it is very important. I think to be on Twitter and happy to talk with their friends about what is happening in the world, but nonetheless, it is very important for you to go and make your voice heard through the means that are available to us. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start reading through the bill. Now I've gone and opened this PDF. I've made sure it's downloaded on my computer, and we will zoom in as much as possible. So this is the bill that's gone through the House of Recs, and what I'm going to do is I've got a bright red shoe here, and every time I see something that I think is a red flag, I will raise my bright red shoe. So we're going to go ahead and read through our bill. Okay. So the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Mis and Disinformation Bill 20. Apologize if my video is lagging. It looks like it is lagging, and we'll try our best. So what do we have here today? It's a bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes. Okay, that's kind of very high level. And we've got to go through some white space. If we look at our contents, we have our main amendments. So we're changing the Broadcasting Services Act 1992. And then Schedule 2 is the consequential amendments and transitional provisions. So main amendments and transitional provisions, and we'll go through these. So this is an important term here, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which is going to be given extra powers to determine what is mis or disinformation, but we will find that out as we go through and read through information, but we will find that out as we go through and read through this act. So let's go ahead. We've got more amendments: line safety, broadcasting services, telecommunications. And let's get started. Okay, So we've got another 70 plus pages to work through, but it is important that we go through this because our politicians are relying on us to be uninformed, to not know what is happening. They're relying on our apathy, and if we do make good arguments, without having actually read the legislation, they will use that against us. Without having actually read the legislation, they will use that against us. They will try to pin people down as being mis and uninformed. So we can see here, we've got a bill, which is what the title was. It says the Parliament of Australia enacts that, short title. This act is the Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Mis and Disinformation Act 2024. And each provision of the Act specified or is taken to have commenced in accordance with column 2 of the table. Any other statement in column 2 has effect according to its terms. So as we can tell, we are dealing with the law, so it is not going to be plain English, so to speak, but we're going to do our best today. If there's anything that we don't know or we don't understand, I will go ahead and Google that. I am trying to monitor the chat as we go along, but it may be a bit of a struggle. I can see some people saying hello, and so hello back to you guys. Okay, column 1. So we're basically waiting till royal assent. I think once a bill is passed through both houses, it goes to the Governor-General, which is the final check of approval. So the Governor-General officially works for the King in England now. I was about to say Queen, but that is kind of your final rubber stamp. So that's what the Governor-General will do. So this is simply telling us that provided everything is passed, the day this act receives the royal assent is kind of when this will happen. Currently, there's no date or details because this act has not given it the stamp of approval. So we can go through here. Now let's go on to schedules. The legislation that is specified in a schedule to the act is amended or repealed as set out in the applicable items in the schedule concerned, and any other item in a schedule to this act has effect according to the terms. So it's a lot of legal jargon, but we're going to get into the good bits soon, so we kind of need to keep going. Okay, main amendments. Broadcasting Services Act 1992. Okay, so this is telling us that this is probably the section of the act which is going to change. Digital communications platforms. So it's telling us to go to a specific section. Okay, and let's read the simplified outline of the schedule. Some digital communications providers are subject to requirements in connection with misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms. These platforms must make information publicly accessible and must comply with requirements in the digital platform rules in relation to the following: risk management, media literacy plans, complaints, and dispute handling. The ACMA, so ACMA was that word which we saw, which is the, if I scroll back up for a second, so we saw ACMA previously and it was listed here, the Australian Communications and Media Authority. So that's what ACMA stands for. So basically they're a body and they regulate media in Australia. So if we head back to the schedule, then what we can see here is, apologies. The ACMA has granted a set of powers in relation to misinformation and disinformation on the kinds of digital ACMA may make digital platform rules requiring the digital communications platform providers to keep the ACMA on matters relating to misinformation digital communications platforms. The ACMA may obtain information and documents from digital communication platform providers and others relating those matters. The ACMA may publish information relating to those matters on its website. Bodies or associations representing sections of the digital media industry may develop codes in relation to measures to prevent or respond to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms. If the ACMA approves a misinformation code and digital platform providers in the relevant section of the digital platform industry must comply with the code while it is in force. When there is no provided misinformation code in force, an approved misinformation code that is in force is deficient, or there are exceptional or urgent circumstances, the ACMA may determine a standard to provide a community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms, digital codes that apply to them. So that was an absolute mouthful. But if we go through the general gist of the first paragraph, it basically says that the body, the ACMA, so the Australian Communications Media Authority, I believe that's what it was, may make digital platform rules. So they're basically going to set rules about mis and disinformation for these digital communications platforms. So we could pretty much be talking to anything. Hopefully find out as we read through this bill. But imagine anything you use like YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. If there's anything on these platforms that is considered mis or disinformation, the body sensible, because yes, there can be people deliberately posting false information. We know this happens. The question is it up to the government to determine what that is for us? And that's kind of why I'm going through this reading today. So basically in the first paragraph, we're being told that this body may, let's say X or Twitter or YouTube, and ask them to provide information and submit matter to the body, ACMA. And then it's also saying that ACMA will develop codes for the industry to prevent mis or disinformation. So it's saying they will make misinformation codes. So basically my guess from the very short reading here is that there is going to be some sort of code, and this code is going to determine what's misinformation and what is disinformation. If we continue going, it says when there is no approved code in force, and if it's an exceptional and urgent circumstances, then ACMA may determine a standard to have adequate protection. So basically what I'm getting from the gist here is the body can determine what is mis or disinformation by creating these misinformation codes. However, if the body all of a sudden wants to shut down a particular speech that's out there that they haven't considered, that they haven't thought of, that they think is going to harm the community, they can then go ahead and shut that down. So that's the high level gist. And so if we keep reading, we've got a bunch of definitions, and this is going to be dry, but it's very important that we get a grasp of these definitions. So in the schedule, access includes, access is the subject to a precondition, for example, use of password, by way of push technology, and by way of a standing request. So I think this is referring to how they will go and access information from those providers. Australia, dissemination to one person or more than one person. This is really interesting. Dissemination to one person. That means if you tell somebody, if you just send a message, hypothetically, if I send a message to one person on a digital platform, so on one of these digital communication platforms provider, that single dissemination of content could be subject to mis and disinformation laws. It's not clear what that means, but that is very interesting, the fact that it's to one or more people. So you could be simply talking to a friend, and potentially this could be considered a dissemination. So it doesn't matter how many people you are reaching out to, as long as it gets out to one person, these rules can now take place. So excluded dissemination. So this is interesting. Again, we're going to get into these because you can see all the meanings are given by further subclauses. But it says the excluded dissemination has been given by meaning, has meaning given by subclause 16.1. So there is dissemination which is excluded, and we will find out what the government has decided that they're going to exclude. Inauthentic behavior has meaning given by subclause 15. Interactive feature has meaning given by subclause 6. Internet carriage service has the same meaning as in the Online Safety Act 2021. Okay, so we're going to keep reading. This is very dry, but it's important we do this. So let's continue. Internet service search engine has meaning given by subclause 5, parentheses 4. Media literacy plan for a digital communications platform means a plan setting out measures the digital communications platform provider of the platform will take to enable end users to better identify misinformation and disinformation on the platform, including to enable end users to identify the source of the content disseminated on the platform, particularly content that purports to be authoritative or factual. Okay, so the media literacy plan. Basically, it's saying what I can get from this is every digital communications platform, the community notes, and I can see I've got some chats coming in, so I'm going to have a quick read. I've got Ben saying, misinformation and disinformation and serious harm. Ooh, it's very hard for me to read chats on the screen. Managing too many things here. Okay, I can see Ben says misinformation, disinformation, and serious harm seem awfully subjective. And I do agree. We're going to have to see how subjective this is. Realistically, if this is a very clear law, then what will happen is the government will have set out in this bill something that is going to be very concrete and something that we're going to pinpoint. But if they haven't been very clear about what is mis and disinformation, then really this law can be used to censor us. And I think that's the biggest risk with something like this passing through the Senate. So the media sharing service has meaning given by subclause 5.5. Misinformation has meaning given by subclause 13.1. Misinformation code means a code developed under Division 4, Part 2, whether or not in response to a request under that division. Misinformation complaint means a complaint in relation to a mis or disinformation on a digital communications platform, or dissemination that is potentially misinformation or disinformation on a digital communications platform, or content removed from a digital communications platform on the basis that its dissemination using the platform is misinformation or disinformation on the platform. Okay, so somebody can make complaints, so that's part of the definitions. A misinformation standard means a standard determined under Division 4 of Part 2. News content has meaning given by subclause 16.3, so we're definitely going to have to get to these things and read these. Participant in a section of the digital platform industry has the meaning given by 43, so I guess this means who's participating in the dissemination of that content. A post content is posted on a digital service by an end user if the end user causes the content to be accessible to or delivered to one or more end users using the digital service. Okay, now that we've got to that, I'm raising my red shoe because this is dangerous. This is extremely dangerous. A post is if you send content that is accessible to or delivered to one or more end users. And this is the dangerous part. One end user. If I send you a personal message on Facebook or on X or an Instagram DM, that is now considered a post. And if these posts can be evaluated for mis and disinformation, can these social media providers, can these digital platforms be required to actually show us, will they be required to basically rat on us for what we message to each other if this is interpreted by the government to be mis or disinformation? So that is an incredibly dangerous thing. I don't like that definition at all. The fact that, let me read that again. Content is posted on a digital service by an end user if the end user causes the content to be accessible to or delivered to one or more end users using the digital service. I think that's a very dangerous definition. A private message, okay, so they have defined private message, means a message sent using a digital communications platform from an end user to another end user, or at the same time to a number of end users that does not exceed the number specified in the digital platform rules, or if no number is specified in the digital platform rules, 1,000. Okay, so if it potentially exceeds over whatever the platform considers to be the maximum, or if it doesn't exceed 1,000, then it can be considered a private message. So maybe there are exceptions for private messages, but again, it is up to us to read this and find out, will a private message be considered a post? So we've got to keep reading. Professional news content has the meaning given by subclause 16.2. Protected information means a trade secret or other information that has a commercial value that would be or could reasonably be expected to be destroyed if the information were publicly disclosed. Okay, so I'm just going to write notes down as I go through this. I've got a little notepad over here, and if I find something interesting that I want to recall later, I'm just going to jot down a note. So post, is it a private message? I think that's very important. So we need to find out the answer to that throughout this bill as we keep reading. Provided on a digital service has meaning given by subclause 8. Provided to the public in relation to a service has the meaning given by clause 9. Section of the digital platform industry has meaning given by clause 42. And sorry, I said subclause up there. It's just clause 8, not subclause. Serious harm has the meaning given by clause 14. Service includes a website. Using has a meaning affected by clause 10. VoIP, so voice over internet protocol communication, means a real-time voice communication using the internet that is not recorded. Okay, so interesting. They're referring to VoIP in this bill. So how sinister are we getting? If you speak to somebody on Skype, another question we're going to have to ask ourselves as we read through this bill is, are your VoIP communications going to be safe from this mis- and disinformation legislation? Okay. 3. Extraterritorial application. Sorry. This schedule extends to acts, emissions, and matters and things outside Australia. Cool. Division 2. Key concepts. Meaning of digital service. For the purpose of this schedule, a digital service is a service that A. delivers content to persons having equipment appropriate for receiving that content where the delivery of the service is by means of an internet carriage service, or allows end users to access content using an internet carriage service. So we can see here that we're talking about digital services. It's something that's online. We're using the internet. If end users can access it on the internet, that's basically a digital service, where the service is provided to the public, whether on payment, a fee, or otherwise, so it doesn't matter whether it's a private or locked platform, and if the service is offered in Australia, but does not include a service to the extent where it is a broadcasting service or datacasting service, which is very interesting. So if you're running a digital communications platform, or if you're running a digital service, but that is not a broadcasting service, and is not a datacasting service, then I guess you're excluded from what a digital service is. So that is very interesting. Sorry, you might have seen my screen disappear there for a bit. Okay, and where have I gone? Here we are. Apologies. There we go. So the meaning of a digital communications platform. Let's read this. Digital communications platforms. For the purpose of this schedule, a digital communications platform is a digital service that is a connective media service, see subclause 2, or a content aggregation service, see subclause 3, an internet search engine service, see subclause 4. That's interesting. So a digital communications platform is a search engine. So if the government potentially determines the searches that Google is showing up when you search for something to be mis or disinformation, could that potentially be considered something that now needs to be banned or censored? So which is interesting. It's vague, but we're going to have to find out the answers to this. So I'm going to jot that down as well. So an internet search engine service. It's stuff like this that worries me. Even though we're only reading through definitions and we're actually going to have to read through the actual bill, the fact that they are referring to internet search engines as digital communications platforms is very interesting. So I've got another comment from Ben here, and what have we got? Ben is saying, how is broadcasting service defined versus just streaming live on a social media network? And I unfortunately can't see the whole thing. Let's see if I can see. There we go. How is broadcasting defined versus just the streaming live on a social network, spreading the same alleged misinformation? How is the broadcasting defined and just streaming on live social network, spreading the same alleged disinformation? Well, that's very interesting. Yeah, so potentially, and I think Ben's referring to up here, could a broadcasting service, so if a legacy media service puts something out there and they're saying exactly the same thing that somebody on another platform is the individual who is talking going to be censored while the big corporate is potentially fine? And that's a great question, Ben. We're going to have to find the answer to that out as we read through this. Okay, so other digital communication platforms, it's a media sharing service, a kind of digital service determined by the minister under subclause 7. Okay, so clearly they've put these definitions in, But we're going to have to see what subclause 7 says, because the minister can determine what a digital service is. So what I'm already getting, and I'm going to raise my little red shoe because we did see a couple of red flags as we were going through this. The minister they've clearly got clauses as part of this legislation to determine these things as they see fit, without running this through the government, without asking the public whether something should be considered a digital communications platform or whether something needs to be censored down the track. So you can kind of already see how this is written, and I have a feeling we're going to read more clauses where the minister can determine not only what is a digital service, but they can determine what is mis or disinformation, which is what worries me. And let's keep going. But does not include a digital service to the extent to which it is an internet carriage service or an SMS service or an MMS service. Note 1, SMS is short for short messaging service, MMS is short for multimedia message service. Okay, so but does not include a digital service to the extent to which it is an internet carriage service, a SMS service, or an MMS service. Okay, so apparently you can send an SMS, an MMS with the same information that you might send somebody as a message on, like a personal message on Twitter or Facebook, and that is not considered a digital service for the purpose of this bill. So that's kind of interesting. It says connective media services, content aggregation services, internet search engines, and media services. So I'm not sure what this is doing down here, but maybe it's just a summary of what we're dealing with. I think it is these points up here. So number 2, for the purpose of this schedule, a digital service that satisfies the following conditions is a connective media service. Okay, connective media services. The primary function of a digital service is to enable online interaction between 2 or more end users. So 2 or more end users. So if me and you are having a private message on a digital platform, then a digital service, that's how it's been defined here. The digital service allows end users to link to or interact with some or all of the other end users. The digital service has an interactive feature. Such other conditions, if any, as are set out in the digital platform rules. For the purpose of this schedule, a digital service that satisfies the following conditions is a content aggregation service. The primary function of the digital service is to collate and present end users content from a range of online sources, including sources other than the digital service. The service is not an internet search engine service. Such other conditions, if any, are as are set out in the digital platform rules. Okay, so if you're aggregating content from other platforms, that's also a digital service. For the purposes of this schedule, a digital service that satisfies the following conditions is an internet search engine service. The digital service collects, indexes, ranks content from a range of online sources, including sources other than the digital service. The primary function of the digital service is to enable an end user to search the digital service's collection, index, or ranking. Such other conditions, if as are set out in the digital platform rules. That's really interesting that we're talking about search engines. So not only does the government want to work out what is mis or disinformation, potentially you are going to be censored from searching for it. How crazy is that? They want to potentially interfere with the way that search engines operate in Australia. Now, what does that remind you of? What country does that remind you of? That sounds like communist countries or countries where you don't have freedom of the press and search engines aren't allowed to operate freely. So I am holding up my red shoe because that is a huge red flag. The fact that I'm seeing this here and we're just looking at definitions really concerns me. For the purposes of this schedule, let's continue, a digital service that satisfies the following conditions is a media sharing service. The primary function of the digital service is to provide audio, visual, animated or otherwise, or audiovisual content to end users. Such other conditions, if any, as are set out in the digital platform rules. In determining whether the conditions set out in paragraph 2A, apologies, very raw throat. In determining whether the condition set out in paragraph 2a, 3a, 4b, or 5a is satisfied, disregard any of the following functions: the provision of advertising material on the digital service, the generation of revenue from the provision of advertising material on the digital service, collection of data using the digital service, the generation of revenue from data collected using the digital service. So let me just go back and go through that again. In determining whether the conditions set out in paragraph 2a, 3a, 4b, or 3a are satisfied, disregard any of the following functions. So it's saying disregard the functions regarding 2a, 3a. Okay, so regarding each of the kind of digital services that we've just gone through, disregard the following functions: the provision of advertising material on the digital service. Okay, so are they trying to say that if you're advertising on the digital service, then you're not subject to mis or disinformation? I'm not too sure what that means there. We'll have to find out. In determining whether the conditions set out in paragraph 2a, 3a, or 4b is satisfied, disregard any of the following functions. Okay, so clearly advertising material is potentially going to be exempt. So whether we're working out it's a service, or is this saying that we're going to disregard this function? So we're only talking about users posting. So if somebody's providing advertising material, we're not going to subject it to these rules. So it's saying the generation of revenue from the provision of advertising, collection of data using the digital service, the generation of revenue from data collected using the digital service. And so we've got another comment from Ben saying that search engine interference, tech bros will say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to disrupt SEO. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I think this is very much a case of the government getting involved in search engine optimization. It's a little bit scary. And then it says digital services determined by minister. The minister may, by legislative instrument, determine that a kind of digital service that is a digital communications platform, if the minister is satisfied that it is appropriate to apply provisions of this schedule to the digital service to provide adequate protection for the Australian community. Okay, so the minister is going to determine how to protect the Australian community. The minister must consult ACMA before the minister makes an instrument under subclause 7. Okay. So it's saying that the minister has to talk to ACMA, which is the Australian Communications Media Authority, before they make an instrument under subclause 7. So before they determine that something is a digital communications platform, it's saying that the media must consult. So what does that mean? So does that mean, let's say we have a very honest public servant who tells the minister that something is not a digital media service, or that it shouldn't be regulated by these rules. Does that mean the minister is actually obligated to take that advice? Just because the minister has to consult the government body, which is ACMA, does that mean they actually have to listen to them? I've worked in government before, and we've had to respond to questions from ministers. And I can only imagine that, does the minister actually need to listen to what we tell them? If I tell the minister, and I'm a public servant working for ACMA, if I tell the minister that, no, this is not a digital service, does the minister actually need to listen to me? Who the hell knows? It only says that the minister must consult. So maybe there needs to be evidence that the minister has gone and spoken to somebody. And the question is, one thing I've noticed when working in government departments is generally the departments, even though they are technically meant to be independent, almost behave as if they work for the minister. So the provision that the minister must consult ACMA before the minister makes an instrument under subclause 7, which is this one here, I feel like it doesn't really hold a lot of weight. And if we go back to that previous section, the 6th clause here is kind of telling me that if we have advertising material and the generation of revenue from advertising material, we're kind of going to disregard that. And any of the data that the platforms collect from their users and any ways that the platforms want to monetize that data are going to be excluded from this. So you guys will remember Cambridge Analytica and how Facebook was basically selling information from their user base to help with political campaigns. Stuff like that is going to be excluded from this, which I think is very interesting. So that's basically saying that the government is They don't want to interfere with the use of these services to collect data on us, but everything else could potentially be subject to mis- or disinformation rules. Let's continue. Meaning of interactive feature. For the purposes of this schedule, a digital service has an interactive feature if at least one of the following applies to the digital service. The digital service allows an end user to post content on the digital service other than as part of gameplay. Okay, that's interesting. Other than as part of gameplay. So apparently maybe we can play Call of Duty and we can talk about politics in chat, and potentially that's going to be excluded. The digital service provides a means for an end user to share within the digital service and other than as part of gameplay content that is provided on the digital service with another end user. I find it really interesting that they've excluded gameplay. Very interesting. The digital service makes interaction between end users or interaction by end users with content provided on the digital service observable to other end users other than as part of gameplay. So it's still a bit vague. We haven't seen whether something is a post or a private message. We haven't seen if there's a distinction yet. But I can see it's just talking. It's just saying that the digital service makes an interaction between end users. Okay, and if you can post content in some sort of way, but what is posting content? Is that a personal message? I don't know. Let's find out. For the purposes of this schedule, a digital communications platform provider is a person who provides a digital communications platform. For the purposes of this schedule, a person does not provide a digital communications platform merely because the person provides an internet carriage service that enables content to be delivered or accessed. So basically, if you're an internet service provider and you provide internet to somebody, you're not responsible, or you're not a digital communications platform just because somebody's accessing a platform using your service. That makes sense. For the purpose of the schedule, a person does not provide a digital communications platform merely because the person provides a billing service or a fee collection service in relation to a digital communications platform. So for the purpose of this schedule, a person does not provide a digital communications platform merely because the person provides a billing service or fee collection service in relation to a digital communications platform. Right, so what this is saying here is if I'm the payment processor for the digital communications platform, if I'm Stripe or a bank, then just because I'm providing a service to them, I'm not part of that. So it's just, at the moment, it's telling us what's the distinction between the communication service and maybe the wraparound support services that they access, which is all fine and well, and when content is provided on a digital service. So this is Schedule 8. For the purposes of this schedule, content is provided on a digital service if the content is delivered by the digital service or accessible to end users using the digital service. For the purposes of this schedule, content is provided on a digital service to an end user if the content is delivered to an end user by a digital service or accessible to the end user using a digital service. Great, this sounds a lot like personal messages. And as we were reading before, the digital service providers will have to provide information on request of the body, ACMA. So this is a red flag. This stuff like this really worries me. So let's get to Schedule 9. For the Schedule 9, when a service is provided to the public, etc., for the purpose of this schedule, a service is provided to the public if and only if the service is provided to at least one person outside the immediate circle, within the meaning of the Telecommunications Act, of the person who provides the service. What does that mean? When a service is provided to the public, so for the purpose of this schedule, a service is provided to the public if and only if the service is provided to at least one person outside the immediate circle. So I think we need to go to this act to kind of look at the exact definition for immediate circle of the person who provides the service. So I guess it means if Elon Musk is the person providing X, or what we used to call Twitter, then if he provides a communication to me, that is providing something to the public. I guess that's what that means. For the purposes of this schedule, a service that is provided to the public is taken to be different from a service that is not provided to the public, even if the content provided on the service is identical. Interesting. So for the purposes of this schedule, a service that is provided to the public is taken to be different from a service that is not provided to the public, even if the content provided on the services is identical. So I'm hoping, and we'll have to keep reading, what this is saying is maybe there is a distinction between private and public communications, but again, we are going to have to keep reading to find out, because right now I can't work that out yet. Schedule 10, extended meaning of using. A reference in this schedule to using a thing is a reference to using the thing either in isolation or in conjunction with one or more things. Part 2. I think this is where it's going to get very interesting. So I'm going to have a sip of water before we start so I can really read through this. This is the interesting part. Part 2, mis and disinformation. This is what we're all here for. Division 1, introduction. Schedule 11, objects. The objects of this part are to enable end users to better understand the accuracy and credibility of content disseminated using digital communication platforms, particularly content that purports to be factual or authoritative, and to ensure digital communications platform providers publish policies or information on policy approaches in relation to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms, and take other steps to enhance transparency in relation to mis and disinformation on digital communications platforms, and to enable one or more bodies or associations that the ACMA, so the Australian Communications Media Authority, is satisfied represents sections of the digital platform industry to develop one or more codes that requires participants in those sections of the digital platform industry to implement measures to prevent or respond to misinformation and disinformation on communications platforms. So it's saying that, as we read earlier in the short summary up top, they're going to develop codes. So the body ACMA is going to develop what's going to enable one or more bodies or associations that ACMA is satisfied represents sections of the digital platform industry to develop these codes. And these codes are going to be used to implement measures to either prevent, which is interesting. So we're going to prevent or respond to mis and disinformation. And I think the word prevention is very important. If the government, and we're not very clear on how we're defining what misinformation and disinformation is yet, so I'm going to write that down. What is mis and disinfo? That isn't clear yet. So if the government determines something is mis or disinformation, they can prevent that. So what they're basically saying is we're going to create wrong speech. If anyone's read George Orwell's 1984, I'm definitely getting wrong speak, right? Is it wrong speak? I believe it was wrong speak. It's been a very long time since I read that book. But I'm definitely getting 1984 themes just by reading this bill. If we go to D, to enable the ACMA to approve codes and determine standards that are reasonably appropriate and adapted to protecting the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on the digital communications platforms. So we're going to need to also ask ourselves, what is serious harm? What does the government consider to be serious harm? And we're going to find out as we continue to read through this bill. To provide the ACMA with powers which respect the freedom of expression to take action for the purposes of this part. To ensure the ACMA examines systemic issues relating to conduct of digital communications platform providers in relation to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms. Okay. So it's basically outlining the powers and responsibilities that ACMA will now have if this bill goes through. Now, this is interesting. I always like these sections. Section 12. exemption, or Schedule 12, I should say, exemption for certain digital communications platforms. That's interesting. I always like reading through exemption, because exemption means something that is excluded, exempt. So let's go through number 1. Division 2 to 5 do not apply in relation to a digital communications platform to the extent that it is an email service, a media sharing service that does not have an interactive feature, or a digital service that the minister determines is an excluded service for misinformation purposes under subclause 3. I'm putting a red flag here. This is a red flag. I like these two. It's basically saying that if I send you an email with some information, maybe I found something, that's going to be excluded. And that's fine, because the email is a private communication. That's a private communication between me and you. And so I think that is very wise. That makes complete sense. Media sharing service that does not have an interactive feature. Okay, sure. I think we're going to have to potentially reread that one. But number C is very interesting. So this is why I'm raising my shoe right now. This is a red flag to me. A digital service the minister determines is an excluded service for misinformation purposes under subclause 3. So we're going to have to read subclause 3. The reason I think this is a red flag is basically it's going to allow the government of the day to pick which services and which service providers are going to be excluded from the rules of ACMA. So there could be one set of rules for media providers, service providers, or digital communication platform providers who only allow content that is government approved. So any service that that I guess the minister is not a fan of, basically has to go through the rules of this bill. They're going to have to go through ACMA. They're going to have this mis and disinformation plan. They're going to have to submit to information requests or access requests by ACMA and the minister. But if the minister determines the service is excluded, if you're hunky-dory with the minister, then potentially these rules don't apply to you. So I think number C over here, definitely a red flag. So I am holding up my red shoe. Number 2, digital platform rules made for the purpose of this part, approved misinformation codes and misinformation standards do not apply in relation to a digital communications platform to the extent that it is. Yep, that's what we were saying before. So it's basically saying that if you're an email service, a media sharing service that is not interactive, that does not have an interactive feature, or a digital service the minister determines is excluded, then these rules do not apply. These standards do not apply to you. And I think that last one is the most interesting one. And 3, the minister may, by legislative instrument, determine that a digital media service is excluded for the misinformation purposes. Really interesting. So the government could create its own, fundamentally, it could create its own digital communications platform, a government-approved one, and they're not going to be subject to the rules that everybody else is going to be subject to. It's really, really interesting. So let's go to Schedule 13, meanings of misinformation and disinformation. Okay, this is one of the questions I wrote down. What does mis and disinformation mean? Let's see if we can actually work out what that is by going ahead and reading this. For the purposes of this schedule, dissemination of content using a digital service is misinformation on the digital service if the content contains information that is reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive. Okay, so the content contains information that is reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive. Okay, so something's got to be reasonably verifiable. The content is provided on the digital service to one or more end users in Australia. Okay, so if anyone in Australia receives something, it can be considered mis or disinformation. But it's going to be shown to be reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive. The provision of content on digital service is reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harm. Again, we still don't know what serious harm means. And the dissemination is not excluded dissemination. So if it's forms of speech or content that are excluded dissemination, then none of this applies. So if the minister says that a service is not subject to these rules, or that a particular type of content is excluded dissemination, then this doesn't apply. This is still very vague. The content contains information that is reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive. Because if you simply go by any of the claims that our politicians make, majority of the time, what they say, what our politicians say, what our ministers say, is false, misleading, and deceptive. But are these laws going to apply to them? Let's find out. For the purpose of this schedule, dissemination of content using a digital service is disinformation on the digital service if the content contains information that is reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive. So what is reasonably verifiable? We'll have to find out. Very vague. The content is provided on the digital service to one or more end users in Australia. The provision of the content on the digital service is reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harm, and the dissemination is not excluded dissemination. And either there are grounds to suspect that the person disseminating or causing the dissemination of the content intends that the content deceive another person, or the dissemination involves inauthentic behavior. Okay, so we're saying it's got to be verifiably false, or reasonably verifiably as misleading or deceptive. The content is provided on a digital service to one or more end users in Australia. The provision of content on the digital service is reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harm, so we still don't know what serious harm means. The dissemination is not excluded dissemination, and either, so these are important, there are grounds to suspect that the person disseminating or causing the dissemination of the content intends to deceive another person. So there are grounds to suspect. Putting my red shoe up. If the government decides that even my broadcast of me reading this bill is meant to deceive you into believing that this bill is going to disrupt our freedoms, that this is an attack on our freedom of speech, so my very act of broadcasting this bill reading to you, if the government suspects that I am intentionally trying to deceive you, and what does that mean? There are grounds to suspect. That is so broad. So if there's grounds to suspect me of disseminating or causing the dissemination of content that's meant to deceive you, so if the government, for whatever reason, believes that I am trying to deceive you into believing that what I am doing now is false, that this bill increases our freedom of speech, then that could be considered mis or disinformation. Or the dissemination involves inauthentic behavior. So what is inauthentic behavior? Like, what does this mean? And this is very vague, and I think this is just very dangerous. So this is definitely red flag material. I'm putting that up there. So for the purposes of this schedule, let's keep reading. For the purposes of this schedule, here we've got a note. Dissemination includes dissemination by on behalf of a foreign power. So we already have this. I've actually spoken about this on my podcast many times, that we have many foreign lobbyists on behalf of foreign governments who are already paying our politicians to have the viewpoints of foreign countries taken into consideration as to what our country does with our tax dollars, with our military, with our resources. And so is the government going to be applying double standards? First of all, I don't think any foreign country should be interfering with our media. I don't care what views they're trying to purport. Australia should be independent. Australia should be able to have free media that is not influenced by foreign powers. Of course, we don't live in a perfect world. But the very fact that our government, we literally have lobbyists representing foreign countries and foreign interests that happily walk the halls of parliament and get lunch and get coffees with our parliamentarians. It's almost like they're creating two sets of rules. They're basically saying, if you're a lobbyist, any information you give us is fine. And we will crack down on everybody else. So I think cracking down on disinformation from foreign powers is great. But the way that this is written basically means that if the government suspects me of trying to misinform you right now, then everything I'm saying during this live stream is mis or disinformation. So it's very concerning. So let's continue. 3. For the purpose of the schedule, in determining whether the provision of content on a digital service is reasonably likely to cause or contribute serious harm, regard must be had to the following matters: the circumstances in which the content is disseminated, the subject matter of the information in the content that is reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive, the potential reach and speed of this dissemination. Okay, so basically, if you happen to be an influential person, you've built up your influence, then that's going to be taken into consideration. Okay, the author of the information, great. So if you're, that's interesting. So if they don't like the author, there we go. That's going to be a factor that's considered. The purpose of the dissemination. So maybe what I'm doing right now is mis and disinformation, just by reading this bill. That's really interesting. So whether the information has been attributed to a source, and if so, the authority of the source, and whether the attribution is correct. Other related information disseminated that is reasonably verifiable as false, misleading, or deceptive. Any matter determined by the minister under subclause 4. That's interesting. So we're going to have to read subclause 4, which is just down here. But any matter determined by subclause 4 and any other relevant matter. So let's see what the minister can determine in subclause 4. The minister may, by legislative instrument, determine a matter to which regard must be had in determining whether the provision of content on a digital service is reasonably likely to cause or contribute serious harm. This is really great, because what it's saying is that no matter what, we're going to put this body in and we're going to give it all these rules, these mis and disinformation codes that, and create these misinformation plans that the digital communications providers are going to have to live by. And at the end of the day, the minister may, by legislative instrument, determine a matter to which regard must be had in determining whether the provision of content is reasonably likely to cause or contribute serious harm. So the minister can determine what is mis and disinformation. And that is, I'm going to put this up here. This is not only giving ACMA more powers, this is giving the minister more power. So we're giving one person in our parliament power to determine what is mis and disinformation. So I am holding up my red flag. This one is very dangerous. I do not like that clause at all. That's a very bad subclause. And subclause 2 does not limit. So subclause 5 is subclause 2 does not limit subclause 1. So subclause 2 was this. And this was subclause 1. Okay. So which is kind of the highest level definition of mis and disinformation. But again, it's not very clear. That's what misinformation is. So meaning of serious harm, Schedule 14. Okay, here we go. This was another one of the questions I had when we were reading. What does serious harm mean? For the purpose of the schedule, serious harm is harm to the operation or integrity of a Commonwealth, state, territory, or local government electoral or referendum process. So just based off how this is phrased, this looks like the Labour government being very unhappy about the voice not going through. So they must have been concerned that the voice did not go through Parliament, or did not, the referendum for the voice failed because of mis and disinformation. And so part of this bill is clearly to prevent something like that happening. So basically it's saying if the government has a referendum in the future to change the way that the government, to change the way that our constitution works, so a referendum is needed to specifically change the constitution, it's basically saying that now the government will determine that if you've made communications that harm that referendum process, in their eyes, again, it's a harm to the operation or integrity. In whose opinion? So if the government of the day determines that if they want a particular change to the Australian Constitution, And they believe that the people of Australia cannot make up their own minds through the process of a referendum, and that information is affecting their ability to make a correct decision, they can say that this is mis or disinformation. So that's worrying. Basically, they're saying we don't trust the Australian people to work out what is mis and disinformation. And the government wants to do that on our behalf. And if the government of the day is proposing a referendum, isn't it by default going to be the government of the day that wants that particular change to the Constitution to go through? And so wouldn't anything in opposition to that referendum, wouldn't that be potentially construed as mis and disinformation? And so this is very worrying to me. Of course, it is super important that we maintain the integrity of our elections process. But what I'm actually reading from this bill right now is that the government actually wants to compromise. The government wants to compromise the electoral or referendum process by determining what information you, as an Australian citizen, can take in. They want to determine what information you can hear or see or read, right? And they want to determine whether that's mis or disinformation. And potentially that's going to involve preventing you from seeing things. And remember, when we are reading the definition of content, this also includes data. If the government does not want you to see data, then if that data is determined to be mis or disinformation, then that could be construed as serious harm. So this is really, really worrying, just reading this. Because I think that even though this is talking about harm to the operation or integrity of the Commonwealth, state, territory, or local government electoral or referendum process, everything I've read so far states that this is actually going against our democratic processes. This is actually more likely to harm our democracy because we are going to lose the ability to speak freely. And the government of the day can determine what is mis and disinformation, which again, we had very vague definitions above. So let's go to number 2. Harm to public health in Australia, including to the efficacy of preventative health measures in Australia. All right, so what did we have in the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years? We had COVID. And during COVID, if you were an anti-vaxxer during COVID, you were considered crazy. And now the health information has changed because we've been able to see the effects of a lot of these vaccines. We've been able to see the lack of approvals process and how these vaccines were basically speed run into our veins. And I had my COVID vaccines, and I'm very fortunate that I haven't had serious symptoms, but there are many people who have had serious symptoms. And the real question is, did it really do anything? Were we injected? Were we locked down? What was the reason for that? Were the measures too harsh? And how accurate were the health measures? And you are seeing very contradictory information come out now. You are seeing doctors come out and say that the health information that they previously made guidance on was wrong. And so what this is basically saying is that the public, if a doctor wants to get onto something like Twitter or X and say that go in and contradict the public health measures, so harm to public health in Australia, including the efficacy of preventative health measures, so preventative health measures by government bodies, then this could be considered to be serious harm. So if somebody is whistleblowing, so let's say we have a whistleblower for a pharmaceutical company who comes out about the issues with something like a COVID vaccine, this person could be silenced by mis and disinformation laws. So this is a huge red flag again. So I'm not liking these definitions. Let's go to number C. Vilification of a group in Australian society distinguished by race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status, disability, nationality, or national or ethnic origin, or vilification of an individual because of a belief that the individual is a member of such a group. Now, don't get me wrong. We should live in a world where we all get along with each other. And I think one very, very important thing is the ability to hold different opinions. But for example, let's take my own ethnic background. I'm Sri Lankan. So I'm Australian, but my ethnic background is Sri Lankan. Now, if you wanted to criticize Sri Lankans in Australia, this seems like a very good law. Like if you wanted to do that and you didn't want that to happen, or you didn't want an ethnic group to be criticized, then this looks like it's protecting an ethnic group. But there's a problem with this law. It's not fundamentally free speech. At the end of the day, as an Australian who has a Sri Lankan background, if somebody wanted to criticize my group of people, they should be able to do so, even if this makes me uncomfortable. Even if this makes me uncomfortable, somebody should be allowed to criticize any group that I'm a part of. Because this is democracy. This is a free speech. We have to have the ability to be able to speak freely and debate things. Because what this is basically saying is that you can identify as a group and you are basically untouchable now. So if somebody criticizes your group in Australia, this is serious harm as per this law. So I'm not for what you might call hate speech. Like hate speech, I don't really hate anyone. But the idea that just because somebody construes something to be hate speech, we should go and ban this, well, you're actually restricting the ability to debate on so many important issues. And if somebody wants to criticize me for any group that I'm part of, my religion, my ethnicity, my gender, they should be able to do that. So the fact that this is serious harm, no group or no individual should be above the forum of public opinion. Yes, things can go too far. Yes, you can have people who are racist just for the sake of being racist. But to outright say that we now can't comment on you because you belong to a specific grouping and this could be considered serious harm, that is not free speech. And people always talk about banning hate speech. And yeah, it's not nice. But at the end of the day, once you ban things like that, you basically shut down discussion. You shut down debate. And so it is a double-edged sword, and I don't think this is a good thing at all. There are, of course, people who will be racist, sexist, doesn't matter. You can put an ist on the end of it. They will be that regardless. But to go ahead and silence people who might be speaking about a group in a respectful way, maybe they're actually highlighting something that a group is doing that is actually harming Australian society. And the fact that we're going to make that type of speech illegal because it is specifically targeting a group that belongs, that that's a race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex, disability, nationality, national or ethnic origin, or vilification of an individual because of a belief that individual is a member of such a group. Who does that apply to? Is that not everyone? Is everyone in Australia not part of some sort of group? So if you were going to insult Christians or Muslims or Buddhists or Jewish people, does it not matter? Like, it, at the end of the day, isn't everyone in Australia part of a group at the end of the day? So wouldn't vilification of any group then be serious harm? So what's the purpose of this? Are we going to have protected groups and unprotected groups? And that's my question, because if everyone's part of a group, why are we specifically talking about this? Is this something that is going to be where minority groups are basically going to have immunity in Australia? That's kind of what I'm getting from this. And again, I'm not for hate speech. Like, if you listen to anything I say, I will have very controversial opinions. But I still hold the right to be able to call somebody out who's a part of a group. And at the same time, somebody else should be able to call me out. Maybe somebody doesn't like that I'm not like a Anglo-Australian and I'm holding these views. And you know what? I might disagree with that, but they should still be allowed to comment on the fact that I'm an Australian who has Sri Lankan ethnic origins. I don't see why this should be considered serious harm. Because if me or my group or any groups that I identify with are doing something that is actually going to damage the way of life in Australia, is going to damage what we have in Australia, then why should I be above the law? Why should I get special status? And this is where I truly believe that free speech will include what some people consider to be hate speech. But that is part of having free speech. You can't have one without the other. So this, I'm putting up my red shoe again. This is a absolute red flag. Now, if we go to part D, intentionally inflicted physical injury to an individual in Australia. Okay, this is probably the only one that I think is sensible. If somebody is saying something, like if I'm saying, oh, go and harm this person, like go and beat up this person, then that's serious harm, right? But everything else that I've read, so points A, B, and C, basically limit physical speech. So if somebody was out there saying, oh, we should go and harm Hassie. So if somebody was saying, let's kill Hassie for his views, sure. But this is already the law, I would assume. So this is probably the only sensible thing I've read so far. So if somebody's making communications to go and physically harm somebody, then great. That's serious harm. But everything else I've read is an absolute red flag so far. So A, B, C, and D. A, B, and C are red flags. D makes sense, but it's interesting given the context that it's been included here. And then if we go to E, imminent damage to critical service infrastructure or disruption of emergency services. All right, so disruption of emergency services, this makes sense. So if somebody's telling you to bloody block an ambulance, damage to critical infrastructure. Okay, so this seems good, but we need to have a definition of critical infrastructure and disruption to emergency services. So what is considered an emergency service? Is this simply your police, ambulance, fire brigade? And what is critical infrastructure? If, and apologies, I've just got a bit of a lump in my throat. I've been going for a while now, but very important that we keep reading through this. We're on page 19 of 73 pages, so we're going to keep going. But I'd be curious to know, what is critical infrastructure? Could critical infrastructure be anything that is used to limit the movement of the population? Could it be critical infrastructure to, I don't know, to determine what's mis and disinformation? So if somebody was trying to, having not been able to repeal this legislation through legal means, through Parliament, what's critical infrastructure and what are emergency services? So at a high level, I think this makes sense. Critical infrastructure, from what I would understand it to be, was if somebody was going to cause harm to, let's say, Warragamba Dam, if somebody wanted to bomb the dam, or if somebody wanted to stop an ambulance from getting somewhere, this makes complete sense. But I think we'd need some more clarification here of damage to critical infrastructure or disruption to emergency services. I think with the Americans, the way that their constitution is set up always comes down to the idea that your government can become authoritarian, so individuals should have power to fight against that. I think in Australia, we don't really have that whole idea. It doesn't really exist. So D and E, from the looks of it, seem to be fairly reasonable. If somebody's causing physical harm to an individual in Australia, or somebody's going to damage critical infrastructure or emergency services, I think D and E are okay. A, B, and C, so far, I do not like. They're red flags. And let's read number F. Imminent harm to the Australian economy, including harm to public confidence in the banking system or financial markets. Okay, this one is an absolute bloody red flag. So this is Schedule 14, meaning of serious harm, and this is subclause F. Imminent harm to the Australian economy, including harm to the public confidence in the banking system or financial markets. So if you were to forecast a recession or question the government's inflation figures, which people have done, and if you want to question the methodology by which the government has disseminated information about the success of the Australian economy, if you wanted to take this into question, then that could be considered to be harming public confidence in the financial markets. So this is a huge red flag because this shuts down debate on the Australian economy. It shuts down if somebody was to, again, if you had a whistleblower who came out and they gave us information about the banking system, they could be considered to be seriously harming Australia. And this is very concerning. So what this looks like is this is actually protecting the big dogs, both in Parliament and the big financial institutions, our banks, our super funds, anyone who undermines public confidence in the banking system or financial markets. So this is extremely worrying. And because this prevents people from having debate in the public domain about what is the state of the Australian economy. And if you say something that goes in contradiction to what the government or a big institution has said, if you're a whistleblower, could you simply be silenced, censored, because what you have said is mis or disinformation? Okay, and then there's this extra part. So they've given us, for the purpose, serious harm is A, B, C, D, E, F. So the only two which I think are partially sensible are D and E. That has significance and far-reaching consequences for the Australian community or a segment of the Australian community, or severe consequences for an individual in Australia. So I'm putting my little red shoe up again. I do not like this at all. This is absolutely... So if something has severe consequences for an individual in Australia, and clearly the government is going to have the choice to determine which individuals are taken seriously or not. And so if the minister believes that people rallying against this bill, for example, has serious consequences, or what does serious consequences for the minister mean? So I happen to be a citizen of Australia who votes in the federal electorate of Greenway, and Greenway just happens to be Michelle Rowland's electorate. So Michelle Rowland is the Minister of Parliament, the Member of Parliament in the lower house for Greenway. And she's the Minister for Communications. And so, hypothetically, let's say that everyone who has come out against this bill results in Michelle Rowland, right, the Labour Minister for Greenway, a very safe Labour seat, and it really... And look, I voted for Michelle in the past. And I was so hurt and disappointed when I saw this legislation being tabled by her on the 12th of September in Parliament. I was extremely disappointed to see Michelle, somebody who I thought was working for the community, but clearly not. She clearly does not care about the freedom of speech of people who live in Greenway. So people like myself who live in the electorate of Greenway. She does not care about us. She does not care about the freedom of speech of Australians at large. So if me and everybody else who is disseminating information to make sure this bill does not go through Parliament, hypothetically, if this bill had gone through and there was another bill in the future which we did not want to go through Parliament, and if that led to Michelle Rowland not being re-elected, right? So if that's the serious consequence for an individual, does that mean that this is now serious harm under this act and that this media can basically be censored? And so this is a gigantic red flag. And like I was saying before, when we were looking at Section C of serious harm, vilification of a group, right? If we're talking about vilification of a group, then are we just creating protected species who are going to be immune from criticism in the Australian community? So I do not like this at all. The only reasonable thing that I've read in Schedule 14, meaning of serious harm, is potentially D and E. Everything else worries me, it greatly concerns me. So that has significant and far-reaching consequences for the Australian community or a segment of the community. So does this mean if the banking sector in Australia they're a segment of our community. If there are serious consequences for them, does this mean this is serious harm? And clearly, you can see where this bill is going. And this is extremely dangerous. So if you're watching this right now, it doesn't matter whether you're watching this live or you're watching this later, read this bill, read this particular section. Serious harm, it is a gigantic red flag. I am not happy. I'm not happy, and I feel very betrayed by my own elected representative for Greenway, Michelle Rowland, the Minister for Communications. She has betrayed the Australian people. And even if this bill does not go through, from what I've read so far, she has betrayed us. And she needs to be held accountable at the next federal election. I do not want Greenway, the seat that I am from, so which is kind of the northwest region in Sydney, I do not want Greenway to be taken for granted again. We have been a safe seat for too long, and our own member for Parliament, who also happens to be the Minister for Communications, Michelle Rowland, she's taken us for granted. I'm not happy with this at all. So let's keep reading. Schedule 15, Meaning of Inauthentic Behavior. For the purposes of this schedule, dissemination of content on a digital service involves inauthentic behavior if the dissemination uses an automated system in a way that is reasonably likely to mislead an end user about the matter covered by subclause 2. We'll have to read subclause 2. Or there are grounds to suspect the dissemination is part of a coordinated action that is reasonably likely to mislead an end user about a matter covered by subclause 2. Okay, so if a dissemination is part of a coordinated action. So let's keep reading. What's subclause 2? Let's get to it. So C, there are grounds to suspect that the dissemination uses an arrangement for the following purpose of avoiding action by the provider of the digital service to comply with this act or another law, or enforce compliance with the terms of use for the digital service, or the content is disseminated in circumstances specified in the digital platform rules. So, subclause 2, this was important. For the purpose of paragraphs 1a and b, the matters are as follow. The identity, purpose, or origin of the person disseminating the content, the popularity of the content on the digital service, the motive or intention of an end user. So what does that mean, of an end user? Is that the person receiving the content or the person making the content? The source or origin of the content. And this is really important. There are grounds to suspect the dissemination is part of a coordinated action, likely to mislead. So again, as we've been reading so far, there is what is misinformation, right? That can be determined by the government. We still don't know what that means yet. It's something that is reasonably verifiable to be false, right? And has an authoritative tone, or is disseminated in an authoritative manner. And so if it is reasonably likely to mislead an end user about the matter covered in subclause 2, okay, so the end user seems to be the person receiving the communications. But what does it mean if it's part of a coordinated action? So imagine for this bill, there are members of the Australian public who are coordinating to make sure we make submissions to the Senate committee that is going to be debating the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, right? The amendment. So if that is considered a coordinated action and the government believes that we're trying to mislead somebody, this could be construed to be inauthentic behavior. Huge red flag. This concerns me big time. So if the government believes that me and a group of people that are all trying to achieve a particular goal, and if we might believe what we are doing to be true, in which case I do believe that what I'm doing right now is protecting Australian free speech. But let's say this bill was passed through the Senate and was made law in Australia by royal assent. Then if the government believed that I was trying to mislead you into thinking that I am trying to protect free speech today, then this can be considered inauthentic behavior. So I'm putting my red flag shoe up because this concerns me. So that's very worrying. Now let's get to Schedule 16, meaning of excluded dissemination. For the purposes of this schedule, the following are excluded dissemination. Dissemination of content that would reasonably be regarded as parody or satire, which is fine, because parody and satire are very important parts of the way that we talk about issues. So great. So if we can reasonably state that content is parody or satire, then that's excluded. I think that's very reasonable. Dissemination of professional news content. This is where I'm raising my red flag shoe. What we're basically saying, if something is professional news content, the legacy media is going to be exempt from these rules. If something is professional news content, then that can be mis or disinformation. That's really interesting. So A is fine, parody and satire, super important part of the way that we communicate issues in our modern world. But if something is professional news content, that's an excluded dissemination. So basically, the big media companies, the legacy media, can lie to me, and they're going to be excluded from these laws. So we can see already who this is trying to protect. We're trying to already create protections for minority groups, and that's not bad in its own right, but no one in Australia should be above public criticism. No one should be above public criticism. We saw earlier that there are going to be protections for banks and financial institutions, and also the government's own economic departments. So if anyone wants to question the economic outlook, if anyone wants to even forecast a recession, that's going to be an issue. And now we're seeing here in excluded dissemination that professional news content is going to be excluded. So the legacy media is going to be protected, and that is a gigantic red flag. Now we see here the reasonable dissemination of content for any academic, artistic, scientific, or religious purpose. So if you're a research institution, artistic is interesting. So if I could classify everything I do to be artistic, I guess I could say whatever I want. If it's scientific or religious, then it's going to be excluded. So we all know that you can have issues in any of these domains, be it academia, in the art world, in science, in religion. And these are all going to be excluded from disinformation laws. So they're clearly creating a class of citizens or a class of people in Australia who are going to be subject to these laws, and we're creating a class of people who are not going to be subject to these laws. Red flag. I've raised my red shoe. 2. For the purpose of the schedule, professional news content is news content produced by a person who produces and publishes online news content in any of the following formats: a newspaper, magazine, television program or channel, a radio program or channel, a website or part of a website, a program of audio, visual, animated or otherwise, or audio-visual content designed to be distributed over the internet, and is subject to any of the following. Great. So just by reading this, without section B, I would have automatically thought that me being on YouTube or my podcast could be excluded. But I don't think that's going to be the case, because it's the intersection of A and B, and is subject to any of the following: the rules of the Australian Press Council Standards of Practice or the Independent Media Council Code of Conduct, the rules of the Commercial Television Industry Code of Practice, the Commercial Radio Code of Practice, or the Subscription Broadcast Television Code of Practice. 3 rules of the Code of Practice mentioned in paragraph 8, schedule, 1E of the Australian Broadcasting Corporation Act 1983, or paragraph 10, 1J of the Special Broadcasting Service Act 1991. Rules or internal editorial standards that are analogous to the rules mentioned in subparagraph I1 to 3 of this paragraph, to the extent they relate to the provision of quality journalism. and rules specified for the purposes of this paragraph in the digital platform rules, and has editorial independence from the subjects of the person's news coverage. So this is clearly going to be professional and legacy media. This is going to be the big dogs. What podcaster is going to be making sure their podcast is in accordance to all these standards? It's probably not going to happen. So you can kind of see what's happening. It's anything that is legacy media is going to be excluded from these mis and disinformation laws, but the existing big dogs, you, the small guy, who wants to get his message out there, his or her message out there, you're going to be excluded from doing this. You're going to be subject to these mis and disinformation laws. Basically, they do not want you creating content on these digital communications platforms which goes in contravention of what the government determines to be mis and disinformation. Basically, the government's saying it's very hard for us to control what you are saying on these digital communications platforms, but it's very easy for us to control what the legacy media is telling you. So they simply want to cut their work out. For the purposes of this schedule, news content is content that reports, investigates, or explains any of the following: issues or events that are relevant in engaging persons in public debate and in informing democratic decision-making. Current issues or events of public significance for persons at a local, regional, national, or international level. Current issues or events of interest to persons. Okay, so this is just basically telling us what news content is. Division 2, transparency. Subdivision A, publication. Schedule 17. Digital communications platform provider must public information. Okay, so this is like transparency rules. So what I get a gist, and we'll read through this is the government telling us, if this bill is passed, what these digital communications platform providers are going to have to provide the government. What information are they going to have to make available to the public and to the government? So making information available to the public. 1. A digital communications platform provider of a digital communications platform must ensure that the following information is accessible to the public on its website and to end users of the platform. A report that meets the requirements, if any, prescribed by the digital platform rules on the outcomes of an assessment by the provider of risks relating to misinformation and disinformation on the platform, including 1. Risks arising from the design of functioning of the platform and risks arising from the use of the platform by end users. So basically, these companies are going to have to provide a report. So they're going to have to do this risk assessment of misinformation and disinformation on their platform. And either the platform's current policy in relation to misinformation and disinformation on the platform, or information on the provider's current policy approach in relation to misinformation and disinformation on the platform. So basically, the government is going to require that these platforms provide risk assessment and then the policies used to mitigate mis and disinformation, and a current media literacy plan for the platform, and information other than the source code specified in the digital platform rules. So they're not going to ask for how the platform works, but they are going to ask for any other information. If the provider updates its assessment of risk relating to mis and disinformation on the platform, paragraph 1A applies in relation to the most recent assessment. Okay. However, subclause 1 does not apply in relation to protected information or personal information within the meaning of the Privacy Act 1988. Any information the disclosure of which the provider reasonably considers might cause a significant security vulnerability for the platform or increase misinformation or disinformation. That's interesting. Making information available to the ACMA, so the Australian Communications and Media Authority. If a digital communications platform provider of a digital communications platform fails to comply with subclause 1 or would have failed to comply with subclause 1 if subclause 3 were disregarded in relation to a particular information, the provider must give ACMA within 30 days after the failure a copy of the information and a statement of the reason why the provider has not ensured the information is accessible to the public on its website and to the end users of the platform. Without limiting subclause 4, the provider may notify the ACMA that the information contains protected information. The notice must identify which information is protected and explain why. Limitations apply to the publication of protected information under Clause 38, see Clauses 39 and 40. Okay, so we're going to have to keep reading. So 6 subclauses 1 and 4 are civil penalty provisions. Boy, this is hard to keep talking and reading, but this is something we've got to do. Like I said before, our politicians, especially my own minister, member for Greenway, Michelle Rowland, is relying on the citizens of Greenway and the citizens of Australia to remain uninformed about this bill. They do not want us reading this. They want to pass this through Parliament, and they want to do it very quickly. Like I said at the start of this live stream, they have only given 1 week for us to provide our submissions to the Senate committee that is going to debate the combating mis- and disinformation bills. And this is going to end on the Monday, the 30th of September. So please get your submissions in by then. The links are in the description. So let's continue. Civil penalty provisions. Yep, subclause 1 and 4 are civil penalty provisions. Okay. 18. Remedial directions. Contravention of the requirement to publish information. This information applies if the ACMA is satisfied that a digital communications platform provider has contravened or is contravening subclause 17.1 or 4. So 17.1 is... Yep. Okay, so if they've contravened this, or they're in contravention, so if they fail to comply, okay, the ACMA may provide the provider a written direction requiring the provider to take specified action directed towards ensuring that the provider does not contravene subclause 17.1 or 4 or is unlikely to contravene subclause 17.1 or 4 in the future. Okay, so these aren't schedules, they are subclauses. That is good to know. So as we keep reading, a digital communications platform provider must not contravene a direction under subclause 2. Subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. Okay, interesting. Subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. Great. So what they're saying is they can basically ask the digital communications media provider to take some action if they are in contravention of subclause 17.1 and 17.4. So 17.4 fails to comply with subclause 1. And subclause 1 is... they fail to provide a report about the risks of mis- and disinformation, and they fail to provide the current policies, media plans, media literacy plans. So if they fail to provide this stuff, the government can ask them within 60 days to provide this, or the ACMA specifically. Okay, a digital communication platform must not contravene a direction under subclause 2, and subclause 3 is the civil penalty provision. Okay. So let's keep reading. Subdivision B, risk management. 19. The ACMA may make digital platform rules in relation to risk management. The digital platform rules may provide digital communications platform providers to update their assessment of risks relating to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms. They provide at times and in circumstances specified in the rules and those risk assessments to cover specified matters, and digital communications platform providers have to have management plans for risks related to misinformation, disinformation on digital communications platforms, and those risk management plans to be prepared at times or in the circumstances specified in the rules, and those risk management plans to state the steps, if any, being taken by digital communications platform providers in relation to the risks identified by providers or specified in the rules. Okay, so it's basically requiring them to take actions. So they've got to have actions in place as part of their risk assessments if something is mis or disinformation. So how can they shut down? How can they get that mis and disinformation off their platforms? Clearly, from what I'm reading, this is hinting that the platforms need to have some sort of actions in place to make sure they're not further disseminating or preventing the dissemination of mis or disinformation. So let's look at 20, which is subclause compliance with digital platform rules regarding risk management. A digital communications platform provider must not contravene digital platform rules made for the purpose of subclause 19. And so any rules regarding this, about risk management, must not contravene. And subclause 1 is a civil penalty provision. That's interesting. What was subclause 1 again? Sorry, so this is schedule 1, and then if we go to subclause 1, let's rewind. Subclause 1, civil penalties. We were on 18 before. I think I've got to keep going back. So what was subclause 1 referring to? I think that's all the way at the top. So if we go all the way back to subclause 1, the schedule 1, definitions. Okay. So I'm guessing it's this simplified outline. That's what they were talking about. So let me jump back to where we were. Okay. If the provider updates its assessment of risks relating to the mis and disinformation on the platform, paragraph 1A applies in relation to the most recent assessment. I think we already read this, so maybe I've skipped it. Oh, that's right. Making information available to ACMA. Okay, if a digital communication platform provider of a digital communication platform failed to comply, must provide within 60 days a copy of the information, a statement of the reason. So they've got to provide within 60 days a copy of any information requested and the reason why the provider has not ensured the information is accessible to the public on its website and to end users on the platform. Without limiting subclause 4, the provider may notify ACMA that the information contains protected information. The notice must identify... So I did read through this one. There we are. Remedial actions. Remedial actions, contravention of the requirement to publish information. This clause applies if ACMA is satisfied that a digital communications platform provider has contravened or contravening subclause 17. The ACMA may give the provider a written direction, requiring them to take specified action as per subclause 17.14. I feel like I did read this. Communications platform provider must not contravene a direction under subclause 2, and subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. So I think a lot of this, it looks very repetitive, but it is trying to be specific in a very vague way. Okay, subdivision B, risk management. 19, ACMA may make digital platform rules in relation to risk management. The digital platform may be required, rules may require digital platform, communication platform to update their assessment of risks relating to mis and disinformation on digital communications platform they provide at times and in circumstances specified in the rules, and those risk assessments to cover specified matters. And C, digital communications platform providers to have a management plan for risks relating to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms, and those risk management plans to be prepared at times or in circumstances specified in the rules, and those risk management plans to keep and to state the steps, if any, being taken by digital communications platform providers in relation to risks identified by providers or specified in the rules. So with these risk management plans, these governments need to basically, not government, sorry, I got distracted. Those risk management plans need to state the steps the platform is going to take to deal with them. Are platforms going to have to censor information? As part of their risk management strategy, are they going to have to determine who's doing misinformation and who's doing disinformation? So that is, it's going to be a bit interesting, because I'm not 100% sure how this is going to work, because they're going to have steps. So this is potentially a question mark, but are these platforms going to be required to remove communications that people have made onto the platform? So my question is, are people who use these digital communications platforms going to be censored as per the rules and required steps that the platforms are going to have to abide by as part of their mis and disinformation risk management plans? So 20. Compliance with digital platform rules regarding risk management. A digital communications platform provider must not contravene digital platform rules made for the purpose of Clause 19. Subclause 1 is a civil penalty provision. Okay, so we see this a lot, civil penalty provision. 21. Remedial directions, contravention of digital platform rules regarding risk management. This clause applies if ACMA is satisfied that a digital communications platform provider has contravened or is contravening digital platform rules made for the purpose of Clause 19. The ACMA may give the provider written direction requiring the provider to take specified action directed towards ensuring that the provider does not contravene the digital platform rules made for the purpose of Clause 19 or is unlikely to contravene those rules in the future. A digital platform communications provider must not contravene a direction under Subclause 2. Subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. So there are clearly going to be some civil penalties based on this, so there are already provisions for it. So Subdivision C, a media literacy plan. Now, we did hear about these media literacy plans, so let's figure out what exactly a media literacy plan is. 22, right? Media literacy plans. ACMA may make digital platform rules in relation to media literacy plan. The digital platform rules may require digital communications platforms they provide at times or in circumstances specified in the rules and those media literacy plans to state the media literacy tools being used by the digital communications platform providers in relation to risks identified by providers or specified in the rules, and digital communications platform providers to give the ACMA assessments of the effectiveness of those media literacy tools. So I'm holding up my red shoe. And the reason I'm holding up my red shoe this time, my red flag shoe, which I'm going to raise every time something worries me, is we already have a lot, and this is on a very different note. So we've already spoken and gone through about some of the free speech and censorship implications of this bill. But what this sounds like is a lot of regulatory overhead for these digital media platforms. And it sounds like there's going to be a lot of public servants who are then going to be on the other side of this doing the ACMA assessments to give, to evaluate the effectiveness of these media literacy tools. So it sounds like the government is creating a lot of busy work. Now, is this the best use of our taxpayers' money? So there's many reasons why I'm in opposition for this bill. The biggest one is, of course, free speech. And we've already gone through many points in the bill where the definitions of serious harm, where the lack of definition for mis and disinformation is something to be concerned about. And also, if we look at the excluded disseminations, that was also something to be concerned about, because there are clearly provisions for the legacy media and for branches of academia, science, and religion to be excluded from these mis and disinformation laws. So I'm already very concerned, but everything that I'm reading here just sounds like a lot of bureaucratic overhead that the government is going to have to take care of. And that, again, is really just going to support the ACMA, so the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which is an unelected body. It is a government department to censor speech and communications in Australia. So this is not great. 23. Compliance with digital platform rules regarding media literacy plan. A digital communications platform provider must not contravene digital platform rules made for the purposes of Clause 22. Subclause 1 is the civil penalty provision. So there's a lot of civil penalty provisions. So if you don't obey, there can be civil penalties. I'm just going to have a very quick stretch because it has been almost 2 hours of me reading this bill, and we are at page 23 out of 73. I think we're about to hit 24 soon. So we've been reading for a very long time. 24. Remedial directions. Contravention of digital platform rules regarding media literacy plan. This clause applies if the ACMA is satisfied that a digital communications provider has contravened or is contravening digital platform rules made for clause 20 made for the purpose of clause 22. So the previous clause. The ACMA may give the provider a written direction requiring that the provider take specified action towards ensuring that the provider does not contravene digital platform rules made for the provision of clause 22 or is unlikely to contravene those rules in the future. A digital communications platform provider must not contravene a direction under subclause 2. Subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. Interesting. So must not contravene. This is a civil penalty provision by the looks of it. Subdivision D, complaints. 25. The ACMA may make digital platform rules in relation to complaints and dispute handling. The digital platform rules may provide for or in relation to complaints and dispute handling processes for misinformation complaints. Without limiting subclause 1, digital platform rules may require the following: digital communications platform providers to implement and maintain complaints and dispute handling processes for misinformation complaints. Complaints and dispute handling processes for misinformation complaints to comply with minimum standards. Publication or provision to the ACMA of information regarding complaints and dispute handling processes for misinformation complaints and for misinformation complaints and responses to misinformation complaints. That was a mouthful. So basically this is talking about the process of, and I might have disappeared for a while. This is talking about how that is. Let me just take a look at this. Right now, what have I done? Sorry, and I keep minimizing my screens, which makes this very hard. And you guys probably saw that as well because I disappeared for a bit, which is not what we want happening right now. So back to reading this bill. You can see how they've written this. It's very verbose, which is kind of the way the law is. But at the same time, the fact that they want to steamroll this through Parliament without us having a read is very worrying. Okay, so without limiting subclause 1, yeah, so they've got to have some sort of complaint handling process, but basically, from the looks of it, we can have a system where, yeah, this is concerning. This is very concerning because what I'm seeing here is anyone can hand in complaints, which seems reasonable, right? Because I understand the intention of legislation like this. The intention of legislation like this is to ensure that you don't have mis or disinformation. The problem is, what is misinformation and what is disinformation, and whose responsibility is it to be the arbiter of truth? So the idea of a complaint, while this seems very reasonable, is again more administrative overhead. And is this the role of our government? So I'm gonna raise my red shoe again. Is it the role of our government to determine what is misinformation and disinformation? So we've clearly got a complaints and dispute handling process, responses to misinformation complaints. However, so 3. However, digital platform rules made for the purposes of this clause must not require a digital communications platform provider of a digital communications platform to publish protected information, personal information, with the meaning of the Privacy Act 1988, or any other information the disclosure of which the provider reasonably considers might cause a significant security vulnerability for the platform or increase mis- or disinformation. 26. Compliance with digital platform rules regarding complaints and dispute handling. A digital communications platform provider must not contravene digital platforms rules made for the purposes of Clause 25. So compliance with platform rules regarding complaints and dispute handling. Subclause 1 is a civil penalty provision. Okay, so we see this word a lot, civil penalty provision. So I'm guessing these are all things where if they fail to abide by this, then that's a civil penalty. So basically, the government is not only going to censor this, they are going to be applying civil penalties. So I'm waving my shoe, my red shoe. That's when I'm concerned. I hold up the red shoe. It's my red flag today. 27. Remedial directions, contravention of digital platform rules regarding complaints and dispute handling. And this clause applies if the ACMA is satisfied that a digital communications platform provider has contravened or is contravening digital platform rules made for the purposes of Clause 25. The ACMA may give the provider a written direction requiring the provider to take specified action directed towards ensuring that the provider does not contravene digital platform rules made for the purpose of Clause 25 or is unlikely to contravene those rules in the future. A digital communications platform provider must not contravene a direction under Subclause 2. Subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. Okay, so you might have remembered earlier when I saw this kind of Subclause X is a civil penalty provision, really it just refers to this is a civil penalty provision. So I was going up and looking for something specifically up top. But now I can understand from reading this, having read this many times, that should a platform provider not abide by what is said here, then this is a civil penalty provision. So they can have some sort of civil penalty brought against them if they do not handle their complaints and handle disputes as per in a way that the ACMA is satisfied. And so again, this is like really high level. This is very high level. And this seems like more regulatory control for the government to not only determine what is misinformation and disinformation, but to also force companies to comply with the government's definitions of mis and disinformation and what is considered to be serious harm. So let's read subdivision E, miscellaneous. And I think for whatever reason, the number I'm at on the PDF is not actually accurate, but I can see from the side we're probably about 1/3 of the way through, which is good. We're getting somewhere. So we're looking at Schedule 1 main amendments. So subdivision E, miscellaneous. 28. Delayed start of requirements in this division. Subdivisions A to D do not apply in relation to a digital communications platform provider until the end of the period of 6 months starting on the day this schedule commences. Okay, so clearly what this is saying is that if this becomes a bill that is part of if this becomes a real bill, if this becomes something that is passed by Parliament, then what we're saying here is there is going to be a 6-month leeway for all these platforms to come up to speed. There is probably going to be a lot of administrative work with ACMA having these new laws that they need to adhere to. So what we're basically saying is there's a 6-month delay. I think that like that is that enough time? Is that too little time? And what's interesting, I think, about the 6-month period is, when does the government want this to go into action? And realistically, how long is it going to take for this bill to pass? So hypothetically, let's say this bill is passed by December 2024, which is an absolute reality. There is absolutely enough time for this bill to be passed by December 2024. That would mean, so if it gets passed by the end of December 2024, then in the new year, by the 6th month, so 6 months into the new year, so basically when we get to the end of financial year, when we get to July, pretty much after June 30, these rules are going to have to be in place. So what the government is actually saying is these mis- and disinformation laws are going to potentially be in force before the next election. So this is not legislation that has been taken to the Australian people in an election. This is something that our current government, the Labor government, and that Michelle Rowland, my member of Parliament for Greenway, what they are trying to do is get these mis- and disinformation laws in place before the next general election. And the next federal election is due to take place after, sometime in the second half of 2025. So just by reading this, this is clear that this is legislation that the government wants passed before the next election. And so are the incumbents trying to actually, are they actually subverting our democracy and free speech in contravention to some of the provisions, the clause about serious harm? Is this bill actually going to harm our electoral process? So I am raising my red shoe, because I do not like the fact that they want this bill to go into action, and all the digital communications platform providers to be enacting this bill before the next election. So this is very worrying. I think that the delayed start requirements looks like the government is absolutely trying to speedroll this before the next election. So I'm not happy with 28. 29 exemptions from this division. Subdivisions A to D, which I think we're going to read in Division 3 information, do not apply in relation to a digital communications platform specified in the digital platform rules as exempt from this division. Okay, let's read. So record keeping and reporting. ACMA may make digital platform rules in relation to records. The digital platform rules may require digital communication platform providers to make and retain records relating to the following: mis- or disinformation on digital communications platforms, measures implemented by digital communications platform providers to prevent or respond to misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms, including the effectiveness of the measures. Before the ACMA makes a digital platform rule, for the purposes of this clause, the ACMA must consider the privacy of end users, of the digital communications platforms to which the rule relates, and whether the rule is required for the performance of ACMA's functions under paragraph 10, 1, MB, MC, MD, ME, MF, MG, or Q of the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act of 2005. Okay. Digital platform rules made for the purposes of this clause must not require digital communications platform providers to make or retain records of the contents of private messages or the contents of VoIP communications. Okay, so this was one of my questions I had earlier when we were reading through some of the definitions. I wrote down, are our private communications going to be exempt? And digital platform rules made for the purposes of this clause must not require digital platform providers to make or retain records of the contents of private messages or the contents of VoIP communications. So this is actually one of the more promising things I've read. Overall, I'm disappointed by this legislation, but it's clear that our private messages are indeed going to be protected. which is one of the questions I had when I started reading this, and I am happy to see this here. So if I send a private message to somebody, and we're going to have to double check what the definition of private messages were, then that's going to be protected. And if I'm on a Skype call with you, or a Teams call, or Discord, or any of these mediums where we're using a voice over internet protocol communications, then a VoIP, then this is also going to be, they're not going to be required to make or retain records. So this, I think, is a good thing. This is probably one of the good things that I read as I'm reading through this bill. Like I said, I'm calling out my red flags when I raise my red shoe, but if I see something that I think is sensible, it's there. But at the same time, it doesn't matter if there's one sensible thing in here if the rest of it is complete dog shit. So let's keep reading. Digital platform rules may specify the manner and form in which digital records are to be made. Digital platform rules may specify the period for which records are to be retained. Reporting. Digital platform rules may also require digital communications platform providers to prepare reports consisting of information contained in the records. Digital platform rules may also require digital communications providers to give any or all of the reports to ACMA. Digital platform rules may specify the manner and form in which reports are to be prepared. Digital platform rules may provide for the preparation of reports as and when required by ACMA, or the preparation of periodic reports relating to such regular intervals as are specified in the rules. So everything I've read just in the last few, I guess you'd call these subclauses, is basically a very large administrative burden, talking about the fact that ACMA, the Australian Communications Media Authority, is basically going to be able to request information on misinformation in formats that they require. It seems like a lot of work, both for the government body that's going to be processing it and requesting this information, and also on the side of these companies who provide digital platforms. So it is something that just seems like a lot of bureaucracy to me. And I'm somebody who has previously worked in government bureaucracies, so I've literally lived this, and it just doesn't look good so far. Now let's keep reading. 9. Digital platform rules may require or permit a report prepared in accordance with rules to be given to the ACMA in accordance with specified software requirements and specified authentication requirements on a specified kind of data processing device within means of the Telecommunications Act 1997, or by way of a specified kind of electronic transmission. Source code and protected information. Let's continue. Digital platform rules must not require digital communication platforms providers to prepare reports containing source code. So clearly this is for the protection of the companies. They're not going to have to provide the source code that they use to actually deliver those services. So this is fairly normal. It's probably intended not to completely scare the crap out of these kind of digital platforms, because they are already going to have to hand over their information regarding risk management plans and complaint handling and mis and disinformation. So they're going to have to lodge these communications. But I guess asking them to hand over their source code is going to be a bit too much. And I guess that's going to cause uproar amongst the tech community, who has been quite silent about this particular bill and legislation. So I guess those protections are there to make sure that the government is not looking at any intellectual property, the source code, with regards to how these platforms operate, but to also give some sort of reassurance to them. Okay, let's keep reading. 11. A digital communications platform provider may notify the ACMA that information in a report required by the digital platform rules to be given to the ACMA is protected information. The notice must identify which information is protected information and explain why. Note, limitations apply to the publication of protected information under Clause 38. See Clauses 39 and 40. So relationship with information gathering powers. This is interesting. This report does not limit Clause 33 or 34, which are about the general information gathering powers, or ACMA. Okay, so it doesn't limit the existing information gathering powers of ACMA, which must mean that in some other legislation or in the broader act, ACMA has more powers than what is stated here. So this doesn't inherently limit that. 31. Compliance with digital platform rules regarding records and reports. A digital communications platform provider must not contravene digital platform rules made for the purposes of Clause 30. Subclause 1 is a civil penalty provision. 32. Remedial directions. So, yeah, must not contravene. Yeah, it's basically saying you've got to abide by the rules. Remedial directions, contravention of digital platform rules regarding records and reports. This clause applies if the ACMA is satisfied that a digital communications platform provider has contravened or is contravening digital platform rules made for the purposes of Clause 30. The ACMA may give the provider a written direction requiring the provider to take specified action directed towards ensuring that the provider does not contravene digital platform rules made for the purposes of Clause 30 or is unlikely to contravene those rules in the future. A digital platform provider must not contravene a direction under Subclause 2, for Subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. Okay, let's keep going. Let's just see where we are. Okay, so we're on page 31. That's where we actually are. So we're on 31 out of 47. So we're going well. Okay, subdivision. Subdivision B, information gathering. 33. ACMA may obtain information and documents from digital communications platform providers. Okay, this is really interesting. So subdivision B is going to talk about what powers ACMA has regarding to these digital communications platform providers and how much information they can get from them and how they can get that information. So let's see, scope. This clause applies to the digital communications platform provider if the ACMA has reasonable grounds to believe that the provider has information or a document other than source code that is relevant to any of the following matters. 1. Misinformation or disinformation on the platform, measures implemented by the provider to prevent or respond to misinformation or disinformation on the platform, including the effectiveness of the measures, and the ACMA considers that it requires the information. The ACMA considers that it requires the information or document for the performance of ACMA's function under 10, 1, MB, MC, MD, ME, MF, MG, or Q of the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act of 2017. So a lot of this, you can see there's a lot of common parallels. They're really covering their bases here. ACMA may require information or documents. The ACMA may, by written notice given to the provider, require the provider to give the ACMA within the period and in manner and form specified in the notice any such information, or B, to produce to the ACMA within a period and in the manner specified by the notice and such documents, or C, to make copies of any such document and to produce to the ACMA within the period in that manner specified in the notice those copies. Okay, so ACMA can provide a notice and the provider must provide all documents in the manner that's specified in the notice. Look, I've worked in departments where, for other reasons, private companies have had to submit documentation, and it doesn't always work out well. It's a very bureaucratic and very challenging system, especially when you have multiple service providers. Maybe how Google runs its social media platforms, be it commenting on YouTube, or how X, or formerly Twitter, runs its complaint processes, you're probably going to get inconsistent results. I mean, this is a lot of bureaucracy. I understand the intent of this legislation, at least what it's saying here. It's saying that if we detect mis or disinformation, we want to, when we provide you a notice, you should provide us any of these documents in the way that we want them. But it doesn't always work that way in reality. It's a lot of work for the companies. It is a lot of work for the public servants who are going to be working on this. So, however, a notice cannot require a person to give information or produce a document or copy that would reveal the content of a private message sent by an end user of the platform other than a... Okay, this is interesting. Other than a private message... other than a private message relating to the internal operations of the platform sent by an employee of or person of providing services to the provider, or the content of a VoIP communication by an end user of the platform, and in brackets, this is the exclusion, other than a VoIP communication relating to the internal operations of the platform by an employee of or person providing services to the provider. Okay, so this is super interesting. Basically, it's saying that if you're just an end user of a platform, then your private messages or VoIP communications are going to be safe. But if you're an employee, let's say I'm working, so I'm a software engineer. So if I took up a contract for one of these companies, and as a result of me working, I had a communication with that company, the government can seize those private communications and VoIP communications. So I'm not sure how I actually feel about this in regards to reporting on mis and disinformation. So if you're an employee working at one of these companies, your internal communications are no longer protected. And remember, there were exclusions to this law. So if you are working at a legacy media company and you are exempt and you are not considered a digital service, or the minister has made it very clear that you are not going to be a digital service that these rules apply to, you do not need to worry about this. But if you work for a platform that, I mean, ideally, in an ideal world, wants to have free speech or wants to support free speech, which there isn't really any platform that does this. X kind of gets close, but even Elon has people he needs to bend the knee to, right? Which is deeply problematic in its own way. But if you're part of a platform which is subject to these rules and you're an employee, then your private communications, employee to employee, or your VoIP communications can be accessed by officials at ACMA. So that can be a request that they make. So I'm going to raise my little red flag shoe here by reading this. So in general, if you're an end user, your private communications are safe. But if you work for the company or you are providing services to the company, then your private communications or your VoIP communications aren't protected. So previously, I thought all private communications and VoIP communications were protected, but if they're internal employee communications, then they are not protected. So if you are a company, if you're a company listening to this and you are in the media business and you do not have the protections of the government, you should be concerned, because anything your employees are saying can be used, at least from my interpretation, from reading this, because if we let's read that again. So the notice cannot require a person to give information or produce a document or copy that would reveal a private message or a VoIP communication, but look at the exclusion. Other than a private message relating to the internal operations of the platform sent by an employee of or the person providing services to the provider. Right? You see that again with the VoIP communications as well. So I think this is something that hasn't really been talked about in the media yet. But if you're an employee of one of these companies, you should be well aware that if you say something in a message to another one of your employees, to one of your colleagues, or you're a service provider and you're contracting to one of these companies, then what you say can be requested. Your private communications can be requested by ACMA, the Australian Communication Media Authority, should this bill pass the Senate. So this is, I'm holding my red shoe because this is a red flag. This is a red flag. Let's keep going. Okay, 4. A digital communications platform provider must comply with a requirement under subclause 2. Protected information. A digital communications platform provider may notify the ACMA that information given or a document or copy produced under this clause contains protected information. The notice must identify which information is protected information and explain why. Note, limitations apply to the publication of protected information under Clause 38, see Clauses 39 and 40. So civil penalty provision. Okay, this is the interesting one. Let's keep reading this one. We're going to talk about civil penalties. Oh, actually, this just looks like the standard civil penalty provisions, which we've been reading as we've been going. 6, subclause 4 is a civil penalty provision. Requirement for notice. A notice given to a digital communications platform provider under subclause 2 must set out the effective subclauses 4 and 6. Paragraphs 72J of this schedule and subsection 205F, subclause 1, civil and penalty orders. Okay, let's keep reading. So we're on 34. ACMA may obtain information and documents from other persons. Scope. This clause applies to a person if the ACMA has reasonable grounds to believe that the person has information or a document other than source code that is relevant to any of the following matters: misinformation or disinformation on a digital communication platform. 2. Measures implemented by a digital communications platform provider to prevent or respond to misinformation or disinformation on a digital communications platform, including the effectiveness of the measures, and the ACMA considers that it requires the information or document for the performance of ACMA's function under paragraph 10, subclause 1 MD of the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act. So ACMA, Australian Communications and Media Authority Act. Okay. So it's basically saying here, ACMA may obtain information and documents from other persons. So basically, if ACMA has grounds to believe that, I think anyone has information regarding misinformation or disinformation on a platform, then they can obtain that information from that person. Paragraph 1A does not apply in relation to information or documents containing relating to content posted by the person on the digital communications platform other than the content posted in the person's capacity. Okay, let's read that slowly. Paragraph 1A does not apply in relation to information or documents relating to content posted by the person on the digital communications platform other than content posted in the person's capacity as a fact checker, content moderator, an employee of the provider of the platform, or a person providing services to the provider of the platform. So let me double check that again. So paragraph 1A does not apply. Okay, so paragraph 1A, this clause applies to a person if ACMA has reasonable grounds that the person has information and measures implemented, right? So if ACMA has reasonable grounds that a person has, so 1A, which is everything here. So if ACMA has reasonable grounds to believe that somebody has information regarding misinformation or disinformation on a digital communications platform, and information on the measures taken by a platform to prevent or respond to that mis or disinformation, then this does not apply to content posted by the person on the digital communication platform other than content posted in the person's capacity, other than content. I'm sorry, my brain has probably stopped working here. I need to read this a few times. Other than content posted in the person's capacity as a fact checker, content moderator, an employee of the provider of the platform, or a person providing services to the provider of the platform. Okay, that's interesting. What do we actually mean here? What do we mean here? And apologies, I've just got to check something on my phone. Okay, coming back to this. So it's saying that if somebody is a fact checker, content moderator, employee of the platform, person providing services, then they're not required to give information if they're one of these people. Paragraph 1A does not apply in relation to content posted by a person other than content posted in the person's capacity. Other than. Okay. So I think what it's saying is if a fact checker, a content moderator, an employee of the platform provider, or a person providing services uses the platform, okay, this makes sense. I had to read that a few times. Okay. What I believe this is saying here, and let me just highlight this for those of you watching this at home. What I believe this is saying here is that previously we knew that if, for example, a person was an employee of the company and they had private communications, or if they had VoIP communications, then those could be requested by ACMA. What this is saying is if the person uses the platform outside of a capacity, official capacity, as a fact checker, content moderator, employee, or person providing services to the platform, then anything they post outside that capacity, this particular clause does not apply. I believe that's what it's saying. So it's saying paragraph 1A does not apply in relation to information or documents relating to content posted by the person on the digital platform other than content posted in the person's capacity as this. So it's saying that only if a person makes communications in their official capacity working for the digital communications provider will that information be able to be pulled as per this particular clause. So that's what that meant. And you can tell I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a layperson reading this because I really did have to do a few takes of this to understand what was happening. And then if we look at number 3, the ACMA may be written, may by written notice given to the person, require the person to give to the ACMA within the period and in the manner and form specified in the notice any such information, or to produce to the ACMA within the period and in the manner specified in the notice any such document, or to see to make copies of any such document and to produce to the ACMA within the period and in manner specified in the notice those copies. Okay, so it's just saying that they've got to, if there's been a request, they've got to provide that information. Number 4, however, a notice cannot require a person to give information or produce a document or copy that would reveal the content of a private message or the content of a VoIP communication. But remember, we were reading further up top, there are exceptions to this. If you are a employee, it says, however, a notice cannot require a person to give information or produce a document or copy that would reveal the content of a private message or the content of a VoIP communication. But let's go back up, because if we were reading here, right, regarding this provision, ACMA may obtain information and documents from digital communication platform providers if an employee or a contractor or somebody providing a service to that digital communications platform uses a private message or has a VoIP communication, then that indeed can be provided. But I guess when they're talking about an individual, so when they're speaking about an individual versus a company, I think that's a distinction between 34 and 33. So ACMA may obtain individuals and documents from other persons. So this is talking about individual persons. But then if we go to up to 33, ACMA may obtain informations and documents from the digital communications platform providers, which means if you're running a company that is a digital platform provider, you will be required to provide documents to ACMA that could include private messages or VoIP communications if it is your employees or contractors or people providing services. However, if ACMA makes a request from you as a private citizen because they believe that you have information, then, for example, we were reading here, if you happen to be employed as a fact checker, content moderator, if you're an employee or you're maybe a software engineer providing services to one of these platforms, you can be provided to you may be required to provide information to ACMA, but in this case, as an individual, if they're reaching out to you, you will not have to provide information on VoIP communications or private messages, as per 4. So let's go to 5. A person to whom a notice is given under subclause 3 must comply with a requirement under subclause 3. Okay, I love this. Okay, let's keep reading, guys. Protected information. A person may identify ACMA that information given or a document or copy produced under this clause contains protected information. The notice must identify which information is protected information and explain why. Note, limitations apply to publication of protected information under clause 38. See clauses 39 and 40. Civil penalty provision. 7 subclause 5 is a civil penalty provision. Requirements for notice. A notice given to a person under subclause 3 must set out the effect of subclauses 5 and 7 and paragraph 72K of this schedule and subsection 205F1 civil penalty orders. So even if you're a person, if you're a private citizen and ACMA has reached out to you with a notice and you fail to comply, there can be civil penalties for doing this. So just so you know, at least from my interpretation, and if some of you are watching this now, or if you happen to be watching this later and you're a lawyer or you're somebody who's more informed about the specific meaning of these particular amendments in Schedule 1, so we're talking about 33 and 34, about having to notify ACMA, please tell us, does this mean that as a private citizen who happens to work for one of these companies, you can be required to provide information to ACMA and be penalized if you don't do so? So that is a potential red flag. And it's not that, and remember, ACMA is not a court. I want everybody here to remember something. ACMA is a unelected government body. It's the Australian Media and Communications Authority. It is not a court of law. So I understand if we are in a court of law, if I am before a judge, if I am before a jury, I will have to bring forward certain information, which I might not have to in other circumstances. But I want everyone to remember that ACMA is an unelected body, and it is likely going to be controlled by the minister. So I'm waving my red flag. This is worrying. This is giving ACMA a lot of powers, and we can see there are civil penalty provisions, but they are civil penalties, right? They're not criminal penalties. But nonetheless, it is giving ACMA more power over companies and over even regular citizens. 35, copying documents. Reasonable compensation. A person is entitled to be paid by the ACMA reasonable compensation for complying with a requirement under paragraph 33 2C or 34 3C. Okay, so if you get a notice, I assume, let's look at 34 because we were just there. So what's 34 3C? 34 3C. Okay, so if a person is required to make copies of documents. So basically they're saying if and that's quite funny because it's not compensating for your time, it's not compensating for you for any of the issues that you're going to face in your life by complying with the ACMA order. But hey, if you had to run down to Officeworks and make a few copies, ACMA will pay you for that. So that's a token payment as far as I'm concerned. But at the very least, if this bill goes through, hold on to your receipts, ladies and gentlemen, because if ACMA comes to you, keep your receipts. You'll at least get some of your money back while they're trying to figure out what's in misinformation and disinformation. 36, copies of documents. The ACMA may inspect a document or copy produced under this subdivision and may make and retain copies of or take and retain extracts from such a document. The ACMA may retain possession of a copy of a document produced in accordance with a requirement covered by paragraph 33 2C or 34 3C, and that's just the copying of documents that ACMA requires as part of the notice that they're going to give you. 37, ACMA may retain documents. The ACMA may take and retain for as long as is necessary possession of a document produced under this subdivision. Let's keep reading. The persons otherwise entitled to possession of the document is entitled to be supplied as soon as practical with a copy certified by ACMA to be a true copy. So the person otherwise entitled to possession of the document is entitled to be supplied as soon as practicable with a copy certified by ACMA to be a true copy. The certified copy must be received in all courts and tribunals as evidence, as if it were the original. Okay. So the certified copy must be received in all courts and tribunals as evidence as if it were the original. So the person otherwise entitled to possession of the document is entitled to have a certified copy, with the copy certified by the ACMA to be a true copy. Okay. I'm mildly concerned here. So is ACMA the only body? The unelected body, ACMA, is that the only body that can determine what's a true copy of a document provided to ACMA? So there doesn't seem to be any auditing going on there. There are no checks and balances from what I've read. And then that certified copy needs to be treated as an original. Now, if we're operating in a good faith system, this is not a problem. But if we are operating in a bad faith system, I'm going to wave my red shoe. Again, if you're somebody with a legal background who understands the implications of this bill going through our Senate and getting the stamp of approval by the Governor General and going by royal assent becoming a amendment to the bill, is this going to be a problem? That's a question I'm going to put out there for those of you who are listening to this, who are lawyers, who do understand how the law works much better than me as a layperson. But as I said, the whole purpose of this is we as lay people cannot give the power of reading our laws that our politicians are trying to ram through Parliament. We can't feign ignorance anymore, and we can't play stupid, we can't be apathetic. Because if just having read through what I've read so far is that our government can't be trusted, and I'm really disappointed by my member for Parliament, Michelle Rowland, who's the Minister for Communications, for having tabled this on the 12th of September 2024 in Parliament, and for Labour for only giving a 1-week consultation period. 1 week, 7 days. And that is such an abysmally short period of time to get opinions from the Australian public. So I'm really disappointed. I'm glad we're reading through this now. So let's see where we are. I feel like I've been reading for a long time. We're on 35, so we're kind of getting to the halfway point, which is good. And let's keep going. Okay, and until a certified copy is supplied, the ACMA must at such times and places as the ACMA thinks appropriate permit the person and otherwise entitled to possession of the document or a person authorized by that person to inspect and make copies of or take extracts from the document. So is this person the person who has been provided the notice, or is this somebody who works for ACMA? So I think this is the person who possesses the document. So this is good. This, I would assume, hints at checks and balances, but I'm not very confident by reading paragraph 2, because it says the person with the certified copy by the ACMA. So the ACMA is the only body that can determine whether something is a true document. So subdivision C, publishing information. Publishing information on a site. Okay, subdivision C, publishing information. 38, publication on website. The ACMA may publish information on its website relating to the following: misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms, measures implemented. I like this word. The ACMA may publish information on its website relating to the following: misinformation or disinformation of digital communications platforms and measures implemented by the digital communications platform providers to prevent or respond to misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms, including the effectiveness of the measures. Do you know why I'm gonna put the word? This could have potentially been a green flag, but I'm holding my shoe here because right now I think this is a bit of a red flag. The reason I think this is a red flag is this bill, or this amendment to the bill, doesn't actually require ACMA to publish all the information, which means they don't have to tell us what they are considering to be mis or disinformation on the platforms or the measures that those platforms are taking, which means this censorship could be happening without us, the Australian public, knowing what measures have been taken by ACMA and the companies required to comply with the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Amendments 2024. So they are not required to actually tell us what they are doing and how they are censoring the information. Because it's one thing if they're actually going through and censoring this information, but then telling us what's being censored. But from what I'm reading here, they're not actually obligated. ACMA as a body is not actually obligated to tell us. Remember, I'm going to highlight this very important word here. They may publish. This is a very important distinction. They're not required to publish. When ACMA sends you a notice, you are required to provide information or face civil penalties. But in this case, ACMA is not obligated to publish information. So that is a little bit worrying. They're not actually. This is optional for the actual body that's going to be determining what's misinformation, what's disinformation, and figuring out how these things work. So like this is mildly concerning. Mildly concerning. Okay, let's keep reading. The information may relate to a particular digital communications platform or digital communications platform provider, or be a class of digital communications platforms or digital communications platform providers, plural, or C, a digital communications platform provider or digital communication platform providers. Okay, so it's like they're kind of going through tranches of who this will potentially apply to. Okay, so 3. The information may may include information that was obtained by the ACMA under paragraph 17, 4B, or subdivision D of division 2, or C, this division. This is so interesting because when it was talking about transparency, the companies that are actually going to have to abide by these rules, and the individuals who are going to have to abide by these rules have no option. But when it's talking about ACMA actually publishing what it is censoring, what is being censored from Australians on these digital communications platforms, they are not actually required. They're not obligated to provide the information they're requiring from everybody else. So this is like the way I see this is a lack, especially paragraph 1, right? 38, publication on website. The word may, which it's one word, but it when you put something into law, one word can make a world of difference, right? One word can absolutely make a world of difference. And this is very concerning that ACMA is not going to be obligated to actually show us, to actually show us and let us know what they are doing to censor our communications. So note, the ACMA is subject to requirements in the Privacy Act 1988 relating to the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information. I just need to take a breather and another drink of water. This is challenging, but as I said, this is important that we're doing this today, because if we, the people of Australia, and in my case, somebody who is in Michelle Rowland, Member of Parliament for Greenway, somebody who's in her electorate, then people need to know what their minister, and all Australians need to know what their Minister for Communications is trying to ram through Parliament along with the rest of the government. And it is, from what I've gathered so far, it is an absolute threat. It is an absolute threat to our free speech. So I'm concerned. I'm very, very concerned, but let's keep going. Okay. So protected information. I'm going to have to zoom out again. All right. How is that looking? There we go. If the ACMA is satisfied that information is protected information, the ACMA must not publish the information under Clause 38 unless the information is already in the public domain or the information is required to be disclosed under a law of the Commonwealth, a state, or territory, or the ACMA obtains consent to the publication from, if the information is a trade secret, the owner of the trade secret, or in any other case, the owner of the information. 40. Publication processes in relation to protected information. This clause applies if the ACMA proposes to publish information under Clause 38 that relates to a digital communications platform of a digital communications platform provider, or a digital communications platform provider, and B, the ACMA has been notified that the information is protected information. 2. The ACMA must give the provider written notice, A, stating that the ACMA is proposing to publish information and inviting the provider to make submissions to the ACMA in relation to the proposal within 30 days after the notice is given. After the end of 30 days, ACMA must decide whether or not to publish the information under Clause 38. So 38, again, that's this one, publication on the website. So it's up to ACMA. It's very clear that ACMA doesn't actually have to publish this information. So it could be protected information, but from what I'm seeing is the ACMA must give the provider a written notice. So if the ACMA wants to publish something, they've got to let the provider know they're going to publish it. They can also invite the publisher to make a submission to ACMA regarding whether that should be made public. But at the end of the day, ACMA must decide whether or not to publish the information. But the important thing is, even if the provider was, hypothetically, if I was running a social media company and ACMA said I had to buy these mis and disinformation codes, which meant I had to either prevent disinformation and misinformation on my platform, or I had to send logs to ACMA of misinformation and disinformation. And let's say I actually wanted ACMA to publish it, because I wanted the general public, the Australian public, to have information of how ACMA is forcing me to run my business and forcing me to censor free speech, then ACMA isn't actually required to publish that information. So even if I did, as a company providing these services, want ACMA to put that information up there so the Australian public can see very transparently, where something is, not a trade secret or protected by privacy protections. But if I genuinely wanted ACMA to publish something, just so my customers, people using my platform, can understand how ACMA is affecting the dissemination of any information on the platform, they're not actually obligated to do that. So it's a very one-way. It is a very one-way system. Okay. Let us keep reading. Okay, the ACMA must provide the provider a written notice. Yep, after 30 days, they've got their intent to notice. In deciding whether or not to publish the information, the ACMA must consider any submissions made by the provider in accordance with the notice. And apologies, I think I may have dropped out of the stream for a bit. I am using my hotel's Wi-Fi, which is actually quite good, but nonetheless, I'm running everything in an environment that is very foreign to me off a single laptop. So we're going to try and do our best here. If the ACMA decides to publish the information, the ACMA must not publish the information before the end of the 30-day period after it gives the provider written notice of its decision. So 41, relationship with Part 7A of the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act. So again, that's what ACMA stands for. It's a unelected body, the Australian Communications and Media Authority. Okay, so the fact that we're giving this unelected body so much power, I'm holding up my red shoe because this is a red flag. Okay, Division 4. Misinformation codes and standards. Misinformation standards. Okay, this is interesting. So earlier at the top, when we were going through some of the definitions, we did come across this term that ACMA would determine what a misinformation code or standard is. But remember, there was a red flag from before that even if there isn't a defined code for mis or disinformation, or for these misinformation codes, the minister can intervene at any point if they think something is urgent or going to cause serious harm to the Australian public. And again, when we were looking at the definition of what's serious harm, some of these go against the general values of free speech. I think they create protected minorities, because even though technically everyone in Australia applies to the group, if we know how anything generally goes, it will be used against the majority. It will be used against people who want to rely less on the government, and it will be used to protect people who are very dependent on the government. And really, I don't even think it's helping those people in the grand scheme of things. Because if you shut down debate, if you shut down free debate using these laws, if you shut down civil debate, where people can use their words, where people can communicate, where people can hold two different opinions, and you reduce people's ability to do that, what means are left for people to have debate? And this is a very dangerous path I think this bill is taking us down, because that's when you have things like violence. When you suppress people's ability to talk about an issue because, it's going to affect this minority or that group, then you, by shutting down civil debate in a public sphere, you open the door for violence, and that's an even worse outcome. And I really have to question if the governments actually want people to become violent, because then they can easily control that. Like, it's a big question mark up there. Why does the government want to kill civil debate on these issues? It is 100% a huge concern, because these laws are not just happening in Australia. These laws are just not just happening in Australia. Laws similar to this are being passed all over the Western world. So this is all very dangerous, and let's keep reading about these codes. Division 4, Misinformation Codes and Misinformation Standards. Subdivision A, Interpretation. Section 42, Sections of the Digital Platform Industry. 1. For purposes of this schedule, sections of the digital platform industry are to be ascertained in accordance with this clause. For the purpose of this schedule, each of the following groups is a section of the digital platform industry. A. Digital communications platform providers who provide connective media services. Digital platform providers who provide content aggregation services. Digital communication providers who provide internet search engine services. And D. Digital communication providers who provide media sharing services. Okay, that's interesting, right? Again, we see search engines coming up there. So will you, again, we had a comment earlier in the live chat that are we going to have a future where the government determines what we can search for and what information comes up when we search for something? So this is a very slippery slope, this legislation. For the digital platform rules may provide that persons who provide a kind of digital communications platform constitute a section of the digital platform industry for the purposes of this schedule. 5. The section of digital platform industry must be identified in the digital platform rules by a unique name and or number. Digital platform rules made for the purposes of subclause 4 have effect accordingly. 7. Sections of the digital platform industry provided by digital platform rules under subclause 4 need not be mutually exclusive and may consist of aggregate or any two or more sections of the digital platform industry mentioned in subclause 2 or 3 or provided under subclause 4. And C. May be subsets of a section of the digital platform industry mentioned in subclause 2 or 3 or provided under subclause 4. Subclause 7 does not, by implication, limit subclause 4. Okay, so this is simply telling us who this is going to apply to. Okay, let's read 43. Okay, and we've hit the halfway mark, so we are doing well. (43) Participants in a section of the digital platform industry. For the purposes of this schedule, if a digital communications platform provider is a member of a group that constitutes a section of the digital platform industry, the provider is a participant in that section of the digital platform industry. Subdivision B, general principles relating to misinformation codes and misinformation standards. 44. Examples of matter that may be dealt with by misinformation codes and misinformation standards. Okay, so this is going to tell us what the codes actually deal with. This clause sets out examples of matters that may be dealt with by misinformation codes and misinformation standards. The applicability of a particular example will depend on which section of the digital platform industry is involved. 3, the examples are as follows. Preventing or responding. So this isn't just about responding to misinformation. It's actually about preventing what the government might consider to be mis and disinformation. So if the government decides that a particular viewpoint that goes in contradiction to our banking sector, into public health orders, just imagine whistleblowers in any of these industries coming forward. This is by default going to be construed as misinformation. So this is really interesting. But continue. Preventing or responding to mis or disinformation on digital platforms. So I want to see these examples, and hopefully these are good examples. So using technology to prevent or respond to misinformation. Okay. So the examples are as follows. Preventing or responding to misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms. B, using technology to prevent or respond to misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms. Preventing or responding to misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms that constitutes an act of foreign interference within the meaning of the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act. So look, this is probably the only one that I think is reasonable. If you have very clear foreign interference, absolutely. But like I was saying before, and I've made podcasts on this before, we basically fundamentally already have foreign lobbyists working in our government. They should really deal with that whilst dealing with this. But I'm more concerned about the impact of this legislation on Australian citizens and people who are part of our democracy than I am on the impacts on foreign actors. Because it's much easier to deal with foreign actors if somebody is a foreign actor and they're interfering with Australia. Are they going to care about Australian law in the first place? Now, this is above our jurisdiction. So I think this is the most reasonable thing here, preventing foreign interference. But like I said, we already have lobbyists in Parliament who do represent foreign governments and make sure our tax money is funding wars that we don't really need to be involved in. Because our politicians should be looking after people in Australia first. Okay, preventing advertising involving misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms. Okay, which is interesting. I saw earlier that activities relating to advertising were exempt, but it's good to see that at least, even though everything I've read so far has left me incredibly disappointed with this bill and with my own member of parliament, who, as I said, I have voted for in the past before. And so when I saw this, I realized that can no longer be the case, and we do need change in the federal seat of Greenway. Because if you're a resident of Greenway and you value your ability to speak freely on digital platforms, which, let's be honest, that's how we do it, that's the world we live in. If you don't want legacy media to have more control over what you hear, then this is legislation which you absolutely should be speaking up about. Remember, you have until September 30th to make a submission, so check the description. Check the description and submit something. So using technology to, preventing advertising involving misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms, preventing monetization of misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms, supporting fact-checking. I mean, if you think of something like X, they've already introduced community notes to allow people to comment on whether any post is true or not. So that's the organization's almost self-moderating to the issue of mis and disinformation. And now we're going to have the government getting involved as well, which is an extra layer of bureaucracy, which we I really don't think we need, and nor do I want it. And everything I'm reading is just, this bill really is disgusting. And like I said, I picked up maybe kind of 2 or 3 really tiny points which I thought was sensible, but they're sensible things in a heap of bullshit, which is going to influence and reduce our ability to speak freely. It's going to give ACMA, an unelected body, more power. It's going to give the minister more power to determine what is right speech and what is wrong speech. We're heading into 1984. That's what I can get. Okay, so to support fact-checking, allowing end users to detect and report misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms, giving information to end users about the source of political or issues-based advertisements. So is this saying you can't have differences in political opinion? Because one thing I've noticed in going through this whole process is that there's a lot of people out there who I don't necessarily agree with. There's a lot of parliamentarians who I don't necessarily agree with. We hold different viewpoints. But on the issue of this bill, I agree with them. Why? Because I believe in an Australia where we can hold different opinions. And my member for parliament, Michelle Rowland, Member of Parliament for the federal seat, federal electorate of Greenway, Minister for Communications, who tabled the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation 2024 amendment to an existing bill, right? Who tabled this on the 12th of September 2024, and the Labour government that's trying to steamroll this. And honestly, the Liberals aren't saying much either. There's maybe 1 or 2 Liberal senators who are speaking out about this. I think I saw Matt Canavan say something about the fact that this bill is a significant dampener on our freedoms. I mean, dampener is an understatement. It's absolutely removing our liberties, and it's giving the government way too much power. We're going to be dealing with the tyranny if more laws like this go through. And remember, if a law like this goes through, it's going to be easier for the government to bring in more draconian laws. Why? Because you're going to be stopped from talking about it. So is this really to stop political dissent? And remember, when we looked at the delay of the schedule, if this bill gets through and if it becomes law by the end of the year, then it is going to be in force before the next election. And that is something you should consider. Labour is trying to get this through. The current government is trying to get this legislation through before their next election. They're not taking it to the Australian people. They've only made a 1-week consultation period. So I'm not very happy with this. So policies and procedures for receiving and handling reports and complaints from end users, giving end users and others information about misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms, including management of misinformation or disinformation on digital communication platforms, giving end users and others information about authoritative content and factual information on digital communications platforms, and improving the media literacy of end users. Limitation: private messages. ACMA must not approve a code or part of a code or determine a standard under this division that contains requirements relating to the contents of private messages or encryption of private messages. And it's going to say the same thing for VoIP. Limitation: VoIP communications. The ACMA must not approve a code or part of a code or determine a standard under this division that contains requirements relating to VoIP communications. And the thing is, we've already seen, because we already spoke about this earlier before, it's clear that the private messages and VoIP communications for end users of the platforms are safe. But the question remains, because we went through this. If you go back earlier, I think it was maybe section 34 or 33, there is an exception for if a private message or VoIP communication is from an employee of the digital media communications provider or a third party working for them. Sorry, like a contractor. So what does this mean? Is this a blanket limitation, or does what I read further up in the bill still apply? So if you are an employee of one of these companies, can your private messages and VoIP communications still be requested by ACMA? So subdivision C, misinformation codes. 47, approval of codes. Scope. If this code clause applies, this clause applies if A, the ACMA is satisfied that a body or association that represents a particular section of the digital platform industry, and B, that body or association develops a code that applies to participants in that section of the digital communication, the digital platform industry, and deals with one or more matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms by those participants. And C, the body or association gives copy of the code to ACMA, and D, the ACMA is satisfied that the code or part of the code requires participants in that section of the digital platform industry to implement measures to prevent or respond to misinformation and disinformation on the platforms, enables assessment of compliance with the measures, and is reasonably appropriate and adapted to achieving the purpose of providing adequate protection for the Australian community. Are we really protecting Australians here? I mean, everything I've been reading so far looks like it's designed to protect the government. It looks like it's designed to protect both the elected government and the non-elected government in terms of our public service. It looks like it's designed to protect banks and financial institutions. It looks like it's designed to protect, highly likely, it's designed like looks like it's designed to prevent discussion and debate relating to anyone who comes from a protected minority group. Which is problematic because, yes, people can be hateful, but again, it's two sides of a coin. You can't have free speech if you ban a certain section of speech. It just goes with it. And so it's very dangerous. I don't think this is protecting the Australian community. I think this is this bill is going to cause serious harm to the Australian community. So that is, everything this is saying, I almost feel like this is a doublespeak, where it is, the bill says one thing, but we've been reading the bill so far, we're halfway through. Maybe you disagree with my interpretations of readings, but at least from what I am reading, this is almost like doublespeak. This is not protecting the Australian community. In fact, it is highly likely to cause serious harm. So let's keep reading. For the protection of the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on the platforms, and 4 goes no further than reasonably necessary to provide that protection. Oh, what does that mean? You've already defined serious harm. What's a reasonable measure to stop that? E, the ACMA is satisfied before giving the copy of the code to the ACMA, the body or association published a draft code and invited members of the public to make submissions to the body or association about the draft within a specific period. But is this going to be steamrolled? Like, for example, this bill has only been given a 1-week consultation period before it goes to the Senate committee that's going to debate this bill and decide whether it should go to the Governor General and become law in Australia. The government only gave us 1 week. So when they bring these mis and disinformation codes up, are they going to steamroll this? Are they actually going to let the public know what they're going to decide is mis and disinformation? So this is, I'm going to say this is the red flag again, because this bill is so open-ended. It is not actually telling us what is mis and disinformation. It is saying that a body called ACMA will have the privileges to work with these industry bodies to determine what these misinformation codes are, and the public will have a period to make submissions regarding this process. And if we're learning anything from how the submission processes are working and the limited period that the government is giving us, this is a red flag. I am not happy with this. And so the body or association gave consideration to any submissions that were received from members of the public within that period. And F, the ACMA is satisfied that before giving the copy of the code to ACMA, 1, the body or association published a draft of the code and invited participants of that section of the digital platform industry to make submission to the body or association about the draft within a specified period, and the body or association gave consideration to any submissions that were received from participants in that section of the digital platform industry within that period, and the ACMA is satisfied that at least one body or association that represents the interests of the consumers has been consulted about the development of the code. It's saying that they're going to do all this industry consultation, but what does this actually mean? Like, what does that actually mean? Are we, how safe is this? Like, how serious is this consultation process going to be? And is it going to be a joke like the consultation process for this very bill that is going to give the minister and going to give ACMA, an unelected body, more authority about to censor our speech, to determine what is misinformation and disinformation? And all we need to do is rewind back to COVID, or rewind to the government's current economic messaging that everything's hunky-dory, that we're not in a recession, even though we have been in a per capita recession. There are many things that are going to be considered misinformation because they're going to go against a public health order. They're going to be viewed as vilifying a community when really it could simply be civil discussion. And like I said, I should not be free from criticism. You should not be free from criticism. That is part of what makes our democracy great. And these are values we really need to strive to protect. And unfortunately, this bill proposed by my member for parliament, Michelle Rowland of Greenway, somebody who I voted for in the past, leaves me very betrayed. It leaves me betrayed that my member for parliament felt that they could go ahead and push this through, or try to push this through. And maybe that's because Greenway is such a safe seat. It is such a safe Labour seat. They think they can take us for granted. They can take us for granted, and they can run whatever the hell they want because they're going to have their jobs when the next federal election comes. And like I said, I voted for Michelle in the past, and I'm very, very disappointed by this bill. And by the way, the government is trying to steamroll it into a law. Very, very unhappy with the way this has been tabled, with the length of the consultation process. This is not good at all. So period for making statements, a period specified under subparagraph 1E1 or 1F1 must run for at least 30 days. Approval of codes, so they're saying at least 30 days, which ironically, that's really funny. I actually love... Okay, this is one of the slightly better things, 30 days, but I just want to note the irony, and I'm raising my shoe now, not because of the 30-day notice period, but this is ironic because the consultation period that the Labour government has given and that Michelle has put in place for the Australian public to comment on the Combating Mis and Disinformation Bill 2024 is 7 days. They have given us 7 days for public consultation to the Senate committee that's going to debate this. They've only given us 7 days to provide submissions that the senators will then be able to consider. But they're saying that for these misinformation codes, you're going to have 30 days. That is very hypocritical. I'm very unhappy about how this process has been run. That's just a red flag for hypocrisy. Approval of codes. The ACMA may be, by written notice, given to the body or association approve the code or part of the code. The approval of a code is not a legislative instrument. If the instrument approves part of a misinformation code, this schedule has effect as if the code were a misinformation code. Approved code is a legislative instrument. A misinformation code approved by the ACMA is a legislative instrument. For the purposes of the Legislation Act 2003, the ACMA is the rulemaker for a misinformation code approved under this division. The ACMA is the rulemaker. A unelected body, an unelected government body is the rulemaker for the misinformation code that is determined under this division, and the approved code is a legislative instrument. So you're going to have an unelected body that is going to be able to make laws. Read this. Right? Misinformation code approved by ACMA is a legislative instrument. Did you read that right? A government body is going to be able to make legislative instruments without going through Parliament. This is not good. Again, maybe a more seasoned lawyer can tell me that I'm being stupid. But as a layperson reading this, this is a gigantic red flag. So I am raising my red shoe because I am not happy with what I am reading. That is not good at all. 48. ACMA may request codes. If ACMA is satisfied that a body or association represents a particular section of the digital platform industry, the ACMA may, by written notice given to the body or association, request the body or association to develop a code that applies to participants in that section of the digital platform industry and deals with one or more specified matters relating to the operation of the digital communications platform by those participants, and give ACMA a copy of the code within the period specified in the notice. Okay. So what's this? Let me just read what the topic was again. If ACMA may request codes, so right, they're getting the body to develop code, association to develop a code that applies to the participants in the section of the digital platform industry and deals with one or more of the specified matters relating to the operation of those participants, and may give ACMA a copy of the code within the period specified. Okay. So the period specified in the notice under subclause 1 must run for at least 120 days. So again, this is more time, again, than what the government is giving us to actually take this law into public consideration. So it's 120 days. So 3, ACMA must not make a request under subclause 1 in relation to the digital platform industry unless ACMA is satisfied that the development of the code is necessary in order to prevent or respond to misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms of participants in that section of the digital platform industry, or to address systematic issues in relation to misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms of participants in that section of the digital platform industry, and B, in the absence of the request, it is unlikely that the code would be developed within a reasonable period. So 4, the ACMA may vary a notice under subclause 1 by extending the period specified in the notice. Subclause 4, ACMA does not, by implication, test the limit of subclause 33.3 of the Acts Interpretation Act 1901. A notice under subclause 1 may specify indicative targets for achieving progress in the development of the code. For example, a target of 90 days to develop a preliminary draft of the code. Okay, so this is more bureaucracy for the companies that are going to have to self-regulate. But remember, there are also going to be organizations who aren't subject to this. So it really does seem like a way to trample the little guys. Anyone who's doing independent media, which doesn't fall in under the definition of professional news media, and anyone on a digital communications platform is going to be affected by this. 49. Publication of notice where no body or association represents a section of the digital platform industry. If the ACMA is satisfied that a particular section of the digital platform industry is not represented by a body or association, the ACMA may publish a notice on its website stating that if such a body or association were to come in, states that if a certain body or association were to come into existence within a specified period, the ACMA would be likely to give a notice to that body or association under subclause 48.1, and B, setting out the matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms that would be likely to be specified in the clause 48.1 notice. The specified period is a notice under subclause 1 that must run for at least 60 days. 50. Variations of misinformation codes. Scope. 1. If this clause applies if a misinformation code is approved under this division and the code applies to the participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry, and deals with one or more matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms by those participants, and C, the body or association that developed gives the code a draft variation of the code to the ACMA, the Australian Communications Media Authority. The ACMA is satisfied that the code as proposed to be varied, 1, requires participants in that section of the digital platform industry to implement measures to prevent or respond to misinformation or disinformation on platforms, and 2, enables assessment of compliance with the measures, and 3, is reasonably appropriate and adapted to achieving the purpose of providing adequate protection for the Australian community every now and then. It is rather entertaining. It's quite funny every time I see this. So it's the whole double think, because I feel like everything that is said here, and we've seen this multiple times, it almost goes against the spirit of this bill when you look at everything else we've read. When you look at everything else we've read, this is not great. And then if we go to 4, goes no further than reasonably necessary to provide that protection. And like, what does that mean? So if the government has determined, and you look at the words, if somebody is commenting on the state of the Australian economy, and the government believes this is going to cause serious harm, then if it's serious harm, the word serious harm. So if you're a whistleblower, if you're commenting on economic statistics, and you're publishing data which goes in contradiction to the government's point of view, and that data might very well be true, but it might implement the stability of the financial system, because let's say you have a negative signal come out, that will cause the markets to respond to that. That will cause investors to respond to that. But if you're somebody putting that out there, and that's determined as serious harm, what is the reasonable... It's concerning. It is very concerning. E. Except in a case where the draft variation is of a minor nature, the ACMA is satisfied that before giving the draft variation to the ACMA, 1, the body or association published the draft variation on its website and invite members of the public to make submissions to the body or association about the draft variation within a specified period. And 2, the body or association gave consideration to any submissions that were received from members of the public within that period. F, except in the case where the draft variation is of a minor nature, the ACMA is satisfied that before giving the draft variation to ACMA, the body or association published the draft variation on its website and invited participants in that section of the digital platform industry to make submissions to the body or association about the draft variation within a specified body, and the body or association gave consideration to any submissions that were received from participants in the section of the digital platform industry within that period. And G, except in a case where the draft variation is of a minor nature, the ACMA is satisfied that at least one body or association that represents the interests of consumers has been consulted about the development of the draft variation. So we can see here, with these draft variations, with the exception of if it's minor in nature. So again, red flag. What's the definition? How many minor variations that don't have to go to the actual public, right? So how many minor variations that don't have to go to members of the public or don't have to go to the industry bodies can be made without these consultations, and how many of those minor variations then adds up to a major variation? So is this something that could be circumvented? I'm raising my shoe. So what is a minor variation? I'll put that down as one of my notes. Okay. And G, except in the case of where a draft variation is of a minor nature. Again, minor nature, we don't know what that is. The ACMA is satisfied that at least one body or association that represents the interests of consumers has been consulted about the development of the draft variation. Periods for making submission. A period specified under subparagraph 1E1 or 1F1 must run for at least 30 days. Again, longer than the period of time that we've been given to submit our own feedback regarding this bill. So approval of variation. The ACMA, so I'm going to jot down those days, so 30 for public, and I think it was 120 for industry. The ACMA may, by written notice given to the body or association, approve the draft variation. For the draft variation and the approval of the draft variation are not legislative instruments, of course, only once approved. If ACMA approves the draft variation, the ACMA must, by legislative accordingly. Okay, so it says the ACMA must, by legislative instrument, vary the code accordingly. So what legislative instrument is that? We also have like 60-day notice periods. Just going to jot these down. Because I remember reading somewhere. Approved code is legislative instrument. So once it's approved, it's legislative instrument. So a misinformation code approved by ACMA is a legislative instrument. Okay, that's what we had up there. And then if we come back, approval of a variation. Okay, so this is only for variations. Right, so if somebody's varying, ACMA must, by legislative instrument. So this is a bit different to the approval of the original codes. The approval of the variation, ACMA must, by legislative instrument, vary the codes. I'm not 100% sure how to interpret that one, so maybe somebody who has legal knowledge can comment on this one here, which is Section 50, Variation of Misinformation Codes, and the section regarding the approval of a variation, Part 5. So 51, revocation of misinformation codes and provision of misinformation codes. The ACMA may, by legislative instrument, revoke a misinformation code or provision a misinformation code. If the ACMA revokes a provision of a misinformation code, this schedule has effect in relation to the things occurring after the revocation, as if the code did not include the provision. This is, I love this one. I'm only raising my red shoe because I find this quite funny. We're being told misinformation and disinformation is a very concrete thing, that there is only one source of truth. So why would you have provisions to revoke a misinformation code? It's just very interesting. I think the general premise that these things are done, sometimes it makes me smile. And look, this is a very dry document to read. We've been going for over 3.5 hours now, and when I see things like this, it makes me giggle a little bit, and not in a good way. Of course, this is a very important topic. This affects every Australian and our ability to hold different opinions and speak freely on digital platforms. So this is simply very funny, the idea that misinformation codes can be revoked. And it's just very interesting, because if ACMA is responsible for determining what is misinformation and disinformation, and this is the truth, and that's the whole purpose of all of this legislation, of making the combating misinformation and disinformation bill, and the government knows best, and the government will tell us what it is, and they'll make these misinformation codes. Why would you need to have a provision to revoke it? Does not make sense. It just does not make sense. It's very silly. It did make me giggle, but this is an incredibly serious topic. Okay, let's keep going. Compliance with the approved misinformation code. 1. If a misinformation code approved under this division that applies to participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry is in force, and B, a digital communications platform provider is a participant in that section of the digital platform industry, the provider must comply with the code. Okay, we've seen this a lot as we've been reading this. Subclause 1 is a civil penalty provision. So there are going to be civil penalties for this. And so 3, an application for a civil penalty order for a of this clause must not be made under section 205F unless before the contravention the ACMA issues a formal warning to the person under clause 74 in relation to any contravention of subclause 1 of this clause. So basically what we can see here, it's we're going to give you a warning, but if you don't take that warning, then we're going to apply civil penalties. Contravention of this applies if a misinformation code approved under this division that applies to participants in a particular section of the digital. B, a digital communications platform provider is a participant in that section of the digital platform industry, and C, the ACMA is satisfied that the provider has contravened or is contravening the code. 2, the ACMA may give the provider a written direction requiring the provider to take specified action directed towards ensuring that the provider does not contravene the code or is unlikely to contravene the code in the future. A digital communication platform provider must not contravene a direction under subclause 2. Civil penalty provision for subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. Cool. We knew that one was going to come. Subdivision D, misinformation standards. 54, limitation in relation to freedom of political communication. Okay, so this is slightly more promising. This is trying to maybe ease our concerns about how this isn't going to apply to political discourse. So it's a concern I raised earlier, and let's see if this bill actually is going to look after us. So it says the ACMA must not determine a standard under this division that deals with one or more matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms unless the ACMA is satisfied that the standard is reasonably appropriate and adapted to achieving the purpose of providing adequate protection for the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on the platforms, and goes no further than to reasonably provide that protection. Okay, but we're still talking about serious harm, and remember all the problems that we had with that definition. 55. So what did this even say? Limitation in, because I realize we're going to a new section now, but it says here, limitation in relation to freedom of political communication. Must not determine a standard that deals with one or more matters. Okay, note, an assessment, this is interesting. An assessment of whether a standard is compatible with human rights must be prepared and included in the exploratory statement for the section. See Section 9 of the Human Rights Parliamentary Scrutiny Act and Section 15J of the Legislation Act 2023. So I'm not 100% sure that this is actually telling us how we're going to have freedom of political communication, because we still have the same definition the Australian community contributed to by mis or disinformation that's determined by ACMA, an unelected body, and the minister. So I understand that it has to target upon human rights, and I think that is the big argument for a lot of people talking about this, is it does infringe on our human rights to free speech. But really, this bill is about policing platforms. It's about the government and unelected body having more control over what we can. 55. ACMA may determine standards. Request for a code is not complied with. 1. This clause applies if A, the ACMA has made a request under subclause 48.1 in relation to the development of a code that is to 1. Apply to participants of a particular section of the digital platform industry, and 2. Deal with one or more matters relating to the operation of the digital communications platform by those participants, and B. Any of the following conditions is satisfied. I. The request is not compatible. Is not complied with if the indicative targets for achieving the code were specified in the notice of request, and any of those indicative targets were not met. 3. The request is complied with, but the ACMA subsequently refuses to approve the code. And C. The ACMA is satisfied that it is necessary for the ACMA to determine a standard in relation to that matter or those matters in order to provide adequate protection for the Australian community, again, from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on the platform. So those last 3 sentences, they are definitely not for our benefit, right? That's that's just almost like doublespeak. It's kind of crazy how many times we see that coming up. So the ACMA may, by legislative instrument, determine a standard that applies to participants in that section of the digital platform industry, and calls deals with the ACMA. Let me read that again. 2. The ACMA may, by legislative instrument, determine a standard that applies to the participants of that industry in the digital platform industry, and deals with that matter or those matters. A standard under this subclause is known to be as a misinformation standard. 3. Before determining a standard under this clause, the ACMA must consult the body or association to whom the request mentioned in the paragraph was made. Paragraph 1A was made. 56. ACMA may determine standards no industry body or association formed. This clause applies if the ACMA is satisfied that a particular section of the digital platform industry is not represented by a body or association, and the ACMA has published a notice under subclause 49.1 relating to that section of the digital platform industry, and C. That notice 1 states that if such a body or association were to come into existence within a particular period, the ACMA would likely give notice to that body or association under subclause 48.1, and 2 sets out under one or more matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms by participants in that section of the digital platform industry, and D. No such body or association comes into existence within that period, and E. The ACMA is satisfied that it was necessary for the ACMA to determine a standard in relation to that matter or those matters in order to provide adequate protection, here we go again, for the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on the platforms. So it's basically saying if no industry body applies, we at ACMA, the unelected body, will determine what the standards are. So I'm giving that one a red flag. Okay, 57. ACMA may determine standards. Total failure of misinformation code. This clause applies if a misinformation code approved under this division that 1 applies to the participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry, and 2 deals with one or more matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms by those participants, has been in force for at least 180 days. Okay, so if misinformation code has been in force for at least 180 days, and the ACMA is satisfied that the code is totally deficient, as defined by subclause 6, and ACMA has given the body or association that developed the code a written notice requesting that deficiencies in the code be addressed within a specified period, and D, that period is satisfied that it is necessary for the ACMA to determine a standard that one, applies to the participants in that section of the digital platform industry, and two, deals with that matter or those matters in order to provide adequate protection for the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation on the platforms. Okay. Deals with one or more matters. So I think what we're trying to say here, or what the bill's trying to say here, that if a code has been in place for 180 days, and ACMA is satisfied that the code is deficient, then they can run a 30-day notice period. Okay, standard. Interesting. I mean, let's keep reading. So they've got to provide a 30-day notice period. The ACMA may, by legislative instrument, determine a standard that applies to participants in that section of the digital platform industry and deals with that matter or those matters. Standard under this subclause is known to be a misinformation standard. If the ACMA is satisfied that a body or association represents that section of the digital platform industry, the ACMA must consult the body or association before determining a standard under subclause 3. The code ceases to be in force on the day in which the standard commences. However, so you can have these codes, and then if there's a total failure, you can have a standard. That's what it's saying. So ACMA may determine standards if you have a total failure of the misinformation code. So from what I'm trying to see here, if you have a code that's in force for 100 and you have a code that's in force for 180 days, and if ACMA has determined that it's a total failure, then it's going to be considered to be totally deficient. Well, if it's totally deficient, then ACMA can bring in a misinformation standard. So what's the difference between a misinformation standard? The ACMA may, by legislative instrument, determine a standard that applies to a section of the digital platform industry and deals with that matter or those matters. A standard under this subclause is known to be a misinformation standard. If the ACMA is satisfied that the body or corporation that represents a section of the digital platform industry, the body or association, before determining apologies. It's hard not to yawn when you're reading all of this. Must consult the body or association before so what ranks higher? Standard versus code. So what is more stringent is my question. Is it a misinformation standard or is it a misinformation code? Still not sure. The code ceases to be in force on the day with the standard commences. However, this subclause does not affect any investigation, proceeding, or remedy in any respect of a contravention occurred before that day. Okay, so then it supersedes the misinformation code, but any investigation that was still happening or any fixes that were still happening for code, that can still be dealt with if it occurred before it comes into place. The code goes out the window. For the purposes of this clause, a misinformation code approved under this division that applies to participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry deals with one or more matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms by one of those participants, or by those participants, is totally deficient if and only if the code is not operating to provide adequate protection for the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on the platforms. Okay, so I always lie. So a code is totally deficient if it's not operating to the standard that's causing harm, serious harm to the Australian community, right? But by mis and disinformation. So like every time I see that, I laugh because it's almost like in record, right? Just saying, if you've been with me for the last, like, where are we at now? We're creeping up to 4 hours. I had enough energy to read this. Like I said before I started, I've been recovering from a viral infection, so I still have a bit of a cough at times. And this has been challenging, but I know this is important because I know the government is trying to steamroll it. We're at page 50, so we're 2/3 of the way there. There's 33% left to go, so let's keep going. I almost feel a little bit lightheaded, but I have been drinking water this whole time. So let's keep reading. 58. ACMA may determine standards partial failure of the misinformation code. Okay, so we were talking about total failure before in section 57. Now we're on to 58, so we're talking about partial failure. This code applies if a misinformation code approved under this division that applies to the participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry and deals with 2 or more matters relating to the operation of the digital communications platform by those participants, has been enforced for at least 180 days. Clause 57 does not apply to the code, and the ACMA is satisfied that the code is deficient as defined by subclause 6 of this clause, to the extent to which the code deals with 1 or more of those matters, the deficient matter or deficient matters, and the ACMA has given the body or association that developed the code a written notice requesting that the deficiencies in the code be addressed within a specified time, and that period end, and the ACMA is satisfied that it is necessary for the ACMA to determine a standard that 1 applies to the participants in that section of the digital platform industry, deals with deficient matter or deficient matters, in order to provide adequate protection for the Australian community from, again, I'm going to say it again, from serious harm caused or contributed to by mis or disinformation on the platforms. Every time I see that, makes me smile. And it's important that I say this now, because if this bill goes through Parliament, I might not get to say this again. And it is part of democracy that if you're a member of Parliament, you should be able to be criticized. That's what I'm doing here. I am calling out my member of Parliament, Michelle Rowland, who has tabled this legislation on the 12th of September, the Combating Mis and Disinformation Bill, right? It's an amendment to an existing act, or to an existing act, and I should be able to have the freedom expression to say this. But if this is deemed in the future to be mis and disinformation, if what I'm doing now is considered to seriously harm the Australian community, or it's considered to be mis and disinformation, I will not be allowed to be able to do something like this in the future. You won't be allowed to do something like this in the future. You will not be allowed to express your opinion, which is why I'm getting out here and doing this today while I can. Because if this all goes to the government's plan, this will have the powers outlined as part of the Combating Mis and Disinformation Bill 2024. So 2. The period specified in the notice period must run for at least 30 days. Notice under paragraph 1D must run for at least 30 days. The 3, the ACMA may, by legislative instrument, determine a standard. All right, it's may, by legislative instrument. So that's saying if they determine a standard, it has to be done by legislative instrument, I would assume, that applies to participants in that section of the digital platform industry and deals with the deficient matter or deficient matters. A standard under the subclause is known to be as a misinformation standard. 4. If the ACMA is satisfied that a body or association represents that section of the digital platform industry, the ACMA must consult the body or association before determining a standard under subclause 3. 5. On and after the day on which to be enforced, to the extent to which it deals with the deficient matter or deficient matters. However, this subclause does not affect the continuing approval, registration, or effect of the remainder of the code or any investigation, proceeding or remedy in respect of a contravention of the code that occurred the day before. So it's very similar to what we were reading before. 6, for the purposes of this clause, a misinformation code approved under this division that A, applies to participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry, and B, deals with 2 or more matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms by those participants. A is deficient to the extent which it deals with a particular one of those matters if and only if, in relation to that matter, the code is not operating, as always, to provide adequate protection for the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on the platforms. So 59, ACMA may determine standards emerging circumstances. So 1, this clause applies if the ACMA is satisfied that A, it is necessary for the ACMA to determine a standard that 1, applies to participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry, and 2, deals with 1 or more matters relating to the operation of digital communications platforms by one of those participants. In order to provide adequate protection for the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on the platforms. There we go. And are exceptional and urgent standards justifying the determination of a standard under this clause, and it is unlikely that a code dealing with the matter that matters or matters could be developed under this division within a reasonable period in the circumstances. So these are like emergency legislation, right? I'm waving my red shoe again, because this is basically saying that if it's emerging circumstances, ACMA can just hustle and push out one of these misinformation standards. So basically they're saying we can do all this consultation, but if we create a sense of urgency, we can push this through. So C, it is unlikely that a code dealing with that matter or matters could be developed, yep, I read this one, under this division within a reasonable period in the circumstances. 2, the ACMA may, by legislative instrument, determine a standard that applies to participants in that section of the digital platform industry and deals with that matter or matters. A standard under this subclause is known as a misinformation standard. 3, if the ACMA is satisfied that a body or association represents that section of the digital platform industry, the ACMA must consult the body or association before determining a standard under subclause 2. Variation of misinformation standards. The ACMA may, by legislative instrument, vary a misinformation standard that applies to participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry. If it is satisfied that it is necessary to do so to provide adequate protection from serious harm caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on digital platforms of those participants. 2, before varying the standard, the ACMA must be satisfied that the standard as varied is reasonably appropriate and adapted to achieving the purpose of providing adequate protection, there we go again, for the Australian community from serious harm caused or contributed to by the misinformation or disinformation on platforms, and B, goes no further than reasonably necessary to provide that protection. 61. Revocation of misinformation standards. The ACMA may, by legislative instrument, revoke a misinformation standard. See? Funny. If this is about truth, and this is about what's determining about what's misinformation and disinformation, why would a code or why would a standard need to be repealed or revoked? Why would it need to be revoked? Just a question I'm putting out there. Why on earth would we need to revoke that standard? Okay, A. A misinformation standard that applies to participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry is in force and B, a digital communications platform provider is a participant in that section of the digital platform industry. The provider must comply with the standard. 2, subclause 1 is a civil penalty provision, of course. Of course. Okay, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a very short break because I have been speaking basically non-stop for the last 4 hours. So I'm going to turn my microphone off and turn my camera off, and I will be back in under 5 minutes. So please keep watching if you're there, and if you're watching this later, skip ahead to where you see my camera come back on. Alrighty, I am back, and let's get going again. Okay, so 63. Remedial directions. Contravention of misinformation standard. Okay, so remedial directions, contravention of misinformation standards. So from what we've read so far, there's like a couple of tranches, and let's interpret that after I finish reading 63 actually. So 1. This clause applies if a misinformation standard that applies to participants in a particular section of the digital platform industry is in force. Okay, so if the standard's in force, and B, a digital communications platform provider is a participant in that section of the digital platform industry. And C, the ACMA is satisfied that the provider has contravened or is contravening the standard. 2, the ACMA may give the provider a written direction requiring the provider to take specified action directed towards ensuring that the provider does not contravene the standard or is unlikely to contravene the standard in the future. 3, a digital communications platform provider must not contravene a direction under subclause 2. And 4, we've seen this again and again, subclause 3 is a civil penalty provision. Okay, so basically from what I can see is if you fail to comply with like a code or a standard, they're all civil penalty provisions everywhere. But it seems to be misinformation code, and then if the code fails, or if there's a total or partial failure, that can be upgraded to what you would call the misinformation standard. And then in this case, a remedial direction. So if digital communications platform provider contravenes the misinformation standards, again, there are remedial directions. And all of these have civil penalties to go with them. So the government will use money and fear to censor our free speech. So like this is, yeah. As I read this, it's definitely concerning. Like I said, I've tried to be as open-minded with this as possible. There are a few things where I pulled out where I'm like, okay, given what it's trying to achieve, that's a good provision. But right now, looking at this, I can't say that I'm that happy. I'm definitely not happy at the moment. So let's keep going here. Subdivision E. Let's go to subdivision E, and apologies, I'm just attending to something on my phone. Here we go. Okay, subdivision E, register of misinformation codes and misinformation standards. 64, ACMA to maintain register of misinformation codes and misinformation standards. The ACMA is to maintain a register in which the ACMA includes A, all misinformation codes approved under this division, and B, all misinformation standards, and C, all requests made under the clause 48, and D, all notices under clause 49. 2, the register is to be maintained by electronic means, and 3, the register is to be made available for inspection on the internet. Okay, so that is good. I like the transparency there. I will say that much. If they are going to make these misinformation standards, which I don't want, because there's so many horrible reasons to have them, if they are going to be maintained and made publicly available, I think this is crucial. The public needs to know what the government is considering misinformation and disinformation. We need to be able to know what these codes and standards are. We can't just abide by things which who on earth, you can't trust everything that's out here. So we need to be able to know what these codes are. So that's important. I will say that's one of the more positive things that I've read so far. But I do recall reading further up top, and let me just see where I am so I can come back to this page. So we're on page 54 at the moment. I definitely remember reading, and maybe I will do a Control F at the moment. I think it was regarding the website. So if we just go to the website here, service harm of the website, part of a website. It was specifically about publication on website. Yeah. So number 38. Let's go back here. And if I go back to number 38, the ACMA may publish information on its website relating to the following. So I remember the word may, so they don't have to. Misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms, and measures implemented by the digital communications platform providers to prevent or respond to misinformation or disinformation codes on digital communications platforms. Okay, now this makes a lot more sense. If you remember, when I first read this, I was concerned that because of this word may, that they may not have to actually publish the codes. So the one good thing that we've now read, if we go back to page 54, so remember this, publication on the website. Basically, ACMA does not need to tell you. They're not obligated to tell you, and this is a bad thing. This is a red flag. They don't have to tell you what misinformation and disinformation they specifically found on a digital communications platform. They don't need to tell you, so they're not obligated to tell you what those providers, what the digital communication platform providers did to prevent the digital communications, what they did to prevent the misinformation and disinformation. But they are required to tell you what the code is. They're 100% required to tell you what the code is. So that is a super important thing. We need to be aware that they can pretty much tell us whatever they don't need to tell us what they have determined to be misinformation, but they do need to tell us what the actual codes are. So that is very important. That's an important distinction to be made. The one positive I can pull out at the moment is they do need to publish the codes and the standards regarding mis and disinformation, and that needs to be made publicly available. So the register needs to be made available for inspection on the internet. So that's one thing I will give like a thumbs up to. But at the same time, they don't need to tell us what content is being taken off the platforms. And they don't need to tell us what measures these digital media providers have been made to do to prevent mis and disinformation. So that's the kind of the good and the bad of it. But overwhelmingly, horrible. I'm literally clutching at straws to find something good to talk about in this bill. But I am trying. I'm definitely trying to do this. Okay, variations of misinformation codes and misinformation standards. If the ACMA approves a draft variation of a misinformation code under subclause 53, so 50(3), the ACMA must update the misinformation code included in the register accordingly. Okay, so it's just saying they're going to update the register, and if the ACMA varies misinformation standard under subclause 61 to 60(1), the ACMA must update the misinformation standard included in the register accordingly. Revocation of misinformation codes and misinformation standards. 6. If a misinformation code or provision of a misinformation code is revoked or otherwise ceases to be in force, the ACMA must remove the code or provision from the register. Apologies. 7. If the misinformation standard or a provision of a misinformation standard is revoked or otherwise ceases to be in force, the ACMA must remove the standard or provision from the register. Legislative instruments. 8. If the ACMA is required to include a legislative instrument, it is not required to do so until after the legislative instrument is registered under the Legislation Act 2003. Okay. Geez, it's getting hard to talk, but we're going to keep going because, as I've said many times, this is super important. Super important that we get out here and we read this bill because, like I said, our politicians, our members of parliament, want us to be ignorant. They want to think that lay people who aren't lawyers, who aren't parliamentarians, can't participate in determining whether the laws that they want to pass, and in this case, want to rush through. This bill, very ironically and hypocritically, gives more review time for consultation on misinformation codes and standards, varying from 30, 60 to 120 days, depending on who is being consulted. They're literally giving these misinformation codes proposed in this bill a longer period of consultation than we, the Australian public, have been given for this actual bill itself. We've only been given 7 days to submit our responses to the Senate committee that is going to take our responses as members of the public, as Australian citizens who want to debate this, and ultimately they are trying to rush this through. And if it passes through, this legislation, this bill, will come into play before the next election. So by the time the next federal election comes, the government will now be able to determine what is mis and disinformation. Very concerning. Subdivision F, miscellaneous. 65, misinformation standards prevail over inconsistent misinformation codes. And yes, this is what I already got the gist of this reading through the legislation. It was very clear that misinformation codes are a much higher level and are treated much more seriously than the misinformation standards. So if a misinformation code is A, approved under this division, and B, applicable to the digital communications platform provider, the code has no effect to the extent to which it is inconsistent with the misinformation standard that is determined under this division and applicable to the provider. So the standard is more important than the misinformation codes. So it's good that we're learning about this, because if this does become law, we're still going to have to fight this. We're going to have to fight this in Parliament. We are going to have to. If we can't fight this in Parliament, then we're going to have to fight each misinformation code when this comes up for review. And that is going to be exhausting. And I think that's the whole intention of this. How can you exhaust the population and determine certain aspects of speech which go against opinions you hold that are now going to be determined as mis or disinformation? And this is dangerous. And like I said, I want to live in Australia. I want to live in an Australia where two different people can hold very different opinions. If we're in a country where somebody on the street can't hold a different opinion that the government does, that is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So it's just not happy with this, and it's really important that we are going through this. Like I've said many times during this live stream, and it is very long, and the reason I'm saying it many times is there's a very slim chance that people are going to watch the whole thing, but I do recommend that you all read the legislation yourself, skim through it yourself, so you can get an idea and a gist for the intent of this legislation, and maybe you're going to come to a different conclusion than I did, and that's okay. Because that's what I'm trying to bloody protect. That's what everyone trying to bring this bill down is trying to protect. We're trying to protect the ability for us as Australians to have different and conflicting opinions, and for the government not to become the arbiter of truth. And in my case, I just happen to be somebody who votes in the electorate, in Michelle Rowland's electorate of Greenway, the Minister for Communications, who tabled this legislation a few weeks ago on September 12, 2024, who brought this legislation to Parliament. Again, mind you, Labour tried to do this last year in 2023, and that legislation was even more outlandish and explicit. It literally had protections for federal, state, and local government. It was more explicit. I don't doubt that intention has been lost in this. It has simply been more disguised. And as I've been reading through this, like I said, I've been clutching at the straws looking for good things, and it's been very hard to do, very challenging. So let's keep reading. Division 5, General Provisions. 67, removing content and blocking end users. Okay, this is interesting. Let's take some more notes and see how we do with this one. Okay. So removing content, blocking users. I think this is a super important section. And let's see where it is. Yeah, we're looking at page 55. So about 22 pages away from the end. So there is still some juicy stuff left in this bill, and it's really important that we get through it. So let's keep reading. 67, removing content and blocking end users. 1, nothing in this part, digital platform rules made for the purposes, nothing, okay, let me read that again. Sometimes the way this stuff is written is a bit hard. Plus, I'm sure my brain is absolutely fried from, it's almost 4.5 hours, and I've not eaten anything in a long time. But that's okay, because I love Australian democracy and our freedom of speech so much. I'm happy to do this. And I'm currently overseas. I'm not in Australia at the moment, so I can't attend any of the protests. I can't go door knocking. So this is my way of contributing to Australian democracy. I know it's bloody good because, like I said earlier in this podcast, I am ethnically Sri Lankan, and Sri Lanka's had a lot of problems with our government. Things like suppressing freedom of speech, things like using signal jammers, things like restricting access to social media platforms when the government doesn't want people organizing. During the economic crisis, there were laws in place to suppress people's ability to communicate with each other. So when the Australian government, a Western government, a country where we have so many more freedoms, right? So we have so many more freedoms in this, apologies, I've dropped something. So we have so many freedoms in Australia, and we're very fortunate to live in such a great country. We're so fortunate to hail from a country where we're allowed to have free expression, and a bill like this is going to remove it. And so that's why I think it's important. And like I said, even if only one person watches this, I'm happy if I can get one person to make a submission by September 30th. I'm happy, because it is worth doing. It's worth protecting our democracy. It's worth protecting our ability to speak freely. I think hate speech laws are very dangerous, not because I hate the groups that are being protected. It has nothing to do with that, but because we're going down a very slippery slope. We're creating these protected groups which are above criticism. They're above criticism. We can no longer debate issues regarding them or with them in public domains. And the way the digital world works now is everything is, done on a digital platform. And people are realizing, especially after what we've been through in the last 4 to 5 years with the pandemic, with a lot of economic issues that have arisen which have arisen as a result of many things like excessive quantitative easing, many of the issues regarding this, we would potentially lose the ability to talk about these things. So it is important. I'm happy to be reading this. I'm happy to suffer a bit because it's for the greater good. Okay, so let's get back on track to reading about 67, removing content and blocking end users. Nothing in this part, digital platform rules made for the purposes of this part, okay, an approved misinformation code or a misinformation standard requires a digital communications platform provider to A, remove from a digital communications platform content disseminated using the platform where the dissemination is not disinformation on the platform that involves inauthentic behavior. Okay. So if somebody's put something on a platform that is not disinformation, but is inauthentic, so let's go and look what inauthentic behavior was again, because we've been going for a long time. Okay, inauthentic behavior. There we go. Let's do that search. Okay, meaning of inauthentic behavior. So let's just do a quick reread. The dissemination uses an automated system in a way that is reasonably likely to mislead an end user. Or, so if something is being disseminated by an automated system, then that's inauthentic. So I guess what they're saying is if you have like bot accounts pushing out information, then that's inauthentic. So if somebody sets up like a Twitter bot to comment on every issue and drop the same viewpoint, that's inauthentic. Okay, so it's good. We're starting to understand what this stuff means. And you can, if you watch me go through this section like 2 or 3 hours ago and watch me go through it now, you're probably going to realize even I have a better understanding of it because we're dealing with it. We're going back. Okay, so dissemination uses an automated system. Okay, so if it's automatic, if it's like a bot, that's inauthentic, and there are grounds to suspect that the dissemination is part of a coordinated action that is reasonably likely. So this is the one I didn't like. I think okay, that's fine. You're talking about digital bots, and I do think that is a travesty on social media platforms. If you're on X or any platform where you have people who aren't humans being messaging on that platform, then yeah, it's inauthentic. And you also it is reasonably valid that this is the problem, and you should not have bots on platforms. If they made legislation to just simply stop bots, like a blanket legislation, that would be much better. But here's the problem. If dissemination is part of a coordinated action, so let's imagine that this bill has gone through and there is another bill that we are not happy that our government is trying to pass through. If you and I and a number of people form coordinated action, this is now inauthentic. If we work together to try and get a viewpoint out as people, not as bots, as humans, but by using the platforms as they were intended. We're not using an API. We're not spamming requests. If there is a way that we get together and we form a collective and we say, hey, we're going to make sure that our viewpoint gets out there and we're going to do this all the way, is that really inauthentic behavior? It's not one, it's a kind of a soft red flag, but it's one that I'm not too happy with. So let's go back to the rules for deletion. Okay, so I want to go to, let's go to 55. Okay, general provisions, here we go. So hopefully you guys can all see that. Okay. Division 5, general provisions. 67, removing content and blocking end users. Okay, so it says, we were reading that. To remove from a digital communications platform content disseminated using the platform where dissemination is not disinformation on the platform. Okay, so this is something that the government has said is... This is actually quite funny. Now that we've reread the definition for what's inauthentic, the government is basically saying, if you have a bot account, because remember, inauthentic had two components. The first component of inauthentic communication was some automated means. So if you're using a bot account, that's inauthentic communication. That's number one. The second way is if you're doing collective action. So you might still be a human. You might be using the digital communications platform as it's intended without an API, an application programming interface. And if you're doing either of these two things, but your information is not misinformation, this is actually quite funny. I'm going to raise this one as a red flag. What the government is saying is we can have our own bots that allow us to inauthentically communicate things which we don't consider to be misinformation or disinformation, and you do not have to remove that off your platform. So I'm going to red flag this one because I think inauthenticity is a problem on all platforms regardless, and it should be removed. We shouldn't have bot accounts. I don't need bot accounts commenting on Twitter. I don't want that. Twitter should be limited to real people who are constrained by the limitations of being human, which is how much time I have available, how much time I have with the other things I need to do in my life, the speed at which I can type, the ability that I can speak for. This is a red flag, because what the government is saying now is the platform, they are not required, right? Does not require, nothing in this part, right, requires a digital communications platform to remove digital content where it's inauthentic but not disinformation. So this is a red flag, because this is basically saying if you agree with our viewpoints, our government-approved viewpoints, you can have a bot account, you can organize collective action, but otherwise you can't do anything inauthentic. And then if we look at B, prevent an end user from using digital communications platforms where the end user is not engaged in disinformation or disinformation on the platform that involves inauthentic behavior. So they're basically saying, if you agree with our viewpoints, you can be as inauthentic as you want on a digital communications platform. Huge red flag. Because even from the perspective of having, and like I made the comment early, there is no digital communications platform which is 100% free speech. Even X, Elon Musk loves to talk about X's free speech. Elon Musk still has higher powers to bend the knee to, and I haven't seen any evidence to state otherwise. There is not 100% free speech on X. Same goes for anything else. But the idea, and there's a huge bot problem on many social media platforms. But this is basically saying, if you're inauthentically using these digital media platforms, either as an individual or in an automated way, so as what we might call in lay people's terms, as a bot, a robot, then the platform is not required to remove that. Of course, that doesn't mean the platforms can obviously make their own rules and they can remove bot accounts. I know X is already somewhat unsuccessfully trying to do this. Nonetheless, I think it's concerning that this bill, really, imagine if your issue is foreign governments, imagine how much, and that was one of the green flags I picked up, is you don't want foreign interference in the way the country runs. Why would you just not get rid of bot accounts blanket? Why would you not do it blanket? Why keep this loophole in for viewpoints that are approved by the government? It does not make any sense. Not happy with that. Let's read number 2. Number 2. Nothing in this part, digital platform rules made for the purposes, this part, an approved misinformation code or misinformation standard prevents a digital communications platform provider from A, removing content posted. This is interesting. Now they're saying nothing prevents them. So they're basically saying you don't have to remove, and nothing prevents the digital communications provider from removing content by an end user from a digital communication platform or preventing an end user from using the platform. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. That's basically saying the platform can do as they wish. If your platform wants to make rules as to how you treat your users, you can do that. But I think this makes sense. The interesting thing is how they're saying if the behavior is inauthentic but not disinformation, you don't have to get rid of that. That's okay. This bill doesn't tell you to remove that. So let's keep reading. Number 3. This clause does not limit any other law that requires the removal of content. Okay, so it doesn't limit any other law that requires the removal of content from a digital communications platform, which is fine. That's basically saying there are probably other laws out there that digital communications companies need to comply with. But do you know what the interesting thing about this is? What I pointed out, the fact that inauthentic behavior is allowed if it's not disinformation. But they don't explicitly, they are almost, if you read everything we've read and all of the civil penalties that can be brought against providers and individuals, what the government is basically saying is, you don't have to remove things, and they haven't explicitly said that you need to remove what is mis or disinformation. But remember what we've been reading this whole time. We've been reading that there are risk management procedures that if a misinformation or disinformation event happens, ACMA, the body, so the Australian Communications and Media Authority, needs to be able to know what steps a provider will take to mediate something. And then based on if it's a code or based on whether it's a standard, a misinformation standard, there can be further actions taken. There can be notices to provide information. It doesn't explicitly, what this entire section, the general provision, 67, removing content and blocking users, it is, I'm going to raise a red flag. Now, having read the entire thing, it is basically telling us, it's basically telling these companies that, we're explicitly not going to tell you need to delete things, but you're going to be strongly encouraged by civil penalties to remove things off your platform. And remember what we were saying. The codes and the standards need to be made publicly available. But what the companies are doing does not need to be made publicly available on the. God, I'm already forgetting. On the ACMA, on the ACMA website. Because remember, the ACMA website, it's only optional to provide what information has been removed from a platform or prevented from entering a platform, and which what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? And apologies, I just need to go and grab some more water, so I'm going to turn this camera off and come back. Alrighty, I'm back, and let's continue going. So, I was talking about how I'm viewing this section 67, right? Removing content and blocking end users. It's basically saying, look, if your user's inauthentic and they're not disseminating disinformation, they're okay. It's saying that we don't require you to remove content from the company is not going to be prevented from removing content. So we're happy for you to go and remove content if you're one of these companies. But remember, if what you're saying and you're not an end user isn't going to be prevented. So not only are viewpoints going to be basically strong-armed by ACMA and by the minister, they can strong-arm these companies with civil penalties to actually have this removed, and not just have content removed, but have people restricted from using these digital communications platforms. And look, I've never been a huge fan of them. I deleted Facebook all the way back in 2016, and I only recently got on Twitter, right? But I realize now, given the world we're living in, it is so important to have access to these platforms. And the only thing I can agree on is the fact that it's inauthentic. But basically, what I'm getting so far, now having read the removing content and blocking end users, this is the government's way of silently strong-arming these companies into censorship. And remember, ACMA on their website, as we were discussing, doesn't need to publish the measures taken by company or the information that has been removed or prevented from being on the platform. This is completely optional for them to do. So they're under no obligation to tell us what these companies have done on their behalf. What they are obligated to do is tell us what the codes are and what the standards are. That has to be in a public register. But I'm not very happy with this because I think this is very crafty the way this is written. It is written in a way to strong arm. It is not making the true intentions of blocking content and removing users, because fundamentally, when you view this bill up to this point, up to 67, as a collective, then you can see the intention is almost to say, hey, inauthentic and agrees with us, okay. Inauthentic and disagrees with us, you can prevent an end user from using the platform. You can remove the content from the platform, but we're not going to explicitly say that. But we can have these civil penalties against you. And we don't need to tell the Australian public, because remember, ACMA only needs to tell you about the standards and the codes. They don't need to tell you about actions that have been taken by these companies to either prevent or remove mis and disinformation. So this is, I'm going to put this up as red flag, because I do not trust my government, and I really don't bloody trust Michelle Rowland, my MP, who represents me in the federal electorate of Greenway, northwest Sydney. She's my representative. She's also the Minister for Communications, and I feel very betrayed by her because I have voted for her in the past. And I feel very ashamed. Maybe there was a time where she was working for the community, but I do not feel, given the nature of this bill and what we're reading so far, that she's looking after the interests of the people of Greenway. And as a minister with a cabinet position, as a minister for communications, she's definitely not looking after the people of Australia, and she's not protecting our free speech. I'm incredibly disappointed in what Michelle and the government are trying to do here. And it is very important that we fight against this, that we make our voices heard, and that you make a submission, check the description, make a submission to the Senate committee that's gonna look over this by September 30th. It's a very short period of time. It's less time than all of the notice periods specified in this bill, which is ironic. So let's continue. 68, investigations and hearing, limitations on scope. 1. Despite Section 170, an investigation for the purposes of the performance or exercise of the ACMA's function under paragraph 10(1) MB, MC, MD, ME, MF, or MG of the Australian Communications and Media Authority, that's ACMA Act 2005, must not relate to a particular content posted on the digital communications platform by a single end user identifiable by ACMA. Okay. This, I will say, even though I absolutely detest this legislation, basically what they're saying here is if it's a single piece of content by a single end user, that can't be an investigation, which is what I think this is getting at, but maybe we'll find out as we go through. Okay, and Section 2. Despite Section 171, the minister may not direct the ACMA to investigate particular content posted on a digital communications platform by a single end user identifiable by ACMA. But you know why this is kind of a moot point? There was an entire section on complaint and dispute handling. If the minister really wanted something to be dealt with, right? If the minister really wanted something to be dealt with, could they just not make an anonymous complaint, or have one of their staffers, or have somebody in their network, or somebody from the party who's not working for the government do this on their behalf? Like, it doesn't really stop anything, but I guess it means the minister, at least on paper, shouldn't have direct power to go and influence ACMA. But how realistic is this going to be? Because it might not be a single piece of content, but it might be a group. It might be a theme. It might be many posts from authentic users who have a viewpoint which is considered by the government to be mis or disinformation. So this is like I'd say this is an amber. This is like a yellow flag. This is okay. I like the fact that they're trying to restrict what the minister can do. But remember, in many sections that we read above, the minister does have powers to go and instruct ACMA what to do. And I guess in the case of an investigation, they're making exceptions. But I can already see many ways around this. Hearings. Let's read. Despite Section 182, a hearing for the purpose of the performance or exercise of ACMA's function under paragraph 10, parentheses 1, parentheses MB, MC, MD, ME, MF, or MG of the Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA Act 2005, must not relate to a particular content posted on a digital communications platform by a single end user identifiable by ACMA. Which is good. That's a better thing. It's like, hey, we're going to be authoritarian, but we won't focus on a single end user who's made a post. Must not relate to a particular content. But at the end of the day, given the intention of this legislation, even if it doesn't relate to an individual end user, in Section 67, at least I came to the conclusion that these providers are going to be coerced into restricting end user access and removing content. It's basically censorship. So yes, they won't, they won't pick anything that relates to a single piece of content by a single end user, but nonetheless, very concerning, very, very concerning. It's ambivalent at best. And despite Section 183, the minister may not direct ACMA to hold a hearing in relation to a particular content posted on a digital communications platform by a single end user identifiable by the ACMA. Part 13, otherwise unaffected. Okay. Apart from this, provided by the clause, this part does not limit the operation of Part 13 of this Act. There you go. 69. Annual reporting by ACMA. After the end of a financial year, the ACMA must A. prepare a report on the operation of this part during the financial year, and B. give the report to the minister for the presentation to Parliament. The ACMA must cause a copy of a report under subclause 1 to be published on ACMA's website. And what's included in this report? Doesn't tell us what we need. It says annual reporting. It says review of the operation of this part. 1, as soon as possible after the 3rd anniversary of the commencement of this schedule, and afterwards. Okay, before I laugh, let me read this. Review of the operation of this part as soon as possible after the 3rd anniversary of the commencement of this schedule, and afterwards at the intervals of not longer than 3 years, the minister must cause to be conducted a review of the operation of this part. Okay, so the operation of this part. This review must include an assessment. This is better. Okay, this I will give a thumbs up to so far. But let's keep reading. The review must include an assessment of the impact of this part on freedom of expression, and be considered whether this part should be amended, and if the review is the first review under this clause, so in 3 years, the minister is going to have to review this, consider the need for a scheme requiring digital communications platforms providers to give accredited independent researchers access to the data relating to misinformation and disinformation on the digital platforms. Of course, misinformation and disinformation as defined by the government. Okay, what do I like about this section? Oh, let's keep reading, actually. The review must be conducted in a manner that provides for public consultation. Oh, does that mean more than 1 week? The irony is, okay, so this is what really pisses me off. When you read this bill, it makes everything out to be so considerate. But let's be honest. How much time has Michelle Rowland and the government given us, the Australian public, to consult and to submit our submissions to the Senate committee regarding getting this bill made into law, getting it to the point where it gets a stamp of approval from Senate, where it gets the stamp of approval from the Governor General and royal assent and becomes law? How come they've only given us 7 days? How come they've only given the public 7 days? It's an absolute bloody abomination. Absolute abomination. So stuff like this really irritates me. I do like the fact that they're saying if this goes through Parliament, that it needs to be reviewed in terms of how it's affecting our freedom of speech. But let's think about this logically. If this does affect our freedom of speech, and the government of the day is happy to have this legislation here, why would they try to change it? And if it was really important to analyze the impact of this on our freedom of speech, why is the consultation time for this to get through Parliament, to get through Senate? For us to submit our own evidence to Senate, our own submissions to Senate, why have they only given us 7 days? Why do they want to ram this through Parliament and then in 3 years, before the next general election, do their review? That's not the 2025 one, that's the 2028 one. So I'm happy to see this in here, but it's just stupid. It's just stupid. We shouldn't even be discussing whether this needs to be reviewed in 3 years. It should not be going through. The minister must cause to be prepared a report of a review under subclause 1. The minister must cause a report of the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament within 15 sitting days of that House after the completion of the preparation of the report. Okay, that's formality. 71. Relationship with other laws. This part of the digital platform rules made for the purposes of this part approved misinformation codes and misinformation standards do not limit the operation of the following. A. Schedule 8 to this Act. B. The Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918. C. The Competition and Consumer Act 2010. D. The Criminal Code. E. Parts 4 and 9 of the Online Safety Act 2021. Okay, part 3, miscellaneous. Enforcement. Let's have a read. Miscellaneous. Division 1, enforcement. 72, separate contraventions. A person who contravenes any of the following provisions commits a separate contravention of that provision in respect of each day, including a day of making of a relevant civil penalty order or any subsequent day during which the contravention continues. Yeah, exactly. This is 100%. This is what I said. This is basically a gag order, and every day an individual or a digital communications media provider who is implicated as part of this bill does not comply. It's yeah, you know where I'm getting at. This is a red flag. This is basically saying, and remember what we saw in section, I believe it was 67, about removing content. The approved use that are inauthentic, they're fine, they're okay. So it's clearly, very, very clearly a means to, basically shut down anything which the government and the minister and the unelected body that is ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, they're going to get to decide what is the truth. They are going to become the Ministry of Truth, and it's only becoming more apparent as I read through this bill. So I'm waving my red shoe for those of you who missed it. Every time I sense there's a red flag somewhere or there's something I should be suspicious about, I bring up my red shoe. It is my red flag today. Okay, so A. Subclause 17, 1. Publish information. B. Subclause 17, 4. Give information to the ACMA. C. Subclause 18, remedial directions, publication of information. D. Subclause 20, parentheses 1, compliance with digital platform rules regarding risk management. These are the ones we saw. So this is a summary of all of the, what was I saying? So there's separate contraventions. So each of these is kind of a separate offense, I guess a civil offense. And they're saying for each day, I guess the penalty increases, right? There you go. Or any subsequent day. It continues. Okay. Remedial directions, publication of information. I'm going to skim through this one. Subclause 20, compliance with digital platform rules regarding risk management. Subclause 21, 3, remedial directions, risk management. Subclause 21, compliance with digital platform rules regarding complaints and dispute handling. That's what I was talking about. Even though the minister themselves might not be able to complain about a single post, anyone else can. They can do it anonymously. It's good that the minister can't do it. Amber flag. Subclause 27, 3, remedial digital communications platform providers. Subclause 34, 5, information and documents from other persons. Right? Cool. 73, designated infringement provisions. The following provisions are designated infringement notice provisions. A. Subclause 17, 1, publish information. B. Subclause 17.4, give information to the ACMA. Subclause 21, so 20 brackets 1, I should say. Compliance with digital platform rules regarding risk management. Subclause 23, bracket 1, compliance with digital platform rules regarding media literacy plan. Subclause 26, 1, compliance with digital platform rules regarding complaints and dispute handling. F. Subclause 31. 1. Compliance with digital platform rules regarding records and reports. Subclause 33. 4. Information and documents from digital communications platform providers. H. Subclause 34. 5. Information and documents from other persons. I. Subclause 52. 1. Compliance with misinformation code. J. Subclause 62. 1. Compliance with misinformation standard. There we go. 74. Warnings. 1. If ACMA is satisfied that a person has contravened any of the following provisions, the ACMA may issue a formal warning to the person. A. Regarding subclause 17.1, publish information. I'm going to stop reading subclauses and read the actual the intent of the subclauses. So publishing information, giving information to the ACMA, compliance with the digital platform rules regarding risk management, compliance with digital platform rules regarding the media literacy plan, compliance with digital platform rules regarding complaints and dispute handling, compliance with digital platform rules regarding records and reports, information and documents from digital communications platform providers, information and documents from other persons, compliance with misinformation code, compliance with misinformation standard. There we go. For the purposes of this Act, the Australian Communications and Media Authority ACMA Act 2005, a warning under subclause 1, is taken to be a notice under this schedule. 75. Remedial directions. 1. For the purpose of this Act and the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act 2005, a direction under any of the following provisions is taken to be a notice under this schedule. A. Subclause 18. 2. Remedial directions, publications of information. B. Subclause 22. 2. Remedial directions, risk management. Subclause 24. 2. Remedial directions, media literacy plan. Subclause 27. 2. Remedial directions, complaints and dispute handling. Subclause 32. 2. Remedial directions, records and reports. F. Subclause 53. 2. Remedial directions and contravention of misinformation code. Subclause 63. 2. Remedial directions, contravention of misinformation standard. Okay, there we go. Okay, so these are the remedial directions. Let's keep going. And 76, no ancillary contravention of civil penalty provisions in this schedule. Section 205E, ancillary contravention of civil penalty provision, does not apply in relation to a civil penalty provision in this schedule. So I'm not 100% sure what this means. What's a ancillary contravention? Let me Google that. Let's actually Google what an ancillary contravention is. Okay, there we go. Maybe we should specifically type in Australia. There, I deleted that. Let me paste that again. Ancillary contravention. Okay, and did it give us a particular law that we need to look at? The civil penalty provision in the schedule. Maybe I should just get the plain English version of this. Like, what is an ancillary contravention? Okay, a contravention that arises out of the operation. Maybe we should look up what an ancillary. Okay. An ancillary offense focuses on the mental element of the crime rather than on the actual harm. Maybe that's what it means. What are ancillary charges? Ancillary, okay, that's regarding fees. So any conduct that is ancillary to the contravention of civil penalty provision is taken to be a contravention of that provision. So this is saying no ancillary contravention. Okay, does not apply in relation to a civil penalty provision in the schedule. I'm probably going to need, if there's any lawyers in the chat, I'd love to hear from you and get some thought onto what 76 here means, because I'm not 100% confident that I actually understand what this says. 76, no ancillary contravention. I'm going to write this one down. 76. No ancillary contravention of civil penalty provisions in this schedule. Okay, so I'm not 100% confident what that means. Let's continue to Division 2. We can come back to that one later. Hopefully there's somebody in the audience or who watches this at a later point who is able to give me and the rest of those who see that comment information on what an ancillary contravention is. So, Division 2, other matters. 77, service of notices by electronic means, paragraph 9, bracket 1, bracket D, and apologies, parentheses 2, parentheses D of the Electronics Transition Act 1999 do not apply to A, a notice under the schedule, or B, a notice under any other provision of this act so far as that provision relates to the schedule. Okay, so this is great. I like it when they give us a bit of context, right? So paragraph 9, parentheses 1, parentheses D, and 2, parentheses 2, parentheses D of the Electronic Transmission Act 1999 deals with the consent of the recipient of the information to the information given by way of the electronic communication. So it's saying that services of notices by electronic means. So it's saying that somebody doesn't need to consent to receive the notice. That's what I take this to mean. It's saying that if you've committed an offense and you're getting a warning or a notice, then they can give it to you. It's not, I guess, media or communications that you can consent to not receive. So 78, service of summons, process, or notice on corporations incorporated outside Australia. Okay, this is interesting because this is going to, a lot of the social media service providers are based outside of Australia. But like I said, it's not only the Australian government that's pushing laws like this. A lot of laws like this are attempting to be passed in many Western countries. And Michelle Rowland, I saw on a Sky News interview, and maybe I'm going to have to pick up that interview so I can maybe drop it in the chat. She said a big part of this legislation was actually to help Australia keep up to international obligations. Now, what does that mean? When Michelle Rowland, my MP Michelle Rowland, the representative for the people of Greenway and the Minister of Communications for Australia, so somebody who holds a senior cabinet position, when she says that this bill is to help Australia meet international obligations to who? Who are we internationally obligated to suppress our free speech? And so this is a very interesting legislation. And you need to remember that if many Western governments are trying to pass legislation like this, it won't matter where you're incorporated, because chances are one of these companies is going to be incorporated in a jurisdiction where we have this very similar mis- and disinformation laws to meet international obligations. And my question to Michelle, if she ever listens to this or watches this, is, Michelle, as the representative of the people of Greenway, what about your obligations to us? What about your obligations to our ability for free speech? And as the Minister of Communications for Australia, why aren't you more concerned about protecting free speech in this country rather than international obligations to people we don't know or we don't even care about? It doesn't make sense, but let's have a read. 78, service of summons, process, or notice on corporations incorporated outside Australia. Scope. 1. This clause applies to A, a summons or process in any proceedings under or connected with this schedule, or B, a notice under this schedule, or C, a notice under any other provision of this act so far as that provision relates to this schedule, where D, the summons, process, or notice, as the case may be, is required to be served on or given to a body corporate incorporated outside of Australia, and the body corporate does not have a registered office or principal office in Australia, and the body corporate has an agent in Australia. Service. The summons, process, or notice, as the case may be, is taken to have been served on or given to the body corporate if it is served on or given to the agent. So it's saying here, even if a company isn't registered in Australia, if they have an agent and they're served a summons, process, or notice, then that is considered to have served the body corporate. Subclause 2 has effect in addition to 28A of the Acts Interpretation Act. So look, having read through that, this seems actually fairly standard. If I was running the government, there may be many cases where we need to summon and bring to one of our courts a private company based on something that harms the Australian public. For example, if you had a private company that created a absolute nightmare with garbage disposal and released toxic waste in Australian drinking water, then 100% we should be able to summon them even if they're not a registered body. The irony is, this bill, even though it was repeated many times, and you would have seen me giggling as I was reading this, as to prevent serious harm to the Australian community, despite having all of this in there, this bill is summoning private companies, in my opinion, to harm the Australian people and to reduce their ability to speak freely. This is not a good bill. So this is not a red flag in and of itself. I think it's actually very standard. In fact, it's sensible for any government to hold any private companies that operate in its territory or affect its people to be able to summon them. There's nothing I can really critique here. This is just common sense. But again, like I've said, this bill is goddamn awful. 79. Acquisition of property. The provisions of the schedule have no effect to the extent, if any, to which their operation would result in the acquisition of property within the meaning of paragraph, and that is, so section 31 of the Constitution from paragraph 51 and then parentheses 31 of the Constitution from a person otherwise than on just terms within the meaning of that paragraph. It's a lot of legalese there. But saying acquisition on property. Okay, cool. Concurrent operation of state and territory laws. It is the intention of the Parliament that this schedule is not to apply to the exclusion of the law of state or territory to the extent that the law is capable of operating concurrently with this schedule. Schedule not to affect the performance of state or territory functions. A power conferred by this schedule must not be exercised in such a way to prevent the exercise of powers or the performance of functions of the governments of a state, the Northern Territory, or the Australian Capital Territory. Okay, so basically if a government makes misinformation, does it mean that's okay? Maybe. But it's really talking about levels of government below federal. Division 3, digital platform rules. Okay, so this came up a lot in the previous sections. There was a lot of talk about digital platform rules, so let's crack into these ones. 82, digital platform rules. 1. The ACMA may by legislative instrument make rules, in brackets, the digital platform rules prescribing matters A, required or permitted by this act to be prescribed by digital platform rules, or B, necessary or convenient to be prescribed for carrying out or giving effect to this schedule. Note, an assessment of whether the digital platform rules are compatible with human rights must be prepared and included in the explanatory statement for the rules. See Section 9 of the Human Rights Parliamentary Scrutiny Act 2011 and Section 15J of the Legislation Act 2003. To avoid doubt, the digital platform rules must not do any of the following. Create an offence or civil penalty. Okay. To avoid doubt, the digital platform rules... Okay, so how are the digital platform rules different from the codes and standards? DPR versus codes and standards. Because we were reading a lot about civil penalties. So let's just remember where we are. So we're on page 62. Let's do a search for the digital platform rules. Okay. I mean, it comes up a lot. Okay, these platforms must comply with the digital platform rules. So saying that the digital platform rules can't create civil liability. Let's go find out. Okay, ACMA may make digital platform rules. Yep. Okay. So the digital platform rules made for the purpose of this part approved misinformation do not apply in relation to the digital communications platforms to the extent it is okay, that's fine. I mean, it comes up many times. So it's used 79 times. So these digital platform rules are very important. Okay, what's this say? So it says it's a civil penalty provision. A digital communication platform provider must not contravene the digital platform rules made for the purposes of Section 19. Subclause 1 is a civil penalty provision. Okay. So this subclause, if they contravene with the digital platform rules, there's a provision for a civil penalty. But then let's go back to, I think it was 65. That's where we were at. Was it 65? Maybe it was 64. Or was it 55? Ah, there we are. Digital platform rules. That's right. Section 3. I was at 62. Okay. So the ACMA, by legislative instrument, makes rules. The digital platform rules prescribing matters required or permitted by this act to be prescribed by the digital platform rules, or necessary or convenient to be prescribed for carrying out or giving effect. Schedule. Cool. Doesn't affect human rights. To avoid doubt, the digital platform rules may not do the following: create an offense or civil penalty. So this must mean in addition to the civil penalty provisions already outlined as part of this. So the rules can't create a new civil penalty, but the rules, I guess, if you don't obey them, then you can still have civil penalties applied. So there are still civil penalties that are associated with rules, but it's saying that the rules cannot create new civil penalties or new offenses, or provide the powers of arrest or detention. So they're civil rules, entry, search, or seizure, impose a tax, set an amount to be appropriated from a consolidated revenue fund under appropriation in this act, or directly amend the text of this act, which makes sense. Okay, to avoid doubt, may not do the following. Yeah, impose a tax. So it's saying that the rules, because the rules are created as part of this bill, so the rules may not create these things, but you can still have civil penalties, and you can still technically impose or like a tax or a fine or a fee, or do search or entry. My guess, based on the existing civil offenses. But again, lawyers in the audience, can you clarify what this means? So the civil platform rules may not do these, but if somebody contravenes a civil platform rule as per the schedules where there is a provision for a civil penalty, can any of these still apply? That's my question to those of you listening to this who do happen to be lawyers, or you're very educated in constitutional law. Please give us an answer, because I'd love to know how that works. Let's continue reading. Digital platform rules make provision for or in relation to particular matter by empowering the ACMA to make decisions of an administrative character. Yeah, of course. We're giving ACMA, an unelected body, power. Do we need the government to have more power over our free speech? No. Red flag. 4. Digital platform rules that are inconsistent with the regulations have no effect to the extent of the inconsistency, but digital platform rules are taken to be consistent with the regulations to the extent that the digital platform rules are capable of operating concurrently with the regulations. Okay. Let's keep going. And I'm going to close that so we can look at this. We can zoom in on this as we go through them. Schedule 2. All right, we're getting there. We're getting closer. We've got about how many? Less than 10 pages left, I believe. Yeah, less than 10 pages left. Let's keep going. And we are how many hours in? We're 5 hours and 16 minutes in. I'm absolutely bloody exhausted. A lot of you in Australia are probably sleeping right now because it is 12 in Sydney and it's 10 in Perth. And I'm here in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, where it's at 9 p.m. So I'm awake, but I completely understand that all of you listening to this have well and truly gone to sleep. But I'm going to keep going, because when you wake up, you should absolutely be getting out there, and make sure you get out there to the protests. I'll say this now because, as I said, it's 12 in Sydney and it's 10 in Perth. There are protests happening in Sydney tomorrow. I think different groups are organizing them, and like I said, I don't agree with everyone's viewpoints, but I do agree with the right that we should all be able to hold different opinions in this country. And so I think there's protests happening at Town Hall and the Speaker's Corner at both 10 a.m. and 11:30. I think there's different groups who are meeting at the speakers' corners to protest this bill. So I definitely recommend that if you are there, you get out there and attend one of these rallies, because it's really important that you make your voice heard. Also, please make sure you get your submission in to the Senate committee by the 30th of September. It's very important. So let's continue reading Schedule 2, and let's hopefully finish this so I can go and finally have some dinner. So Schedule 2, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions. Part 1, Main Amendments and Transitional Provisions, Australian Communications and Media Authority Act 2005, Section 3, subparagraph BI of the definition of authorized disclosure information, after or 13 of insert or Schedule 9(2). I'm not 100% sure what that means. So it's saying after or 13 of insert or Schedule 9(2). Not 100. And I'm going to have to reconnect. Okay, I think I'm back. I popped off, but let's start again. Okay, so we're continuing here in case any of that got cut off when my stream dropped off for a few seconds. The Schedule 2 amendments and transitional provisions. So these are amendments to the ACMA Act 2005. So it's saying after paragraph 10(1) MA, insert MB, to assist bodies or associations that ACMA is satisfied to represent sections of the digital platform industry to develop codes under Division 4 of Part 2 of Schedule 9 to the Broadcasting Services Act 1922, to develop standards under Division 4 of Part 2 of Schedule 9 to the Broadcasting Services Act 1992, MD, to monitor compliance with Schedule 9 to the Broadcasting Services Act 1992, digital platform rules, misinformation codes, and misinformation standards, ME, to conduct investigations relating to misinformation and disinformation on digital platform communications, MF, to inform itself and advise the Minister in relation to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms, MG, to make available to the public information about matters relating to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms. Paragraph 3, 52 parentheses 2K after Schedule 8 whenever occurring insert in quotes or 9. Broadcasting Services Act. So these are amendments to the Broadcasting Services Act 1992, based on everything we've read in prior schedules. In Schedule 1 and 2, what are we at? Are we at Schedule 3 now? Oh, everything we read in Schedule 1. Okay. The Broadcasting Services Act 1992, title Emit and Content Services, substitute constant content services and digital communications platforms. After paragraph 3 parentheses 1 parentheses HB, insert HC, to encourage digital communications platform providers to protect the Australian community, again, I'm going to laugh again, against certain kinds of harm. Aha. Okay, certain kinds of harm, I guess because in this one they haven't defined serious, caused or contributed to by misinformation or disinformation on digital communications platforms, and to provide end users in Australia with visibility in relation to decision making by digital communications platform providers in managing misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms, and to strengthen transparency and accountability requirements in relation to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms. Again, I don't think this strengthens the transparency required by our government, because like we saw before on the, I can't remember exactly which one it was, but Regarding the website, specifically referring to the ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority website, they only optionally had to provide information on what's been prevented, removed, or actions undertaken by the digital content providers, or the digital communications platforms, I should say correctly, as according to the words set out in the bill. 6, at the end of subsection 3.1 add note, clause 11 of Schedule 9 sets out other parts of Part 2 of that schedule. 7, subsection 6, parentheses 2, insert digital communications platform has the same meaning as in Schedule 9. Digital communications platform provider has the same meaning as in Schedule 9. Disinformation has the same meaning as in Schedule 9. Misinformation has the same meaning as in Schedule 9. After subsection 4, 3, parentheses 3ab, insert 3ac, the Parliament also intends that digital communications platforms be regulated in order to prevent and respond to misinformation and disinformation on the platforms in a manner that A, enables public interest considerations in relation to misinformation and disinformation on digital communications platforms to be addressed in a way that does not impose unnecessary financial and administrative burdens on digital communications platforms providers. Is this actually going to happen? That does not place financial burden. Given that there are civil penalties, is the intention not to place financial burdens? And look, undoubtedly this is going to create administrative burden to everyone, to both the digital communications platform providers, who, to be fair, if they're not Australian companies, it doesn't really affect our productivity. But where it will affect us in Australia is we are going to have more bureaucrats paid by the taxpayer to police what is the truth, what the taxpayer is allowed to post about, and to strong-arm these digital communications platforms into making decisions that go against the interests of those of us who are interested in free speech, who are comfortable with having uncomfortable discussions, and realize that we cannot have true free speech if we have bills like this passed which restrict our ability to discuss issues freely and in a way where we will not be penalized either directly or by having our content or our access pulled off these platforms. So this is just, I don't know how that's actually gonna happen. Will readily accommodate technological change. Oh, come on. If there's a place for government encouraging technological change, it's either where it's very minimal and careful. I mean, this is very heavy-handed legislation. I don't think if there is technological change, the technological change will be to help censor us and help identify misinformation and disinformation. So I'm just going to hold my bloody shoe again because red flag. Encourages the provision of the digital communications platforms in platforms to the Australian community. And we should say the Australian community who only speaks, who only has true speak, right? Who only says the things which aren't mis or disinformation as determined by the government and the minister. And encourages the development of technologies relating to digital communications platforms. Yeah, so censorship technology, fundamentally, is what will come out of this. So 9, subsection 4.4, insert digital communications platform has the same meaning as in Schedule 9. Digital communications platform provider has the same meaning as in Schedule 7. Disinformation has the same meaning as in Schedule 7. Misinformation has the meaning as in Schedule 9. 10, paragraph 5, parentheses 1, parentheses A, omit, and the online content service industry substitute the online content service industry and the digital communications platform industry. 11, subsection 5, parentheses 4, insert digital communications platform has the same meaning as in Schedule 9. 12, Subsection 6, parentheses 1, definition of a newspaper means before, insert, other than in Schedule 9. Subsection, okay, so the definition of a newspaper has been expanded as well, right? So there are exclusions in Schedule 9. Subsection 98D to omit, or Section 34AC, substitute Section 34AC or Schedule 9. Subsection 204, parentheses 1, at the end of the table, add, to give remedial direction, subclause 18, parentheses 2, 21. Okay, so I'm not going to read these, but I'll read the actual, the lay text here. Otherwise, you're going to hear me reading numbers forever. To give a remedial direction to the person who the direction was given. Variation of a remedial direction, the person to whom the direction was given. Refusal to revoke a remedial direction to the person to whom the direction was given. To publish information under Clause 38 of Schedule 9 after giving a person notice under subclause 40, parentheses 2 of Schedule 9. The person to whom the notice was given. Refusal to approve a misinformation code or part of a misinformation code, the body or association that developed the misinformation code. Refusal to approve a draft version of the misinformation code, the body or association that developed the draft variation. After subsection 204. So I think this was, sorry, let me just go up. Refusal to approve a code. And it says the person, the body or association that developed the code. But as I recall reading further ahead, ACMA, so the Australian Communications Media Authority, was the approver of the code. They only had to consult the bodies. So this seems to be at least in contradiction to some of the things I read further up top, but maybe somebody else will correct me on that if I've misinterpreted that. But yeah, I did have to scroll back because that didn't make complete sense. Okay, let's keep reading. 15. After subsection 204, parentheses 4, insert decisions under the digital platform rules, parentheses 4a, applications may be made to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal for review of decisions of the ACMA under the digital platform rules, so long as these rules provide that the decision is a reviewable decision. Okay, great. For the purpose of this section. Okay, great. So, yes, you can go to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal to contest these rules, but if ACMA makes as part of these rules that the decision is non-reviewable, then you can't go to the AAT. Red flag, red flag. Why is an unelected body being given this power? 16. Subsection 204, parentheses 5, heading. Repeal the heading substitute definitions. 17. Subsection 204, parentheses 5, insert digital platform rules, has the same meaning as Schedule 9. 18. At the end of section 205E, add note this schedule does not apply in relation to the civil penalty provision in Schedule 9. See Clause 76 of Schedule 9. 19. Subsection 205 F, parentheses 4, omit or subclause 25, parentheses 1 or 26, parentheses 4 of Schedule 8, substitute subclause 25, parentheses 1 or 26, parentheses 4 of Schedule 8 or a provision in Schedule 9. 20. After subsection 205 F, parentheses 5D, insert, parentheses 5E, the pecuniary penalty payable by a... What does that mean? The pecuniary penalty. Let's read that. What does that word mean? Meaning. How do you even say that? Pecuniary. Pecuniary. Okay. Pecuniary. You learned a new word. Relating to or consisting of money. That's interesting. Okay. Relating to or consisting of money. That's what it means. He admitted to obtaining, and this is the meaning, a pecuniary advantage by deception. Okay, so let's see what pecuniary advantage the government's going to make. Okay, so the pecuniary penalty, so relating to money, payable by a person in respect of contravention of a civil penalty provision of Division 2 of Part 2 of Schedule 9 or Subdivision A of Division 3 of Part 2 of Schedule 9 must not exceed, if the person is a body corporate, 5,000 penalty units. Okay, so what is 5,000 penalty units? Let's Google that. Or if the person is not a body corporate, so this is for an individual, 1,000 penalty units. So if you're an individual and you have a civil penalty, it can't exceed 5,000 if you're a company, or 1,000 if you're a person. So let's do another Google. Penalty units, federal civil penalties, pecuniary. Put that word in there. Okay. So if we go to the Tax Practitioners Board, which is a government website. Okay, so the Tax Practitioners Board, let's look up what is a civil penalty. Okay. And I'm going to pull out my calculator here so I can do the math, because I've now been talking for 5.5 hours and I don't want to do mental math. So what is one penalty unit? Let's Google this. So this should penalty. Okay. So as of the 1st of July, 2023, a penalty unit is $313. Okay, I'm going to zoom in right here. All right, that's what one penalty unit is. So let's see how hard one of these penalties is going to hit. So really, I could have done that in my head, but I'm not going to. Let's not embarrass myself on live stream. So if you're a body corporate, then it's going to be 500 times 313. Okay, great. Okay, let's look at this number right here. I'm going to put this up on my camera. Actually, let me do the math here for all of those. Let's do the math in Google, because that's what I've actually shared. So let's do 313 times 5,000. What is that going to give us? Yeah, so you'll see if somebody the maximum penalty for any one of these offences for a company is going to be 1.565 million Australian dollars. So this is not an insignificant amount for each penalty of mis and disinformation. And now if you're an individual person and you've had one of these civil penalties brought against you, let's update this. So let's do, okay, I'm going to clear that. Okay, 313 times 1,000. Oh, that one I could have done in my head. That is very silly. If you're an individual, you could be charged up to 300, or like just over 300,000 Australian dollars. So these are not insignificant civil penalties, which is why I was really getting to the point that this can really be used to censor companies. And even though it tried to look very nice, saying that, oh, we're not going to require companies to remove content and we're not going to prevent companies from removing access to accounts, if a company fails to, or individual, if they don't comply with these mis and disinformation laws, the penalties are not insignificant. So the fundamental result of this is, if you're trying to avoid penalties, is you are going to comply with the government's definition of mis and disinformation, which means you're going to keep it off your platform, which means you're going to prevent users from accessing those platforms. And yeah, this is just a huge red flag, because it's interesting. We're getting towards the end of this bill. Like, how many pages do we have left? We're at 68. We literally have 5 pages left. And you can kind of see, calculating these penalties, you can kind of see how this legislation has been written. It's probably less explicit than previous versions, but my God, if you're a company, these offenses, you can have a pecuniary penalty payable of up to 5,000 penalty units, or over 1.5 million Australian dollars for a company, and $300,000 for a person who's not a company, right? Jeez. And so that's for this particular section. So that's for this civil penalty. So I guess for the different civil penalties, and that's for this one. So we should be very clear. The civil penalties we were talking about was Division 2 of Part 2 of Schedule 9. Or Subdivision A of Part 3 of Schedule 9. So let's just Google Schedule 9. Okay, so this is kind of the money maker here. So Schedule 9, right? That's the one that had the really, like, that was heavy. Whatever's Schedule 9 is big. Where is Schedule 9? Let's go find this. Where's the first instance of Schedule 9? Okay, we're amending Schedule 9. That's what we're talking about. So if you remember in the amendments, we're making amendments to Schedule 9, okay? And we're kind of introducing this bill. So fundamentally, this bill is, and like, I'm not sure if these penalties were there before, and I'm not going to go into that right now, but that's a pretty heavy fine. That's a very, very heavy fine. So, and they're being very explicit about it. So I would assume that, yeah, if you mess around with Schedule 9, Division 2 of Part 2 of Schedule 9, this specific part of it, then that's going to hit heavy. And then if we go to 5F, the penalties, so these are much lower penalties. These are 40 penalty units or 30 penalty units. So this is a considerably smaller fine, and let's just work out what that is for a company. So 40 times 313. So I mean, that's a $12,000 fine in that case of 40 penalty units, and it would be, like a tenth less. It would be close to 10,000 for 30 penalty units, which is for the individual. So this is the pecuniary penalty payable by a person in respect of a contravention of subclause 33.4 or 34.5 of Schedule 9 must not exceed. But you're still fining, and it depends on how many offences, and this is for each offence. And I guess this is a never-ending process until the body or the person complies and corrects this and avoids this in the future. So even these smaller penalties of $12,000 and up to $10,000, they can pack a punch. 5G, the pecuniary penalty payable by a person in respect of a contravention of subclause 52.1 or 53.3 of Schedule 9 must not exceed. A, if the person is a body corporate, then, this is huge. Look at that one. Look at that one. Wow. 10,000 penalty units. Okay. This is heavy hitting. That is nuts. Wow, I'm glad I got to this section. This is what you need to read. Okay, so if the person is a body corporate, the greater must not exceed the greater of, so whatever's the bigger number, 10,000 penalty units. So times 313. So I'm going to have to add 4 zeros to that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. That's a $3 million fine. So should not exceed the greater of $3 million or 2% of annual turnover during the turnover period of 12 months ending at the month. Okay, so should not exceed the greater of. So it's about the greatest. So it's saying that at the very least, the penalty should be 3 million. So 10,000 penalty units, which is huge. Man, I thought 5,000 penalty units was big. I'm glad I got to this one. So if you fail to abide by these subclauses, 52.1, let's see if we can just search this one. I wish they made these documents searchable. Okay, 52. Oh, wow, look at that. Compliance of an approved misinformation code. So if you don't comply with the misinformation code, they can fine you 10,000 penalty units, which is which is $3 million, which is a huge fine, or 2% of your annual revenue, whichever is greater. So this is honestly horrifying. That is scary. That is very, very scary. That is huge. Okay. Wow. So this is the disinformation code, and this must be the disinformation standard, and we can look that up. So I think I looked up 52, and if I look up 53, let's confirm. These are the remedial directives. So contravention of the misinformation code. So this is just regarding the misinformation codes. We have not even got into the standards yet. This is heavy hitting. This is heavy hitting legislation. Let's go back down. That is massive. Wow, 2% of annual turnover. Okay, so if you mess with the misinformation codes, and look, imagine if you're 100, if you've got 100 million turnover, that's 2 million, which is less. But if you're a huge company, like, that's gonna hurt. A 2% fine of annual turnover, mind you, this is not even profit. This is turnover. This is just, this is insane. 2%. And if they're not a body corporate, so if you're not a body corporate, 2,000 penalty units. So if you're not a body corporate, so if you're a person, geez, 313 times 2,000. Right, so 600,000 for an individual. Far out. This is heavy hitting. Okay, see, you read a lot of this legislation, and until you get to the civil penalties, you could think, oh, like you guys saw me. If you've been watching this whole time, you've seen me try to pick out the good parts. Trying my hardest to pick out the good parts. And you get to the penalties, and you realize how hard this is truly a censorship bill when you look at the penalties. Look at that. 2,000 penalty units. 2,000 penalty units. Okay, let's go to 5H. The pecuniary penalty payable by a person in respect of contravention of subclause 62.1 or subclause 63.3. So my guess is this is the standard. This is relating to the misinformation codes. This must be the standards, but we'll check. We'll double check that because that's what we're here to do. We're here today to read this bill and prove to our politicians that we're not complete idiots, that they can't simply deceive us and bring in these censorship measures. And I'm really disappointed by my own member of parliament, the representative for Greenway, Michelle Rowland, for tabling this in parliament on Thursday the 12th. And you've heard me say this many times, but I have to. But I have to, because I truly am disappointed that my member of parliament is trying to censor free speech on the internet. This is something that I would expect in the third world. This is something I would expect in Sri Lanka. This is not something I would expect in the West from Australia. And it's really disappointing to see this type of legislation be tabled and be rushed through parliament. Very disappointing. Okay. The pecuniary penalty payable by a person in respect of contravention of subclause 62.1 or 63.3 of Schedule 9 must not exceed A, if the person is a body corporate, the greater of 25,000 penalty units, and 2, 5% of the annual turnover. Okay, we went from 10,000 to 25,000, or 5% of the annual turnover of the body corporate during the turnover period of the 12 months ending at the end of the month in which the conduct constituting the contravention occurred. If the person is not a body corporate, 5,000. Okay, so now let's look at what these are. And geez, far out. This is scary. Okay, let's go to 62. 62. Okay, so that's right. So 62 is the misinformation standards. So, like we determined earlier, the misinformation standards are more serious than the misinformation codes, and failure to abide by the standards is going to be dealt with very harshly, much harshly than the codes. And I already thought the penalty for that was big. So let's head back to 69. Was it 69? Yep. So 62, 63, which is going to be the misinformation codes, and then again the misinformation codes, so failing to rectify that situation. 25,000 penalty units. 25,000 penalty units. Let's do that one. 313 times 25, 123. Bam. Wow. It's a 7.8 million fine. $7.825 million Australian dollar fine for a company, or 5% of revenue. So if you're 100 million, you've got 5% of turnover. So if you've got 100 million in turnover in the 12 months to when the conduct constituting the contravention occurred, you can be fined up to $7.8 million or 5%. And so this is absolutely nuts. So if you're a $100 million company, that's 5%, but it's the greater of. So if you're a 200 or 300 or $1 billion company, if you've got $1 billion in revenue, 5%, that's still not profit. This is 100%. Reading this now and going through these penalty units, and remember, for the individual person now, if you're not a body corporate, now that's 1.5 million. That is absolutely insane. That is nuts. That is absolutely crazy. Wow. I'm really happy we're reading this today. Because when you read this and when we go through the process of going through the bill, that is when you realize how sinister this is. Because there are points when you're looking at the bill where it looks hunky-dory, but when you look at the penalties, this is censorship. What company is not going to prevent misinformation and disinformation as determined by the minister, as determined by ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority? Who isn't going to comply with this if this happens? They're going to have to, because it's either comply with this or go out of business. This is 100% a censorship bill. And I'm really, really disappointed. I'm disappointed in you, Michelle, and to the people of Greenway. If there's anyone from Greenway, how can we allow this person? We not only need to think about what's good for our electorate of Greenway in Northwest Sydney, but as people who live in Greenway, we're actually responsible for everyone's free speech in Australia, because it is our member who is the Minister for Communications. So if you are a member of Greenway and you are listening to this, you have a very, very important role to play in the next election. Like I said, I'm very disappointed by Miss Rowland. I voted for her in the past. And even when I stopped voting for the big parties in other elections, and even when I started voting below the line, I always made the exception for her based on what she's done with the community. So it really disappoints me seeing legislation like this tabled in Parliament and then absolutely rushed to Senate with only barely a week's consultation time for the public. Well, just a week. So very disappointed. Okay, 21. Let's go into the home stretch and finish this bill reading off. I really want to get dinner. So 21. At the end of section 205 PA, add, the federal court may also grant injunctions in relation to contraventions of civil penalty provisions in Schedule 9, which deals with digital communications platform services. Apologies, it's getting very hard for me to speak now. I've battled for we're getting close to 6 hours, but this is good. This is worth it, and I needed to do it for myself, but I also needed to do it for anybody else who's out there. For any criticisms that people in the movement to have the shutdown, that we're uninformed, that we haven't read the bill, we shouldn't be taking it, because this is clear evidence that people who are in opposition to this bill, such as myself, have actually gone through and read the bloody bill. I've done it on a live stream for you. So let's keep reading. Section 205Q, omit, or subsection, where are we? How are we doing? Oh, so good. 4 more pages. Somebody end my misery, but let's do this now. Omit or subsection 212 FG3 or section 136A, 136B, 136C, 136D, or 136E, or subclause 49 parentheses 3 of section 6, substitute subclause 121 FG parentheses 3, section 136A, 136B, 136C, 136D, or 136E, subclause 49 parentheses 3 of Schedule 6, or a civil penalty provision in Schedule 9. Okay, so it's just the Civil 9 schedule, these very expensive provisions. So you really should see how heavy hitting this legislation is, and just think about the impact it's going to have on these platforms. They are basically going to be forced to abide by what the minister and what ACMA and the government determines is misinformation or disinformation. After having read through this and got into the actual penalties, my God, these penalties are ridiculous. They are designed, it's a gag order. They're gag penalties. It's designed to gag our freedom of speech. Absolutely insane. And so what I can see is two things are going to happen. These companies are either going to comply so they can continue doing business in Australia, or if the economics are wrong and this goes through, who says that these companies are just going to stop providing services to Australia? And we're going to have to all of a sudden either go underground or or rely on traditional or government-approved forms of digital communication. Very, very scary possibility for the future. Even though things can seem very innocent, when you look at it in the whole picture, the big picture, this is very sinister legislation. And you can already tell, if you've been listening to this, my tone now that we're getting to the end of this is very different to my tone at the start. At the tone of the start, I was still discovering what was happening. I'd skimmed through this before. This is the most detailed reading that I've given. And this scares the absolute shit out of me. And if you're an Australian citizen, just raise your voice now while you still can, before it's considered misinformation or disinformation. You've got to do it. And if this kicks in, as per the delays, this will kick in 6 months after it's approved. So it could be in place before the next election. And by that time, your freedom of speech is done. Your ability to talk is over. Look at these penalties. If the government determines what you are saying is misinformation or disinformation, my God, painful. Insert AB. Okay, after paragraph 205ZA, parentheses 1AA, insert, parentheses AB, if the infringement notice relates to subclause 33, parentheses 4, or 34, parentheses 5 of Schedule 9, and the person is a body corporate, 8 penalty units, or if the infringement of the notice relates to subclause 33, parentheses 4, or 34, parentheses 5 of Schedule 9, and the person is not a body corporate, 6 penalty units, or if the infringement notice takes place, relates to a provision of Schedule 9 other than subclause 33, parentheses 4, or 34, parentheses 5 of Schedule 9, and the person is a body corporate, 60 penalty units, or 26 paragraph 205 ZA parentheses 1 parentheses A before and the person insert or a provision mentioned in paragraph parentheses A, B, A, C, or A, D. 26 section 216E parentheses heading omit quote online content services parentheses substitute with quote parentheses online content services gambling promotional content. Wait, what is this relating to? What does gambling promotional content have to do anything with this? Why am I seeing gambling promotional content? What did gambling have anything to do with this? What is this regarding? I feel like I need to look at this. This just, I don't know why, but that raised alarm bells. Why am I seeing gambling when I haven't seen that word? How many times is gambling used in this document? Okay, gambling is literally only used 2 times in this entire amendment to the bill. Why the hell is literally comes up in this document only twice, 2 times? Why is gambling being introduced? So why is online content services gambling promotional content? Like, what's the purpose of this? What is this section? Okay, I'm gonna have to Google this one. So what are we amending? What are we amending? Okay, let me Google the original because I should be able to find the bill if I search for this. Where is this? Okay, I'm gonna have to search for that again with gambling. Let's go back to gambling. After services, Gambling promotional content. Why does that have any relevance to this? So omit online content services. So this already must exist with regards to section 216E. So 216E, and maybe if I put gambling online content services. Okay. Okay, that's the current bill that we're looking at. But I think this is the original. Ah, this is part of the Broadcasting Services Act, 1992. Okay. Broadcasting Services Act, 1992. Even when I thought this was going to be over and I was going to finish these pages and go home and finally get some dinner. It's almost 10 o'clock here in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. But we're going to do more research, and let's take a... let's have a read of 1992. I think there should be... I don't know how up-to-date this is because it's a PDF. There's generally a way to read... I think if I check the legislation... So yeah, there should be a government website with the latest one. Okay, cool. Broadcasting Services Act, 1992. What are we looking for? Is there a way I can search this? Okay, I only want the latest version. Okay, that's the one I want. Okay, let's... Why do I have to order a print copy? Oh no, I just want a digital copy. Downloads. Okay, good. I can download the act in... Let's just download it in a PDF. 2 volumes. So volume 1, volume 2. I don't know which part. Let's try 1. Okay. That's cool. Done. I'll just download 2 as well while we're here. Okay, so you guys should be able to see me downloading things, and what I'm going to do is let's open these guys up. Okay, now what are we looking for? I'm looking for... Because this was saying 216E. Okay, so 216E. Okay, cool. 216E, Schedule 8. Let's see why we're inserting content about gambling. So let me zoom in for this. So we're looking at the broadcasting. Sorry, well, let's see what we're looking at again. We are looking at... Let me just go right to the top because my brain is not working. It's been a long day. I was up early and I started this at about 4 p.m. Local time here in Ho Chi Minh City. So we've been going for over 6 hours now, for those of you listening tuned in Australia. So we're looking at the Broadcasting Services Act, and we are going to look at schedule. 216E Schedule 8. Okay, so services, insert gambling promotional content. So what is it about this content services? So Schedule 8, this has been changed. So online content services, as part of this, is being changed to online content services gambling promotional content. So as part of this bill, they're changing this bill to have gambling promotional content. What does that mean? Let's find this. Let's see what this says. This is like Schedule 8. So Schedule 8 has effect for gambling content services. Okay, so let me look for Schedule 8. What's Schedule 8? Okay, so it already talks about gambling promotional content, has the same meaning as Schedule 8. So let's type gambling promotional content here. Gambling promotional content. To ensure online content service read... okay. So ACMA clearly already regulates gambling promotional content. Okay, the Parliament intends that gambling promotional content provided on online content services. Public interest. It looks like potentially just a rename. Just rename the heading. Okay, and after services, gambling promotional content. So Section 8 is specifically regarding gambling promotional content, so this must be an update. But it looks like they're just throwing in some other changes with this bill. I do know Michelle was the minister for gambling, for gaming, and I also know she accepted plenty of tickets, corporate boxes and stuff like this. So we can Google that right now. Let's Google that, because before this is considered mis and disinformation, this is something that also disappointed me in my member for Parliament, Michelle Rowland. I think it was like Ticketek. Here we go, The Guardian. Yeah, so clearly not a great minister. And I deeply regret ever having voted for her in the last decade or so or more that I've been able to vote. Very unfortunate. So the article's more than a year old, but it's from 2023. It's not that old. Michelle Rowland faces calls to resign for accepting gaming company donations before election. So I guess because I've been aware of things like this, and it says, crossbenchers have been called, have been... and this is, mind you, when she wasn't even in government, right? When she was the shadow minister. Communications have called on communications minister because she accepted donations from a gaming company before the May election. There you go. Grievous error of judgment. So Michelle Rowland, the communications minister, was accused in Parliament on Thursday of a grievous error of judgment in accepting donations from Sportsbet before the May election. She said she met all disclosure requirements. This is very interesting that, maybe that's why I had alarm bells running when I saw this gaming promotional content, because I thought to myself, how on earth is that related to anything we've been discussing? And given that I know my MP's past track record. And it really makes me concerned. And if you live in Greenway, it is not just your responsibility to your own interests and your own free speech to make sure that we're not continually going to be taken for granted. But it is your responsibility, given how powerful your MP is and how her decisions and her will impacts the entire of Australia. The residents of Greenway have a very important role to play in the next federal election. Can we allow Michelle Rowland to continue to sit in office? Given this bill, given the things she's done in the past, I'm absolutely not happy reading this. Like, just getting to this sent alarm bells, but let's continue reading. Just seeing gambling promotional content, given her history, sent off alarm bells. It looks like in this case, it is just a renaming. They're doing some cleanup of the 1992 Broadcasting Act. Nonetheless, sent off alarm bells. So let's keep reading. 29. After Clause 30 of Schedule 8. Insert. This... of Schedule 8. Okay, that's Schedule 8. Okay, so gaming promotional content. This schedule does not limit the operation of Schedule 9. This schedule does not limit Schedule 9 digital communications platforms. Okay. Online Safety Act, 2021. Section 30. So basically what they're doing here is they're kind of interweaving this act with all the other ones. They're kind of making sure they cover their bases and things are cross-referred to. So that's what's happening here. So let's keep reading. Okay, after Schedule 8, insert or 9... 31, Section 231, after Schedule 8, insert or 9, Telecommunications Act, 1997, 32, Section 116, heading omit codes and standards under Part 9 of substitute certain codes and standards under 33. At the end of Section 116, add or a code approved or standard determined under Schedule 9 to that Act. Okay. 34. Transitional provisions. Misinformation and disinformation. 1 subclauses 13, parentheses 1 and parentheses 2 which I'm assuming is paragraph 1, paragraph 2 of Schedule 9, to the Broadcasting Services Act 1992, as amended by this Act, apply in relation to any content disseminated using a digital service, whether disseminated before or after the commencement of this item. Holy shit. Holy shit. Red flag. Red flag. Red flag. Huge red flag. Let's read that again just to make sure I'm not going crazy. Whether disseminated before or after the commencement of this item. Do you know what that means? It's not grandfathered. If something that affects subclauses 13.1 and 13.2 of Schedule 9, they can go and look at stuff that was done in the past. That's really interesting. Let's check information gathering. For the purposes of subclauses 33 parentheses 1 and 34 parentheses 1 of Schedule 9, to the Broadcasting Services Act 1992, as amended by this Act, it does not matter whether the information or document came into existence before or after the commencement of this Act. Holy shit. They are going to invent the definitions for mis- and disinformation and then retroactively apply that. Holy crap. Okay, this is a red flag. Michelle Rowland, if you are reading this, cease. I'm definitely not going to be voting for you again, but as a representative of the Australian people, my God, what on earth is this? Please do what you can in your capacity to undo the damage you have already done by tabling this damaging legislation. Let's keep reading. Annual reporting. Clause 69 of Schedule 9 to the Broadcasting Services Act of 1992, as amended by this Act, applies in relation to any financial year starting at or after the commencement of this item. Okay, there you go. So the reporting only happens after, but everything else, whether it's misinformation or disinformation or information gathering, relates to everything done in the past. So I want all of you listening to this today to remember this. My Minister for Parliament, Michelle Rowland, who represents the electorate of Greenway in northwest Sydney, has tabled this legislation, the Combating Misinformation Disinformation Bill 2024, on the 12th of September 2024, and it is a censorship bill. It has large fines for any misinformation and disinformation. Unelected body, the ACMA, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, is going to determine, with consultation from bodies and the public, right? Consultation periods longer than what we've been given to be consulted on this bill. They are going to determine what is mis- and disinformation, and they are going to censor heavy-handedly through the use of civil penalties, going all the way up to, what did we see? 10, 20,000 penalty units. I can't remember off the top of my head. 25,000 penalty units, or 7 million, or 5% of revenue, right? Huge penalties for these companies. And not only that, they can go back in time. It's not even forward-looking. So if this passes, everything that the government determines is mis- or disinformation, they can actually get rid of. I mean, when people complained about the negative gearing laws and they said, oh, it's going to be grandfathered. This is not grandfathered. This is going to be retroactive. They're literally going to go back in time and find instances of mis- and disinformation. And holy crap, this is actually, my mind is completely blown. This is such a horrible, horrible bill. And I'm happy I haven't given up reading, and I'm happy we're still reading. We're almost at the end. So let's go part 2, contingent amendments. Broadcasting Services Act 1992, subsection 204, 4A, omit administrative appeals tribunal, submit administrative review tribunal. Okay. Holy crap. Okay, that's done. So I finished reading this bill. It's been more than 6 hours to get through this. I'm actually horrified. I was not expecting to be this shocked going through the. Let me read out the full name. The Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024. There you go. I made it big for you. This is one of the most horrific pieces of legislation, and if you notice my mood going through it, and I did try to pick out nice things, I'm absolutely horrified. Please, please, please take action. If you have not done so already, please make a submission. Please make a submission to the Senate, to the senators who are going to look at our submissions and decide whether to pass this through the Senate or not. Because if this gets through the Senate, it'll probably get a rubber stamp from the Governor General, and by royal assent, it will become law. And that is going to be absolutely disastrous. So if you haven't seen the website, this is the site, right? So it's the Parliament of Australia. The link is in the description. So please visit it. You will have the option to upload a submission. Please go ahead and upload a submission. If you're uploading for the first time, you're going to have to make an account. And once you've made an account, go back to the original link and follow the instructions. There's about 4 or 5 steps, and you can upload a couple of formats. I think everything from a Word document to a PDF. I would recommend uploading a PDF because it is something that is much harder for somebody else to come and edit. Yes, they can still do it, but nonetheless, do what you can. Upload a PDF. There are other ways to provide a submission, but given that submissions close on the 30th of September, it is going to be much harder for you to email a submission and have it accepted in time, and it is going to be much harder for you to mail in a submission and have it accepted in time. So by having a short consultation period, and the irony, considering the time frames given in this bill, starting from 30 days all the way up to 120 days, as we were reading through, please go ahead and make your voice heard. Do not wait till they have removed our ability to speak freely and we have to use violence to deal with our own government. That is a horrible future. While we still have the ability of free speech, we have the ability to hold opinions that are vastly different. Go ahead and make your voice heard. The last thing we need is to descend into anarchy because you can no longer have debate. It is a horrible, horrible future if this bill goes through. I'm absolutely horrified, and I was not expecting to be as horrified as I was by getting to the end of this bill, because I said before, I skimmed through it, I saw the sections that worried me, but now that I've read through all of it in detail and put it together, it's horrendous. And the fact that it's going to be retroactive, that it's going to go back in the past, it's going to affect search engines, digital, it's a nightmare. This is an absolute bloody nightmare. So please go ahead and make your voice heard. So that brings us to the end of the live stream. I've now gone through and read through. Let me read it again. The Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024. We've come to the end of it. So before I leave and we get off this live stream, I do have this end screen here. So thank you for those of you who have joined me for parts of it. I do realize that it is now, it's very late. It's 1 a.m. in Australia, and a lot of you are asleep. And I hope that a lot of you are getting out to a rally in your capital city. So I've put some information here. There are a couple of groups organizing this, and I've seen different times, I think, depending on which group. 10 a.m. at Town Hall, there will be a walk to the Speaker's Corner in New South Wales. So please join one of these protests. I think the other notification I saw was at 11:30 at Town Hall. And if I was in Sydney myself, I would be there. My contribution to this whole process of not being able to physically be present is to do what I can, is to use my voice by getting out here and doing this live stream and reading through the bill. I'm absolutely horrified. I'm absolutely disgusted by my member of Parliament, Michelle Rowland. And if you actually look at the background image of the screen that you're looking at, that's actually Michelle on the 12th of September 2024 tabling this bill. This was her when she was doing it. It's scary. So thank you for reading this with me. If I do get to you in time, and if you happen to watch this tomorrow morning, please get out to Sydney CBD tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Town Hall or 11:30 at the Speaker's Corner. Get out there, make your voice heard, protect free speech in Australia. Do not allow this censorship bill to go through. As you saw during this live stream, there are very heavy penalties, even though it is worded very nicely in some places. The intent is so malicious, and it will result in either social media companies and non-mainstream. And remember, there's excluded dissemination. So their legacy media is excluded from this, and it's absolutely horrific. So please get out there and attend a rally if you can. Show your support, and make it known to our politicians that we are not happy with this. And like I said, this isn't just Labour. Liberal has a very similar policy, and very few Liberal senators and Liberal MPs have come up and spoken about this, which really scares me, because I'm very concerned that this legislation, the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, is going to pass through Senate. And if it passes through Senate, we are going to have much bigger problems on our hands. And so the other thing is, don't vote for any politicians who support this bill. You can actually get out there and track who voted for a particular bill. So if you do see politicians who've supported this bill, remember, the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, please do not give them your vote. Do not give them your vote. They are threatening our freedom of speech. We have so many problems in this country with the Uni Party, with Labour and Liberal, working against our interests. And I do not care about our international obligations that Michelle seems to care more about, versus the freedom of speech needs and the human rights of the people of Greenway, which is, I happen to be part of her electorate, and also the people of Australia, who she represents as the Minister of Communications. It's absolutely abhorrent. The other thing you need to do is, please, please, please make a submission by the 30th of September. You can find the link in the description. In addition to that, write to your federal Minister for Parliament, or your federal member for Parliament, I should say. I wrote the incorrect thing there. Please write to your federal member for Parliament and let them know that you're unhappy about this. And if they have voted for it, let them know that you are incredibly unhappy about it, because our politicians do need to know. And I feel like they are almost behaving like they are completely disconnected from the reality that is the opinions of the majority of Australian people. And they are acting based on international, globalist, World Economic Forum directives to censor free speech in Western democracies. It is very, very scary. I do not like where it's going. And I don't want to be in a world where, as Australians, we can't hold two different opinions. That is something that I think a lot of people, myself included, have taken for granted up until a bill like this has come up. And finally, make noise, inform people in your network. Get out there and start having conversations about this bill and the impact that it is going to have for you, your family, your friends, and your free speech as a citizen of Australia. So I'm going to end this there, and normally when I do podcasts, I end my podcasts with a wish to everyone who listened to it. And my wish is generally, I wish everyone who's listening to this great success on all your endeavors. But I need to be very clear. I only wish you success on your endeavors should they be noble. To Michelle Rowland MP, my Minister of Parliament, my elected member for Greenway. That's where I vote, in northwestern Sydney. I am disappointed by this. I am very disappointed by your actions in tabling this bill, in attempting to censor free speech for Australians. And I just want to tell you, I hope you do not have success on this endeavour. This is not a noble endeavour. This goes against the interests of the Australian people, and that is who you're paid to represent. You're not paid to represent the globalists. You're not paid to represent the World Economic Forum. You're paid to represent Australians. And I do not feel like you are doing your job properly. And if you're in Greenway, and you know what, let me go back, because I very quickly, I'm going to come back to this screen here, purely because if you're in Greenway, who's in Greenway? Let's look at the suburbs in Greenway. I'm going to read that out, because this is really important. I am very aggravated. Greenway electorate, New South Wales. Let's take a look. Division of Greenway, okay? So Division of Greenway, let's look at the suburbs. So, if you are in any of these suburbs, so Prospect, Girraween, part of Riverstone, Vineyard, Blacktown, Glenwood, Girraween, Kellyville Ridge, Kings Langley, Kings Park, Layla Park, Parkley, Prospect, Quakers Hill, part of it, Riverston, part of it, Rouse Hill, part of it, Schofields, part of it, Seven Hills, Stanhope Gardens, and Vineyard, part of it. Michelle Rowland is your Minister for Parliament. She is your MP, and this is the bill. So let's look at the current member. Let's see who our current member is. Right? Let's click this link, current member details, and it's loading. It's bloody slow. My God. It's like the Parliament doesn't want us to see who's representing us, but we know it's Michelle Rowland. You need to understand that as residents of Greenway, who have the ability to vote in the 2025 federal election, you are not just making a decision for yourself about your own free speech, you are deciding for the rest of Australia. And unfortunately, as somebody who's voted for Michelle in the past, if we continue to vote for Michelle, and if we continue to allow her to have the power that she currently has as the federal Minister for Communications, who's tabled this absolutely atrocious bill, which I've spent 6 hours deconstructing as a layperson. And of course, that's not perfect. And I hope there's people with great legal and constitutional law backgrounds who understand the Australian legal system much better than me. But the fact that I was able to read through that in 6 hours and come to this conclusion, oh, and great, it's not working. So let me Google this. Who is the federal member for Greenway? It's Michelle Rowland. There you go. So guys, if you're in Greenway, do not vote for Michelle. If you value your free speech, if you value the free speech of everybody else in Australia, don't vote for politicians who support this bill. And for me, I happen to come from Greenway. So I'm going to have to end this live stream. It's time for me to go get my dinner. Most of you are hopefully sleeping, so I do hope you wake up. I hope a lot of you are participating in the protests. I hope a lot of you are making noise. So I'm going to end this there. And for those of you who have good intentions, who care about the people of Australia, who want freedom of speech, I wish you great success on all your noble endeavors. So I'm ending this there. Good luck, and I hope we fight the tyranny. I hope we fight Michelle, and I hope when the federal election comes in 2025, we make a big change, because this is not on. This is a threat to the people of Greenway. This is a threat to the people of Australia. Good night, and good luck to all of you, those of you who are fighting in Sydney, in Melbourne, in our capital cities, anywhere in Australia. Godspeed, and I